Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 2749, Ice God Mist, Shadow, Fish, Dragon, Dance, Great Elder's Astonishment. 3. Saint Wei Yu and the others didn't think too much. They believed Wang Teng's words. This legacy was most likely obtained by chance. This was fate. They couldn't be envious. Can we try this force dish? Saint Shiyan looked at the ice god mist shadow fish dragon dance in front of him and was a little tempted. As a force chef, how could he not be tempted by this legendary force dish? He asked after some hesitation. He wasn't being pretentious, but this was a force dish from the god Sai. What's more, it was at the saint level. Even if he didn't taste it, it would definitely become the champion. If he tasted it, it would be a waste. Of course, Wang Teng smiled. You need to taste this ice god mist shadow fish dragon dance immediately. The taste is the best. If you put it on for too long, the taste might not be as good as before. The surrounding saints were astounded and surprised when they heard this, just like what Wang Teng said. The taste of force dishes would decrease if they were left for too long. However, there were ways to preserve them. Some methods could reduce the taste of force dishes by less than 4.1%. It was almost negligible. However, Wang Teng still gave them a taste of this precious saint-level force dish. This made him seem magnanimous. This force dish from God Sai was worth a lot. Some eternal-level martial warriors might be willing to pay a corresponding price to taste this force dish. Also, it's my honor to have all the saints witness my first saint-level force dish. Wang Teng smiled and continued. Your first divine-level force dish. The eyes of the saints lit up. This had a different meaning. In that case, we'll follow your order. Saint Wei Yu smiled. It's our honor to be able to taste Saint Wang Teng's first saint-level force dish. The other saints, including Saint Shiyan, smiled. Can we have a taste too? A peal of laughter came from the sky. Wang Teng turned his head and was slightly stunned. He saw Dan Chen and other great elders landing on the platform. The talents around them were stunned too. They stared at great elder Dan Chen and the other elders who were also at the saint level flying over from afar. What was going on? Even the great elders and elders were attracted by Wang Teng's force dishes. Was the god Sai really so tempting? Many people were puzzled. At the same time, they were astounded by how extraordinary the god Sai was. Yes, it smelled really good. Saint Wei Yu and the others didn't know if they should laugh or cry. They said, "Great elders, elders, you are just freeloading." Great Elder Dan Chen, Great Elder Tambeli, and the others looked at each other and laughed. Saint Wei Yu and the other saint-level force chefs shook their heads helplessly. Young friend Wang Teng, do you mind? Great Elder Byers looked at Wang Teng and asked politely. Of course not. Wang Teng smiled and raised his hand. Great elders, elders, please. Thank you. Let's have a taste of how extraordinary this god Sai is. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others smiled and said. Wang Teng waved his hand and took out cutleries. He placed them in front of the great elders and elders. Then he waved his hand and the ice dragon that seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist started to come alive. It flew out from the clouds in front of the great elders and elders. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others blinked. They noticed that there were already crystal-clear fish slices that looked like dragon scales on the plate in front of them. They were placed properly on the plate and gave off a fragrance. There were wisps of mist surrounding the fish slices. It was a strange sight. Everyone looked at the fish slices in front of them curiously. This should be the fish slice you cut from your ice jade whining fish, right? Saint Wei Yu asked. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. The meat of the ice jade whining fish is indeed exceptional. However, it's not easy to bring out its original flavor. As Saint Wei Yu spoke, he had already picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fish into his mouth. He wanted to know what was so special about the god Sai. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others didn't want to lag behind either. They started tasting the meat. All the great elders and elders turned silent. Then a line of clear tears suddenly fell from the corner of Saint Wei Yu's eyes. Wait. Tears fell from the corner of the eyes of all the saints. Tears of joy. Only Dan Chen and the other great elders didn't lose their composure. However, if you observed them carefully, you would notice that the corners of their eyes were slightly wet too. The next instant, a deep sigh came out from the mouths of Dan Chen and the other two great elders. The talents around them and the audience were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. What? What's going on? Why are they crying? Is it so delicious? I'm drooling. I mean, tears are flowing down my face. God Sai. This is the god Sai. Even great elder Dan Chen and the others couldn't help but sigh. The rumors are true. Seeing is believing. I've broadened my horizons today. Oh no, I want to taste it even more. It's delicious. Saint Wei Yu opened his eyes abruptly and said, without thinking, a special taste blossomed on my taste buds like ice and mist, as if there was a fish dragon dancing on the tip of my tongue. The unique texture and taste of the ice jade whining fish, as well as the special taste of countless ingredients, turned into an extremely delicious taste. This is the ultimate delicacy. It's not just delicious. I feel my origin of life rising, great elder. Dan Chen agreed. Yes, I feel it too. My origin of life is improving, great elder Tambeli nodded. As soon as they finished speaking, the elders at the saint level started talking at once. Their eyes were shining, and they didn't let go of the fish in their bowls. They started eliminating the meat quickly. Audiences, Chapter 2750. Gale whispers sword, gold shaking axe, mount splitting hammer. 1. The Force Chef competition ended with the great elders and the elders exclaiming in surprise. Everyone who tasted Wang Teng's ice god, mist, shadow, fish, dragon dance was immersed in the aftertaste. They couldn't extricate themselves. Tears were real, sighs were real, drools were real too. This Force Chef exchange event would become a legend in the future. It was a legend about Wang Teng. As for the other Force Chef talent who made the ice god mist, shadow, fish, dragon dance, Ti Jing. He was overshadowed. Not many people paid attention to him. Many people even treated him as a joke of being brutalized. Actually, Ti Jing's ice god, mist, shadow, fish, dragon dance wasn't bad. It had reached the Grandmaster's supreme level, and the energy inside was at 80%. But this 80% was enough to turn him into a joke. This was because Yu Shangxiang managed to release 85% of the Force Dish's energy when she made the Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dishes 5%. It didn't seem like much, but she had won against Ti Jing. This time, many people treated Ti Jing as a joke. They were both making the Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon dance. One was at the Saint level, while the other was at the Grandmaster Supreme level. The difference was huge. The Yu family was even happier. This meant that Yu Xiangxiang would be in second place. She was the most outstanding Force Chef talent after Wang Teng. In the sky, Force Chef's screen froze. Wang Teng's name was at the top and Yu Xiangxiang was at the second. The audience looked at the screen in the sky and suddenly turned silent. 3. Wang Teng had already won first place in the 3 secondary professions competition. 2 of them were even at the saint level. Wang Teng didn't display the strength of a saint-level doctor, but based on his performance, he was at least at the peak of the Grandmaster level. It wasn't just the audience. Even the talents were astounded by this astonishing result. They never thought that a talent could have such achievements in his secondary professions. As the Force Chef competition came to an end, Wang Teng's Force Chef clone disappeared too. Everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Teng's clones, who were making smithery and alchemy. 2 of his secondary careers have reached the saint level. Shi Tianfeng took a deep breath and continued, I can guarantee that his remaining secondary careers will never reach the saint level again. Yes. Hua Tianyu nodded, he said firmly. Except mining, the remaining secondary professions are the most mainstream secondary professions. They are also the hardest to grasp. Wang Teng has already reached the saint level in 2 of his secondary professions. He will never be able to reach the saint level again. He's already a monster to have 2 secondary professions at the saint level. One person's energy can't support him in completing so many secondary professions. Nong Qianji touched her chin and said firmly, this was their inherent thought. Both the education they received and their personal experience told them that a person's energy was definitely not enough to raise so many secondary careers to the saint level. This didn't make sense. Actually, as their peer, it was already unbelievable that Wang Teng was able to reach the saint level with 1 secondary profession. What's more, there were so many secondary professions thus. These talents couldn't believe that Wang Teng was able to raise all his secondary professions to the saint level, even though Wang Teng had refreshed their understanding of him. Reese's expression turned strange when she saw them discussing seriously. For some reason, she felt that it was better not to come to a conclusion so quickly. It might be a woman's 6th sense. She found it absurd. Wang Teng might be able to create a miracle. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. Reese shook her head uncontrollably. She didn't say anything. Looking at Shi Tianfeng, Hua Tianyu, and the others, she knew that they wouldn't believe her no matter what she said. They only believed what they felt was right. It was quite pathetic. But this was the last stubbornness of these talents. She hoped that Wang Teng wouldn't continue to be a monstrous genius again, otherwise her heart might not be able to handle it. Thunder could be heard occasionally in the smithery competition area and the alchemy competition area during the medical poison and force chef competitions. The calamity lightning never stopped. However, from the start until now, the highest achievement of these 2 secondary professions was only the Grandmaster 8th level. For smithery and alchemy, an 8th level Grandmaster was already hard enough. It was many times more difficult than the 8th level Grandmasters in the medical poison and force chef fields. Whether it was an 8th level weapon or an 8th level Grandmaster level pill, the creators were all at the universe level. This meant that these weapons and pills would be of great help to universe stage martial warriors. Time passed slowly. Thunder roared continuously in the sky. Boom at a certain moment. A loud explosion was heard. It attracted the attention of many spectators. Lightning calamities struck down one after another, striking a long sword that was giving off a green glow. In the end, 9 bolts of lightning struck down. Chapter 2751, Gale Whisper Sword, Gold Shaking Axe, Mount Splitting Hammer. 2. Grandmaster 9th level. Exclamations were heard. The long sword giving off a green glow had reached the Grandmaster 9th level. This was the first time a Grandmaster 9th level weapon appeared in a smithery competition. It was eye-catching. That looks like Yi Wildhammer. He's a talent from the Wildhammer family. The Wildhammer family, good riddance. He's at the Grandmaster 9th level, as expected of the talents from the core blacksmith families. This is a wind element battle sword. It's even rarer. True that, wind element weapons are harder to forge than weapons with 5 elements attributes. Discussions were heard. Everyone stared at the short and muscular young man below the green battle sword in astonishment. Many smithery talents turned to look at Yi Wildhammer with grave expressions. Wang Teng looked over too. His gaze flickered slightly, and he immediately picked up the attribute bubbles around the mace. Heaven Realm Spirit 15085 Ard, Constellation Force Wind 10,000 Force Wind 850, Constellation Force Wind 10,000 Force 100, Gale Whisper Sword 1. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and mind and turned into energy and enlightenment. He received 3,300 points of Heaven Realm Spirit. In an instant, Wang Teng's tired spirit was relieved a little. Strings of cold spiritual power flowed into his small universe and merged with the spiritual power in the black hole, making it stronger. Spirit 1,050,000, Higgs 1,000, Heaven realm. During the time he was competing, Wang Teng also picked up many spirit attributes. His heaven realm spirit rose a little after all. During the competition, the talents needed to use their spiritual power too. They would drop attribute bubbles anytime so that Wang Teng could pick them up whenever he wanted. At the same time, he could replenish the spiritual power he exhausted during the competition so that he could maintain his spirit to participate in all 7 secondary professions simultaneously. Yes, he had a cheat in this area. Next was the Wind Constellation Force. He received 19,100 points in total. Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't think that he would meet such a special constellation force. What's more, there were many attributes. However, Yi Wildhammer used many wind element materials to forge a wind element weapon, so it wasn't surprising that he dropped Wind Constellation Force. Wind Constellation Force 19,900, a 6,000 6th level Cosmos realm. Wang Teng looked at the attributes board and was elated. His Wind Constellation Force was still at the 6th level, but it had increased a little. He was closer to breaking through to the 7th level. Then there was a special attribute Bubbles, Gale Whisper Sword. An enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was a green battle sword. After the battle sword appeared, it immediately disintegrated and turned into various special materials. They were laid out at the side. Then a short and muscular figure appeared and started forging. In an instant, this enlightenment merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into his memory, allowing him to grasp the forging method of the Gale Whisper Sword. Without a doubt, this was the wind element battle sword forged by Yi Wildhammer. This is the forging method of a wind element weapon. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was elated. This wind element battle sword could reach the peak of the Grand Master level. It was extraordinary. He didn't think that he would be able to get this attribute. Looks like I'm lucky, Wang Teng sniggered. He had picked up many forging methods, but none of them could be compared to the Gale Whisper Sword. Hence, he didn't take it to heart. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to pick up the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning this time. Wang Teng was a little disappointed. Speaking of the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, Wang Teng couldn't help but look at his Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning attribute. Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, 420,000, 3rd rank Ultimate Purple Lightning, 3rd rank Ultimate Purple Lightning. It was obvious that when Wang Teng's Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning attribute reached the 3rd rank, it became the Divine Calamity, Ultimate Purple Lightning. This was the Calamity Lightning attribute Wang Teng received after he picked up the attribute Bubbles dropped by the Calamity Lightning when he reached sainthood. With this ultimate purple lightning, Wang Teng had another powerful move. Its power was almost on par with a divine flame. After all, the power of the ultimate purple lightning wasn't something an ordinary calamity lightning could compare to. At this moment, in Wang Teng's small universe, a dazzling ball of purple lightning was floating in it, giving off a brilliant aura, ultimate purple lightning. This was the ultimate purple lightning. Wang Teng looked at the dazzling purple calamity lightning. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. However, he was happy and worried. The Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning had advanced to the ultimate purple lightning. This was a good thing, but it wouldn't be easy to raise the Calamity Lightning attribute now. The Calamity Lightning just now had reached the Grand Master 9th level, but it still couldn't provide him with attribute Bubbles. This proved how hard it was to raise the level of the ultimate purple lightning. It looks like only the saint-level Calamity Lightning can raise my Calamity Lightning attribute now. Wang Teng touched his chin and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it. He would let nature take its course. He had enough ultimate purple lightning for now. A universe stage martial warrior would have a hard time resisting the Calamity Lightning, especially when he was launching a sneak attack. This was the correct way to use the Calamity Lightning after some time. Explosions were heard continuously in the sky. The Calamity Lightning struck again. A battle axe giving off a golden glow floated in mid-air and suffered 9 bolts of lightning. Below the battle axe was a tall and muscular young man with huge horns on his head. He looked up at the sky with a burning gaze. It's Dukun Eugene from the Dukun family. He forged a Grandmaster 9th level metal battle axe. The Dukun family specializes in forging metal weapons. This metal battle axe must be extraordinary. I wonder if it's comparable to Yi Wildhammer's wind element battle sword. It's hard to say. The wind element has a certain advantage. On the other side, a battle mace giving off an earth-yellow glow soared into the sky and collided with the calamity, lightning. It suffered 9 bolts of lightning too. Below the battle mace was a muscular young man with horns on his head. This was a Minotaur, and Neoritian from the Neo family. His weapon is also at the Grandmaster 9th level. It's an earth element battle mace. It suits the Neo family style. It's already impressive that he can reach the Grandmaster 9th level. This battle mace looks powerful. It's able to withstand the calamity lightning without being at a disadvantage. The audience looked at the calamity lightning and the weapons above their heads and started discussing. At the same time, they knew the identities of these 2 talents. They were the talents from the Dukun and Neo family. Gold-shaking axe, mount-splitting hammer. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered slightly as he picked up their attribute bubbles. 2 related enlightenments appeared in his mind and merged into his memory. He digested and absorbed them. Gold-shaking axe. This was a battle axe legacy from the Dukun family. Its quality could reach the peak of the Grandmaster level. It was extremely sharp and powerful. It was a weapon loved by many metal element martial warriors. Not many martial warriors could get this axe. Most of them were at the peak of the universe stage and had a good relationship with the Dukun family. The mount-splitting hammer was a weapon passed down from the Neo family. It was as famous as the gold-shaking axe. Both had their pros. However, the mount-splitting hammer was an earth element weapon. It placed more emphasis on its weight advantage and its destructive power. Not bad. Wang Teng was satisfied. He was elated, as expected of the core families. The 2 weapons they threw out were at the peak of the Grandmaster level. It was rare to see them. Now there's only the Tai family and the Treen family left. Wang Teng was about to turn and look in the other 2 directions when he heard another explosion. Boom! Violent thunder echoed in the sky. Endless, dark clouds gathered. The scene was even more terrifying and oppressive than the previous 3 talents from the core families. This is a Grandmaster Supreme Level Calamity Lightning. Wang Teng raised his head in surprise. He immediately searched for the talented blacksmith who attracted the Calamity Lightning. Boom. At this moment, a fiery red pillar of light shot into the sky. There was a huge clock in the pillar of light. Chapter 2752, Red Lunar Crimson Bell, Gabriel, Grandmaster Supreme Level 1, Big Bell. Wang Teng raised his head and looked in the direction of the fiery red pillar of light. There was a huge bell faintly visible in the pillar of light. Scorching heat spread out from the pillar of light and swept in all directions. A fire element bell-type weapon? Wang Teng was surprised. This was a rare weapon. It was his first time seeing it, so he got interested immediately. He activated his real eye and looked into the pillar of light. The fiery red glow couldn't block his vision anymore. She was like a beauty whose outerwear had been peeled off. Her snow-white body entered his vision. It was a crimson bell with occult runes carved on its surface. They seemed to be squirming on the surface of the bell as if they were alive. A thick and scorching heat exuded from the bell. Even Wang Teng's real eye felt a slight scorching pain when he looked at the bell. Fortunately, it didn't affect him much. This small burn couldn't hurt him at all. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and looked down at the pillar of light. He saw a muscular figure standing below the pillar of light. Her figure was on par with Dukun, Eugene, and Neoritian. However, this figure was a lady. That's right, a muscular lady. Her bare arm was as thick as an adult's thigh. She was holding a smithing hammer in her hand as she looked up at the sky. Gasp! Wang Teng took a deep breath. He felt a strong impact on his vision. Why did he always meet these brawny girls? He remembered that he met one when he was on Earth. It was still fresh in his memory, in the universe. He had met many ladies of this size. All of them were muscular enough to crush his small body. Wang Teng didn't have any biases against them. He just felt that they were ruthless since they were able to cultivate their figures to this stage. Taiwan. At this moment, a deep voice filled with astonishment was heard. The person who spoke was Niu Richin from the Niu family. He looked at the muscular lady and then at the calamity lightning in the sky. The astonishment on his face gradually turned serious. This is a Grandmaster Supreme level weapon. Dukun Eugene's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, I didn't expect her to make a Grandmaster Supreme level weapon. Taiwan's mastery isn't weaker than ours. It looks like she has taken a step further than us, Yi Wildhammer said with shimmering eyes. I'm a little frustrated. I didn't expect to lose to her. Niu Ritian touched the horn on his head and shook his head. All three of us lost. At first, I wanted to forge a Grandmaster Supreme level weapon, but I failed in the end. My blacksmith mastery is a problem, and so is the material. It's a pity that I couldn't find the ingredients, Dukun Eugene said. Niu Ritian and Yi Wildhammer nodded. They felt the same way. It wasn't easy to forge a Grandmaster Supreme level weapon. Even with their mastery, they only had a low chance of success. The materials were hard to find, so the probability was lower. But thinking about it, being able to find the corresponding ingredients was a proof of one's ability. Thus, no matter how unwilling they were, they didn't deny the fact that they lost to Taiwan. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky and slammed on the crimson bell. Metallic clangs were heard continuously. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of lightning colliding with the clock resounded in the sky. It was deafening and shocked many people. As for the clock, it didn't move even after 10 terrifying bolts of lightning struck it. It withstood the calamity lightning forcefully. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. They seemed extremely satisfied with the defense of this weapon. Many universe stage martial warriors and eternal level martial warriors were tempted. This was how the exchange event was like. It was a form of publicity. For instance, the Dukun family's gold-shaking axe and the Niu family's mount-splitting hammer could be promoted through this method so that more martial warriors would see them. Naturally, they would contact the Dukun family and the Niu family to buy them. Now that the clock had attracted the attention of the audience, they started discussing. The defensibility of this clock is not bad. It's not just not bad. It's very impressive. True that. Mind you, that's a calamity lightning caused by a Grandmaster Supreme level weapon. It's extremely powerful, but this clock managed to block it without moving an inch. I'm willing to pay a high price for this. I wonder if this clock has any other uses besides its defensibility. I don't know about other things, but I know that it can be used to smash people. What do you mean by smashing people? Can't you be more serious? After seeing the defensibility of the clock, everyone got curious about its attacking power. If it could attack and defend at the same time, the value of the clock would definitely double, and it would gain the favor of many martial warriors. This clock is not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up the attribute bubbles dropped near Taiwan. Heaven Realm Spirit 2,200, Fire Constellation Force 12,000. Fire Constellation Force 13,400, 13,500. Red Lunar Crimson Bell, Gabriel Grandmaster, Supreme Level 2. Wang Teng's Heaven Realm Spirit rose again. This Taiwan dropped more Heaven Realm Spirit than the other talents. There were 4,100 points in total. Spirit, 1380,000, 16,000. Heaven Realm. Wang Teng's Spirit attribute rose quickly. The talents provided him with many spirit attributes. Next was the Fire Constellation Force. Unfortunately, Wang Teng's Fire Constellation Force had reached the perfected 9th level Cosmos realm. The only use of these attributes was to thicken his Fire Constellation Force. This was not bad. At least his foundation would be stronger than the other martial warriors. The last attribute bubble was what Wang Teng wanted, the red lunar crimson bell. An enlightenment appeared in his mind and turned into the outline of a crimson bell. The clock disintegrated like the Gale Whisper sword and turned into special fire element materials. Then a human figure appeared and started forging. As the figure continued forging, this enlightenment gradually merged into Wang Teng's memory. It deepened and strengthened until it became his knowledge and experience as if he had learned it before. Red lunar crimson bell. A crimson glow flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. There seemed to be the outline of a huge clock inside. It looked exceptionally magical. As the memory was absorbed, a smile gradually appeared at the edge of his lips. It's a legacy that can reach the saint level. Saint level. Without a doubt, the red lunar crimson bell's limit wasn't the Grand Master Supreme level. It was the saint level. Taiwan could only forge it to the Grand Master Supreme level. If not, the quality of this clock would be much higher. Wang Teng was astounded when the description appeared. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to get a saint-level legacy. Ordinary secondary professionals would need to pay a huge price to get one from the Secondary Career Alliance. If you were lucky and had a good master, you would be able to get the legacy of a saint-level martial warrior. But whether it was the former or the latter, there were prerequisites. Normal people wouldn't be able to get it. This was why Wang Teng was so surprised. It was the same as when he unexpectedly received the God's Sigh, as expected of a core family. Wang Teng exclaimed again. He didn't know how many times he had lamented, but it didn't matter. He didn't mind lamenting a few more times since they were able to give him so many benefits. These core families were really fat sheep. He could get a lot of attribute bubbles from them. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and turned away. He looked at the weapon burning in the flame in front of him. The forging process was completed. It was at the last stage of nourishment. It shouldn't take long to complete. A black shadow floated silently within the crimson flame. Outsiders couldn't see what was inside. The audience, including the talents around them, were all curious about the weapon in the flame. After all, this was a weapon forged by Wang Teng. Even if many people didn't think that he could reach the saint level, their attention on him didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. He was a saint-level poison master and a saint-level force chef. He could be a good blacksmith. Everyone believed that Wang Teng's weapon wouldn't disappoint them. Unfortunately, Wang Teng's flame was the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. Outsiders couldn't see through it. Even eternal-level martial warriors wouldn't be able to see through the divine flame without special eye battle techniques. Thus, they could only wait obediently for Wang Teng's weapon to appear. Niu Ritian, Dukun Eugene, Yi Wildhammer, and Taiwan sat cross-legged on their stone platforms. The weapons they forged floated above their heads. These talents glanced at Wang Teng from time to time. They were curious about him. They had witnessed Wang Teng's performance in the past. A saint-level martial warrior was quite eye-catching among them, even if he wasn't at the saint level of smithery. But this was like a tiger suddenly running into a pack of wolves. It was rare they even started discussing using voice transmission. Hey, what grade of weapon do you think he can forge? Who knows? He hasn't forged it. I'm too lazy to guess. I guess he's at least at the Grand Master 9th level. Let's see if he can reach the Grand Master Supreme level and surpass Taiwan. It won't be easy to surpass me. Taiwan is so confident. Anyway, Taiwan, where did you get the legacy of the clock? I've never seen it before. I can't tell you that. That's my fortune. Taiwan raised her chin proudly when she mentioned her red lunar crimson bell. Even though she was brawny, she was still a girl. What's more, in Neuritian, Dukun, Eugene, and the others' eyes, this lady was more attractive. Taiwan's appearance was in line with the aesthetics of the core blacksmith families. Amidst their discussion, another 2 Grandmaster 9th-level weapons appeared and attracted the Calamity Lightning. One of the weapons was a battle blade. It was a fire element weapon, too. The blacksmith came from the talent of the Treen family. His name was Colby. The other weapon was a long spear. Its attribute was special. It was an ice element weapon, and the smith didn't belong to any core family. Chapter 2754, Red Lunar Crimson Bell. Gabriel, Grand Master, Supreme Level 3, an Ice Attribute Spear. Who is this blacksmith? His name is Lan Si. He's a talent from our Ice River Territorial Domain, and he's an Ice Fairy Clan member. Ice River Territorial Domain, the talent of the Ice Fairy Clan. No wonder he can forge a Grandmaster 9th level Ice Element weapon, a Grandmaster 9th level weapon with special attributes. I wonder which is better, the spear or the Wind Element battle sword. This is for the Saint level blacksmiths to judge. They must be stronger than normal weapons with normal attributes. I didn't expect 1 or 2 dark horses to appear besides the core families. Isn't that normal? There are dark horses every year. It all depends on how dark they are. For instance, Wang Teng is almost pitch black. Fortunately, Wang Teng couldn't hear their discussion. If not, he would feel offended. His face was so fair. Who dared to say that he was dark? Sun Fire Blade, Ice Dragon Scale, Breaking Spear. Wang Teng had already picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the 2 talents. He was elated. He received the legacy of 2 more weapons. This was great. The Sunfire Blade was the legacy of the Treen family. It was an extremely powerful fire element blade weapon. Normally, no outsiders knew about it. If one wasn't a member of the Treen family, one wouldn't be able to learn it even if one wanted to. The Ice Dragon Scale Breaking Spear was even rarer. It was the legacy of the Ice Fairy Clan. Even among the Ice Fairies, only a few people could learn this legacy. Normally, only talents had the chance to learn it. Wang Teng was no stranger to the Ice Fairy Clan. He had seen a real Ice Fairy before and remembered how powerful she was. Now he received the legacy of an Ice Element spear weapon from the Ice Fairy race. This was a huge surprise. These 2 weapons could reach the peak of the Grandmaster level. They were extremely powerful. That meant that as long as the blacksmith mastery was high enough, he would be able to forge a Grandmaster Supreme level weapon, not just a Grandmaster 9th level weapon. In summary, these smithery legacies came from the talents from various factions. They were rare. Other people would be so happy they wouldn't be able to sleep if they got one. However, Wang Teng managed to catch all of them at once. If the talents knew about this, they might attack him together. Wang Teng shuddered uncontrollably when he thought of this scene. It was a little dangerous. It looked like he should keep a low profile when forging weapons in the future. Let's sneak into the city and make a fortune silently. He could make use of the reputation of these core families and the various factions to secretly sell their legacy weapons and earn a huge sum of money. Amazing, Wang Teng saw a golden path opening up in front of him. Chaos coins were waving at him. This wasn't difficult for him. Based on his speed of forging, it was comparable to an assembly line. He just needed to squeeze some time out to forge a few weapons. Yes, that's right. I will do this in the future. Wang Teng had already made his decision. Earning money wasn't shabby. It didn't matter if he was a little black-hearted, as the talents from the 5 core families completed their work. Only a few talents were left in the smithery competition area. Wang Teng was one of them. As for the other talents, no one paid much attention to them. They didn't have any outstanding performances in the past, so they might not be able to rise to prominence now. At the same time, in the alchemy competition area, calamity lightning struck continuously. One by one, the talents succeeded in making the pills. A strong fragrance floated in the alchemy competition area. Occasionally, there would be a burnt smell mixed in. Since some people succeeded, there would be failures too. Some talents had high expectations of themselves and wanted to amaze the crowd with a single brilliant feat. In the end, they overestimated their ability and failed in their alchemists. They were exposed, and the burnt smell was the smell of all kinds of spiritual herbs and dregs after they exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The alchemy competition area was exceptionally lively. Bolts of lightning struck down, turning this area into a forbidden zone. Only the poison competition could somehow be compared to the grand occasion of the alchemy competition. But overall, the alchemy side was more lively. You could tell that there were many alchemists. There were many more alchemists than poison master and blacksmith secondary professions. The more people there were, the more talents there would be. Look, Grandmaster, 9th level. A Grandmaster level 9th level pill appeared so quickly. It's not a talent from a core family. It looks like a talent from another faction. That should be a talent from the Solar Dragon territorial domain, right? He looks special. This person's name is Zhulang Qi. His performance on the Herb Garden planet was outstanding too. Now that he has made a Grandmaster 9th level pill, his alchemy mastery must be extraordinary. He's a talent from the Solar Dragon territorial domain. I remember that the Solar Dragon territorial domain had many powerful alchemist talents in the past competitions. The Solar Dragon race possesses extremely powerful fire talent, so it's naturally very suitable for learning alchemy. There's more than one. Look, there's another Grandmaster 9th level pill. Huh. That looks like a talent from the Witch Tower territorial domain. The territorial domain. His name is Wu Shu. I didn't expect Wu Shu's alchemy talent to be so strong. Chapter 2755, Red Lunar Crimson Bell. Gabriel, Grandmaster Supreme Level 4, as expected of the alchemy competition. It's indeed more lively than the other secondary profession competitions. Even the talents who made Grandmaster 9th level pills appeared one by one. Exclamations were heard. Everyone noticed a few talents who managed to make a Grandmaster 9th level pill and started discussing. Zhulang Qi, he's a talent from the Solar Dragon race. Wang Teng looked in a certain direction in surprise. There was a talent from the Solar Dragon race there. His appearance was too eye-catching. He was old friends with the Solar Dragon race. However, the people he met in the past were all martial warriors. This time, he met a talent in alchemy. He had to admit that the Solar Dragon race must be powerful to be able to control a territorial domain. Not only were they talented in martial arts, but they were also talented in alchemy. They even had talents participating in the other secondary professions. However, their limelight was overshadowed by the top talents, so no one paid much attention to them. In terms of alchemy, a dazzling talent had finally appeared in the Solar Dragon race. There are attribute bubbles. Wang Teng looked in Zhulang Qi's direction and saw a few attribute bubbles dropping. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up. Heaven Realm Spirit 3,300, Heaven Realm Spirit 3,000, Constellation Force Fire 8,600, Constellation Force Fire 750 Solar Dragon Blood Pill. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and mind. Most of them were Heaven Realm Spirit and Fire Constellation Force attributes. Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to them. Then a special enlightenment appeared in his mind. It was a pill prescription. Similar to the legacy of Smithery, the pill prescription was the legacy of the alchemy method. In Wang Teng's mind, a figure of the Solar Dragon race was sitting cross-legged on the ground. There was a furnace in front of him with flames burning outside. One by one, the spiritual herbs were thrown into the furnace and refined. There were more than 1,000 of them. The Solar Dragon race martial warrior even cut his wrist and dripped his blood inside. Then he used different ingredients to merge them and turned them into a crimson pill. Solar Dragon Blood Pill. Wang Teng touched his chin. He seemed to have accidentally taken the other party's legacy pill. It was obvious that this Solar Dragon Blood Pill was a special pill of the Solar Dragon race. Also, from his enlightenment just now, he could tell that this was a pill that could only be made using the blood of the Solar Dragon race. Outsiders wouldn't be able to make it. Many spiritual herbs were needed for this pill. These were the special spiritual herbs of the Solar Dragon race. They were hard to find in the outside world. The Herb Garden planet was special and contained all kinds of spiritual herbs. If Zhulang Qi couldn't find some substitute spiritual herbs, he might not be able to make this Solar Dragon Blood Pill. The Solar Dragon Blood Pill's effect was similar to reviving the dead. No matter how many injuries you had, you would be able to recover quickly after consuming it. It was an extremely magical healing pill. Of course, this pill was at the Grandmaster 9th level. It was only useful for martial warriors at the universe level and below. If he exceeded this stage, the effects would be negligible. There was something special about this solar dragon blood pill. Its grade was related to the blood level of the solar dragon race. For instance, the blood of a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage from the solar dragon race could raise the grade of the pill to the peak of the Grand Master level. Only the blood of an eternal stage martial warrior from the solar dragon race could push the grade of the pill to the saint level. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Blood was the key. This pill is not bad, but it's a little troublesome. I need the blood of the solar dragon race to make it, Wang Teng wondered to himself. He couldn't possibly catch a martial warrior from the solar dragon race and let him bleed, right? If the solar dragon race discovered him, they would kill him. In the past, he only received the body of a solar dragon race martial warrior, and it already attracted a lot of trouble. Much less taking the blood of the solar dragon race martial warriors alive based on the protective nature of the solar dragon race. Catching a member of the solar dragon race was equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. This felt quite exhilarating. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly and sealed the solar dragon blood pill. He had to learn it first. As for whether he wanted to make it, no one knew. He stopped thinking about it and looked at another alchemist who made a Grand Master 9th level pill. Wu Shu, Wang Teng's gaze flickered. His expression turned strange. Another talent from the Witch Tower territorial domain. Why are they all from the territorial domains I'm familiar with? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He picked up the attribute bubbles around Wu Shu. Heaven Realm Spirit 3100, Constellation Force, Fire 920, Constellation Force, Fire 840, God of Sorcerers Yang Restoring Pill. Wang Teng was stunned. Something strange seemed to have appeared in his mind. His expression turned strange. This pill seemed a little indecent. God of Sorcerers Yang Restoring Pill, just like its name. It was a medicine used to replenish Yang aura. The Grand Master 9th level God of Sorcerer's Yang Restoring Pill would be of great help to universe stage martial warriors. Everyone knew that the stronger a martial warrior was, the harder it was for them to give birth to children. The God of Sorcerer's Yang Restoring Pill was a pill that could replenish and stimulate Yang energy. It could increase the probability of universe stage martial warriors giving birth to children. Chapter 2756, Red Lunar Crimson Bell. Gabriel, Grandmaster, Supreme Level 5. Wang Teng suddenly remembered the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill. They seemed similar. However, in comparison, the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill was more comprehensive and focused more on the harmony of Yin and Yang. It wasn't like the God of Sorcerer's Yang Restoring Pill, which only focused on Yang. If Wang Teng made the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill, he would be able to suppress the God of Sorcerer's Yang Restoring Pill. However, he didn't plan to make the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence Pill. Time passed slowly. More and more alchemists finished making pills. Besides the 2 Grand Master 9th level pills, there were 3 more Grand Master alchemists who managed to make 9th level pills. What's more, they weren't members of the core families. These 3 talents attracted a lot of attention and discussions. They were in the limelight. Wang Teng watched the show and silently picked up the attribute bubbles. 3 more peak Grandmaster level medicines were added to his library. It felt amazing. Boom. At this moment, a violent explosion occurred. Lightning exploded in the sky. Heavens might shone brightly and dark clouds gathered. The sky in this area was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. The dark clouds filled up the sky as if they were about to bore down on them. This was completely different from the Grandmaster 9th level Calamity Lightning. Grandmaster Supreme Rank Pill. Someone made a Grandmaster Supreme Rank Pill. That looks like a talent from the Liu Guang territorial domain. He came from the same place as Wang Teng. He came from the same place as Wang Teng? Really? Yes, they're both from the Great Qian Empire. I think his name is Gabriel. I didn't expect him to be able to make a Grandmaster Supreme Rank Pill. This is heaven-defying. Is the feng shui of the Great Qian Empire so good? Why are there 2 geniuses with such great talent? Wang Teng is still all right after all. He's a god-level talent. I didn't expect Gabriel to be able to make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. This is unexpected. This talent immediately attracted the attention of the audience. No one could ignore a talent who could make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. Many people reacted immediately. This talent came from the same place as Wang Teng. Many people had already started investigating the Great Qian Empire when they knew about Wang Teng. After all, a faction that wasn't famous actually gave birth to a monster like Wang Teng. Everyone must be curious. What was so special about the Great Qian Empire? Hence, they were familiar with the Great Qian Empire. When they saw Gabriel, they immediately knew that he came from the Great Qian Empire. In the Great Qian Empire's seat, the Parkers were overjoyed when they saw the rise of Gabriel. The eternal-level Parker's family martial warrior was elated, too. He couldn't maintain his composure when he saw Gabriel making a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. Ha 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 ha! The furious, flaming universe lord burst out laughing. He exclaimed excitedly, "Grand Master Supreme level! A Grand Master Supreme Rank pill! I didn't expect Gabriel's alchemy mastery to be so high!" The flaming Phoenix Universe Lord commented with a smile. He knew that Gabriel's alchemy mastery had reached the peak of the Grand Master level, but he never expected him to be able to make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. This was too difficult. Only a small portion of Grandmaster alchemists at the peak of the Grandmaster level were able to make a Grandmaster Supreme Rank pill. What's more, the success rate was very low. Everyone knew that there was a certain failure rate for alchemists. The failure rate of every alchemist was different. Some alchemists had a low failure rate, while others had a 70% to 80% failure rate. They might not even succeed once after making 10 furnaces of pills. Also, there were too many variables in the competition. Many alchemists at the peak of the Grand Master level might not even be able to make a Grand Master 9th level pill, much less a Supreme Rank pill. He finally heaved a sigh of relief after Gabriel successfully made a furnace of Grandmaster Supreme Rank pills. He was elated. It was a great honor for the Great Qian Empire to have a talented alchemist who could make Grandmaster Supreme Rank pills. Even the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters would take it seriously, much less the Great Qian Empire's Secondary Career Alliance branch. The Furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord looked at Grandmaster Hua Yuan proudly. Didn't these secondary profession Grandmasters place high importance in Wang Teng? Now that Gabriel had risen, what should they do? They didn't believe that these secondary profession Grandmasters wouldn't have any regrets when they saw Gabriel making a Grandmaster Supreme Rank pill. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others saw this scene too. Their expressions changed slightly, and they felt complicated at first. They thought that Gabriel was only at the Grandmaster's 7th level. They didn't expect him to be at the peak. Now, he even made a Grandmaster Supreme Rank pill. They couldn't disregard a talented alchemist who made a Grandmaster Supreme Rank pill. Unfortunately, he was from the Parkers family. He wasn't on the same side as them. Sigh. Grandmaster Hua Yuan sighed deeply in his heart. It would be great if Gabriel wasn't a member of the Parkers family. With him and Wang Teng, the Secondary Career Alliance of the Great Qian Empire would definitely welcome unprecedented glory. But they weren't friends. Instead, they were enemies. It was hard to predict if this was a blessing or a curse. Gabriel's calamity lightning disappeared quickly and was resisted. A strong fragrance wafted out from his furnace and filled up the sky. It was invigorating. He made a Grandmaster Supreme Rank pill. Wang Teng looked at the young man from the Parkers family. There was a strange glint in his eyes. What a surprise. It was indeed a little unexpected. It was surprising that Gabriel's talent could reach this stage. At the same time, Gabriel felt Wang Teng's gaze and turned to look at him. There was a hint of pride and arrogance on his face. Grandmaster Supreme Rank pill. You will definitely lose, Gabriel thought to himself. Ever since he saw Wang Teng advancing to the saint level, he didn't dare to underestimate him anymore, but in terms of alchemy, he was absolutely confident. Now he had made a Grand Master Supreme rank pill. He felt that Wang Teng would definitely lose in alchemy. Wang Teng must have spent a lot of effort and time to advance to the saint level in Force Chef and Poison Fields. Hence, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak in alchemy. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment when he saw the other party's expression. Then he was caught between laughter and tears. Was Gabriel being proud again? Did he think that he would win after making a Grand Master Supreme rank pill? Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. Why did all these talents have to compete with him? Chapter 2757. 6 Supreme Level Pills. Sainthood Again. Mutation. Dan Family 1. Wang Teng ignored Gabriel. To him, the man wasn't a threat if he wasn't at the saint level. Gabriel's proud smile disappeared gradually when he saw Wang Teng's indifferent expression. His face turned black. What did he mean? Was that guy jeering at him? Gabriel felt humiliated. He treated the other party as his opponent, but the other party didn't take him seriously at all. The frustration made him angry from embarrassment. A suppressed snort came from his nose. Gabriel snorted in his heart. Let's see how you lose later. Wang Teng didn't know what Gabriel was thinking. He was counting the gains he received from him. Diamond Dragon Strength Pill, 1 pill prescription, and it was a pill prescription that could reach the saint level. The Diamond Dragon Strength Pill was made from the flesh and blood of star beasts with dragon bloodlines. Hence, it was called Dragon Strength. After consuming this pill, a martial warrior would possess the power of a dragon. Of course, this was a little exasperated, but he could indeed possess a portion of the dragon's power. For instance, this supreme-level Diamond Dragon Strength Pill, made by Gabriel, could strengthen the physique of a universe stage martial warrior and give him great power. Normally, after consuming the Diamond Dragon Strength Pill, the physical strength of a universe stage martial warrior would increase by 10% to 30%. This was amazing and unbelievable. To the physique-refining martial warriors knew the effects, they would scramble for it. No matter what price they had to pay, they would be willing to buy it. This rare pill didn't belong to the Parkers family. Gabriel found it coincidentally in another place. Now it was Wang Teng's turn. It looks like Gabriel had many opportunities outside. Wang Teng touched his chin. There was a huge commotion on Gabriel's side. Unfortunately, the other talents didn't pay much attention to him because they were at the crucial moment too. On the other hand, the talented alchemists who made the Grandmaster 9th level pills were a little unwilling. They looked at Gabriel with hostility. Boom. Time passed again. After some time, the calamity clouds appeared in the sky again. Looking at their size, they were on par with the calamity lightning Gabriel attracted just now. Another Grand Master Supreme rank pill. Boom. The moment this thought appeared in everyone's mind, more calamity clouds gathered on the other side. It was a huge scene. But this wasn't the end. This was just the start. Calamity clouds gathered continuously, covering the entire sky and plunging the entire plaza into darkness. Another Grand Master Supreme rank pill. More Grandmaster Supreme rank pills. The audience stared at the sky with wide eyes. They didn't know what to think. Were the Grandmaster Supreme rank pills free, or was it wholesale? For a moment, no one regained their senses. This was unbelievable. There were so many Grandmaster Supreme rank pills, everyone was in a daze. However, the explosions kept reminding them that those were Grandmaster Supreme rank pills. Gabriel's expression froze. He looked up at the sky and suddenly felt exasperated. Fuck! 6 Grandmaster Supreme rank pills. Why were there so many of them? He looked over and realized that 5 of the 6 bolts of lightning were from the 5 core families. The last one came from the talented alchemist from the Gu Hong territorial domain, Gu Luo. He wasn't unfamiliar with Gu Luo. This person's performance was outstanding from the start and was eye-catching. What's more, he was a talent from the Gu Hong territorial domain. No one dared to underestimate him. 6 talents, 6 Grandmaster Supreme rank pills. The happiness in Gabriel's heart because he made a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill dissipated instantly. What is rare is dear. Even for a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill, it wouldn't be as eye-catching if there were too many of them. Now there were 6 more talents who managed to make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. Including himself, there were 7 of them. At first, he thought that it would be good enough if 2 or 3 people could make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. Now, it looked like he was too naive. The number of alchemy talents exceeded his expectation. Wang Teng looked up too. He was a little astounded. All 6 of them made a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill at the same time. Did these talents agree on this? He counted them carefully. They were all familiar faces. Dan Yuan from the Dan family, Lei Yan from the Lei family, Mo Cheng from the Mo family, Li Jin from the Li family, Valk from the Ruskin family, and Gu Luo from the Gu Hong territorial domain. Wang Teng wasn't surprised when he saw these talents. It seemed reasonable. The 5 core families, plus the genius from the Gu Hong territorial domain. If anyone was able to make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill, they would be among these talents. The only surprise was that all these talents managed to make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. The explosions lasted for a long time. Finally, the calamity clouds in the sky dissipated and the stifling feeling disappeared. The audience heaved a sigh of relief. Then they stared at the 6 talents in astonishment. There were 6 figures in 6 different directions. The light from the sky shone on them, making them exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 2758, 6 Supreme Level Pills. Sainthood Again Mutation. Dan Family, 2. Dan, Yuan, Lei Yan, and Gu Luo exchanged glances with one another. They saw a hint of competitiveness in each other's eyes. After a moment of astonishment, Wang Teng suddenly felt happy. The 6 talents dropped many attribute bubbles. He immediately picked up the attribute bubbles they dropped and then received 6 different pill prescriptions. 9 sealed purple spirit pill, spiritual merging realm breaking pill, ice heart soul cleansing pill, spiritual barrier breaking pill, soul gathering blood, merging pill, heavenly essence calamity breaking pill. So many. So many. Amazing. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He felt as if he had found 6 large sums of money. He received 6 high-rank pill prescriptions at once. This felt amazing. If it wasn't satisfying enough, it was because he wanted more. At this moment, as the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind, enlightenment kept appearing and finally merged into his memory. Good stuff. After Wang Teng understood the uses of these 6 pill prescriptions, the corners of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. He wanted to laugh. Each of the 6 pill prescriptions had their own uses, and they were quite useful. These were extremely rare pill medicines for universe stage martial warriors. For instance, the first pill, the 9 sealed purple spirit pill. This was a pill that could seal the ability of martial warriors. Was it magical? The 9 sealed purple spirit pill at the Grandmaster Supreme level could seal the ability of a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage, and it could last for 3 years. That's right, you didn't see wrong. 3 years. A martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage was extremely powerful. He could destroy the world or an entire patch of the universe. However, the 9 sealed purple spirit pill was able to seal him for 3 years. Normal people wouldn't even dare to think about it. But this was the ability of a peak Grand Master alchemist. If not, alchemists wouldn't be able to gain such a high status in the universe and become one of the 3 mainstream secondary professions. The poison and medical professions couldn't be compared to them. The effects of the other 5 pills were on par with the 9 sealed purple spirit pill. After Wang Teng understood their uses, he finally managed to control his emotions after a long time. Amazing. He could only use this word to describe his current emotions. Impressive. He only knew the effects of the 5 pills, but he felt that he was going to be rich before he saw them personally. Yes, he was rich after all. They were too useful. If he auctioned them, many formidable warriors would come to buy them. Wang Teng wondered if he should organize an exclusive auction to sell all the weapons, pills, and poisons he knew. Wang Teng touched his chin and felt that this was a good idea. He could give it a try in the future. But then again, he was sure that he might be able to use these 6-pill prescriptions one day. Thank you, my friends. Wang Teng glanced at Lian, Guluo, and the others. His gaze was sincere and filled with gratitude. Lian and the others were looking over. When they noticed his gaze, they were stunned. What was going on? Why was this fellow's gaze so strange at first? They wanted to show off their achievements to Wang Teng and take a look at his progress. However, when they saw his gaze, they were stunned and even forgot their original intention. For a moment, the talents fell into an eerie silence. They were in a dilemma and felt uncomfortable. The rise of the 6 alchemy talents pushed the atmosphere to the peak. All the spectators were in an uproar. Discussions were heard continuously. So powerful. All 6 of them made a Grandmaster Supreme rank pill. Before the competition, I don't even dare to think about it. This is much more exciting than poison and medical competitions. Even the smithery competition can't be compared to it. As expected, alchemy is the most popular secondary profession. It's confirmed. It must be alchemy. This result has already explained everything. Let's see who can doubt it in the future. On the high platform, the 3 great elders were astounded too. It looks like there are many alchemy talents this year, Great Elder Tambeli said enviously. He was a great elder in the smithery path, so he hoped that there would be more talents in the smithery path. However, it was obvious that there were more talents in the alchemy path. He felt envious and helpless. Ha ha ha, are you convinced now? My alchemy is the most popular secondary profession. Great Elder Dan Chen laughed happily. It's too early to be happy. The result of my rune competition hasn't come out. Great Elder Byers pouted. Although he knew that there was a high chance that he couldn't be compared to them, he still refuted. Ha ha, let's wait for the result of your rune competition. Great Elder Dan Chen sniggered and didn't argue with him. Never mind, I have to admit that many people like alchemy. Some talented martial warriors would rather choose alchemy than runes and smithery. Alchemy is more popular. Great Elder Byers said helplessly, "Forget it. Forging is the most miserable. Many people don't want to suffer like this." Great Elder Tambeli said bitterly, "In summary, the smithery path was indeed the toughest. One needed to train one's body, and this might affect one's physique. This was why many people were unwilling to choose the smithery path." Chapter 259. 6 Supreme Level Pills, Sainthood, again, Mutation, Dan Family, 3. Just like physique refining martial warriors, there were only a few of them. Didn't others know how powerful physique martial warriors were? They knew. It was just that most people couldn't bear the pain. This is something everyone knows. Let's not talk about it. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head. Wang Teng should be the only one left now. I wonder what level his alchemy mastery has reached. I'm looking forward to it. Indeed, I hope that he can create miracles again, but I don't want him to be too monstrous. It's contradictory. Great Elder Tambeli said with a bitter smile. 2 of his secondary professions have reached the saint level. It will be a huge stimulation if another one appears. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded. That's why Grandmaster Supreme level is enough. It's still amazing enough. Great Elder Byers said. The 3 great elders exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know if they should laugh or cry. They were at the immortal level, but they hoped that a junior's mastery wouldn't be too high. If others knew about this, they might think that they wanted to suppress Wang Teng. As the talents completed their achievements, the smithery and alchemy competitions came to an end. But everyone was surprised when they realized that Wang Teng hadn't finished his match. Time passed quickly, in a blink of an eye. It was the last day. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Now, not only were the alchemy and smithery competitions about to end, but the mining and rune competitions would also be judged today. This was something worth anticipating for the audience. Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng. It was the last day. Would he make it in time? Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were worried. There wasn't much time left. But Wang Teng smithery and alchemy competitions hadn't ended. They couldn't feel at ease. Wang Teng might have made a name for himself in the previous 3 competitions, but it would be great if he could achieve a good ranking. Please, forgive their greed. But they really wanted to wait for a miracle to appear. The furious flaming universe lord and the others sneered when they saw this scene. For some reason, they felt refreshed. He better be too late. Having 2 secondary professions at the saint level was already abnormal enough. They didn't want to see Wang Teng becoming even more abnormal. Watching Wang Teng rise step by step was a torture for the Parkers family. It was unbearable for everyone. The time was getting shorter and shorter, from morning to noon and from noon to evening. An hour passed, the stars above the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters were about to fall. Is he going to fail? This thought appeared in everyone's mind uncontrollably. They found it a pity. Many people were filled with malice. They hoped that Wang Teng wouldn't achieve a good ranking in smithery and alchemy. These people came from various factions, including the Namos Empire, the Chidara Freedom Alliance, and other factions that were hostile to the Great Xi'an Empire. At the same time, there were some factions that didn't get a good ranking during the exchange. They didn't want others to be better than them. However, there were some people who hoped that Wang Teng could create more miracles. To them, this was a competition. Wang Teng was the talent they cared about, so they hoped that the more talented he was, the better. What pill is he making? Why does he need so much time to nourish it? In the alchemy competition area, Lian Gu Luo and the others looked at Wang Teng and frowned. A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of Gabriel's lips. On the other side, in the smithery competition area, Dukun Eugene, Taiwan, and the others were frowning too. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng. All the family heads of the core families looked over too. Some were surprised, some felt pity, and some were gloating. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Teng and his clone closed their eyes on the 2 stone platforms. There was no emotions on their faces. They didn't seem to care about what was happening outside. No matter what others thought, it wouldn't affect him. Many powerful martial warriors were amazed by his ability to maintain his composure. No wonder he was able to advance to the saint level. Normal people wouldn't be able to remain calm in a situation like this. Clang, at this moment, a long and clear ringing sound was heard. It echoed in the quiet plaza. This is. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, their eyes widened and they looked in the direction of the smithery area. The sound seemed to be coming from Wang Teng's furnace. Clang. Another tremor was heard. It was clearer and louder than the previous one. It echoed in the sky for a long time. Everyone regained their senses and looked at Wang Teng's furnace. They held their breaths. Was he going to succeed? The Parkers family and those who didn't wish for Wang Teng to succeed had a slight change in their expressions. Dukun Eugene, T1, Yi Wildhammer, New Ritian, and Colby looked at Wang Teng grimly. Clang! Clang! At this moment, tremors echoed continuously. They became more frequent and hurried, as if something was slamming violently in the furnace, trying to break out of it. Chapter 276 Theory, 6 Supreme Level Pills, Sainthood Again, Mutation. Dan family, 4, boom. Thunder roared in the sky. Thick, dark clouds gathered from all directions. They grew thicker and thicker. Soon, everyone realized that the dark clouds weren't just congregating above the smithery competition area. They were also congregating above the alchemy competition area. Oh my God, this isn't one bolt of lightning. It's 2 bolts of lightning. Wang Teng succeeded in forging and alchemy at the same time. He's finally done. I was so frightened. I thought he was going to fail. I thought that he was going to fail too. I didn't expect he would finish at the same time. The audience were astounded. They started discussing uncontrollably as if they had discovered something interesting. Dukun Eugene and the other talents in the smithery area, as well as Lian and the others in the alchemy area, were all shocked. They hurriedly looked up at the sky. Explosions were heard continuously. It shook the earth and frightened everyone. Very soon, Everyone realized that something wasn't right. This calamity cloud was different from the Grand Master Supreme level calamity cloud. Instead, it was similar to the calamity cloud Wang Teng attracted when he became a saint during the poison competition. It was thick and heavy, too, and there was no lightning at all. Only the dull sound of thunder echoed continuously. What? Lei Yan, Dan Yuan, and the others stared at the sky in disbelief. They were flabbergasted. They couldn't believe what they were seeing and couldn't accept the thought that appeared in their minds. Gulp. They exchanged glances with one another and swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. Their mouths felt dry. A saint? Dan Yuan took a deep breath and said bitterly, "Is he going to become a saint again?" Lei Yan looked at Wang Teng uncontrollably. There was disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Gu Luo took a deep breath and looked at Wang Teng in a different light. This was the first time he felt so complicated. Even when Wang Teng's poison skill and force chef advanced to the saint level, he didn't feel this complicated. However, when he saw Wang Teng becoming a saint in alchemy and smithery, he couldn't maintain his composure anymore. As a talent from the Guhong territorial domain, he had seen all kinds of talents. However, this was the first time he met someone like Wang Teng. How is this possible? Gabriel's face was pale as he stared at the sky in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Wang Teng was still able to reach the saint level in alchemy and smithery after he reached the saint level in poison and force chef, 4 saint level second professions. Was he cheating? What? Dukun Eugene, Niu Ritian, and Taiwan exchanged glances with one another. Their astounded and confused faces looked a little funny. However, no one was paying attention to this. They were all attracted by the 2 clouds of calamity clouds in the sky and had no time to care about anything else. On the high platform, the 3 great elders stood up from their seats again and stared intently at Wang Teng and the calamity clouds in the sky. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. Even with their unchanging mentality, they finally collapsed. It was a real collapse. What's more, it was a mess. Wang Teng was going to become a saint again. Even with their vast knowledge, the 3 great elders couldn't believe what they were seeing. This was atrocious. Wait. Great Elder Dan Shen's expression changed slightly. He looked in another direction. 3 calamity clouds? Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers seemed to have noticed something too. They turned their heads hurriedly with a grim expression. Accident appeared again. The audience also noticed something and exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't right. Why are there 3 calamity clouds? Oh my God! There's another calamity cloud on the alchemy side that's on par with Wang Teng's calamity cloud. Is this a saint-level calamity too? What happened? Am I dreaming? Someone is going to become a sage. Look, there's an alchemist in the corner. Is he another dark horse comparable to Wang Teng? Does anyone know him? Quick, tell us who he is. Fuck, I don't know him. Where did he come from?" The scene was in a mess. The appearance of the 3 divine calamity clouds threw the entire plaza into chaos. Everyone was flabbergasted and confused. They couldn't analyze the situation calmly. Also, they realized that they didn't know the owner of the 3rd calamity cloud. No one noticed his presence. At the start, everyone ignored the existence of the alchemist. This was unbelievable. By right, since the other party was able to make a saint-level pill, his performance on the herb garden planet would definitely be outstanding. After all, the spiritual herbs used to make saint-level pills weren't ordinary spiritual herbs. If one wanted to pick them, one would cause a huge commotion. Yet, no one noticed him. It was as if he had never appeared. How did he do it? The spectators weren't the only ones. Even the 3 great elders on the platform were stunned and confused. In the plaza, the family heads of the core families were flabbergasted and in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 3 calamity clouds. One more talent was going to become a saint. This huge amount of information shocked the family heads. They were flabbergasted. When the other family heads didn't notice it, one family head's expression changed again and again. It was extremely complicated. Chapter 2761, 6 supreme-level pills, sainthood again mutation. Dan family, 5. Why is it him? Dan Guang's face was filled with disbelief. His pupils constricted as if he was looking at someone he couldn't imagine. The saint-level martial warrior from the Dan family was flabbergasted. At the same time, Great Elder Dan Chen seemed to have noticed something. He widened his eyes slightly and looked at the alchemist. Him! It's him! A familiar yet unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It overlapped with the alchemist's face. Him? Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers turned to look at Great Elder Dan Chen and asked, "Who is he?" No, it's not him. But soon, Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head and started muttering to himself. He ignored their puzzled gazes. Great Elder Dan Chen, Great Elder Byers shouted, "Oh, oh!" Great Elder Dan Chen regained his senses. He glanced at the two of them and took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Then he said with a complicated expression, "I will explain this matter to you later. If I'm right, this young man has some relationship with my Dan family." Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers blinked. They were astounded that this alchemist was related to the Dan family. Could it be the Dan family's lost bloodline? This situation was normal for large families. After all, when a family got big, there would always be some descendants who were extremely rebellious and didn't get along with the family. In the end, they would become independent. Although they were independent, the same bloodline flowed in their bodies. It couldn't be broken just like that. Some things still existed, no matter how hard they tried to deny it. If that was the case, wouldn't this alchemist, who was about to advance to the alchemy saint stage, add another huge honor to the Dan family with this person's presence? Wang Teng wasn't the only one who had advanced to the saint level. This glory would be shared by others. But looking at Great Elder Dan Chen's expression, he didn't seem very happy. This didn't match their guess. The two great elders couldn't guess what happened, so they got even more curious. Great Elder Dan Chen ignored them. He stared intently at the alchemist below. No one knew what he was thinking. Boom! The explosions of the lightning finally reached its peak. This time, there wasn't one. There were 3 of them. The explosions resounded in the sky like the apocalypse. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky abruptly. It was from the smithery competition area. It's here. Wang Teng opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the furnace in front of him. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he listened to the noises inside. "Since you can't wait anymore, let's go." The next instant, he waved his hand and the furnace was activated. A pillar of purple light shot into the sky. Boom! Explosions resounded in the air. A beam of purple light spiraled in the pillar of purple light and rose into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the purple lightning landed on the purple light and gave off a loud explosion. What is that? It blocked the attack of the ultimate purple lightning. Why does it look like a furnace? Furnace? Really? Wang Teng's weapon is a furnace? I think so. Oh my God, it's really a purple furnace. It has the same effect as Taiwan's clock. Taiwan's clock is only at the Grandmaster Supreme level. This is the Saint level. I wonder if it can block the ultimate purple lightning. Look at Wang Teng. He seems very confident. Look, he didn't resist the lightning himself. Resist the lightning himself? He's not a sadist. The audience were astounded when they saw the furnace clashing with the ultimate purple lightning. No one expected Wang Teng's weapon to be a furnace. Taiwan's expression turned ugly. Wang Teng's furnace was better than her red lunar crimson bell. With her pride, she couldn't deal with it. However, the other party forged a saint-level weapon. Her red lunar crimson bell wasn't on the same level. She didn't even have the heart to compare. This furnace? Lian looked at the furnace in the sky and frowned. For some reason, she found it a little familiar. However, the lightning was too glaring, so she couldn't see the furnace clearly. She could only see a faint shadow. The other members of the Li family felt the same way, especially Lapan. She frowned and stared intently at the furnace, wanting to see its true appearance. Boom, boom, at this moment in the alchemy competition area, Two pillars of light of entirely different colors shot into the sky. One of the pillars of light was green. It came from the unfamiliar alchemist. The other pillar of light was a dazzling purple-golden color. It came from Wang Teng's furnace. Their furnaces had already been activated. The pills rose gradually in the thick pillar of light. Two bolts of ultimate purple lightning shot down from the sky. Wang Teng and the unfamiliar alchemist stood up and looked at each other from afar. Their gazes seemed to be sparking. Chapter 2762, Special and Powerful Spirituality. The second calamity of the saint level. Wang Teng was surprised. Besides him, there was another person who managed to advance to the saint level. What's more, he wasn't an old and experienced alchemist. He was a real talented young alchemist. This was a little impressive. He wasn't boasting, but it was extremely rare for someone to be able to advance to the saint level among the younger generation. In the past, it was said that in the past exchange event there might not be a genius who reached the saint level even after 10 or even dozens of years. This showed how difficult it was. You could say that if Wang Teng didn't have a cheat, he wouldn't be able to advance to the saint level. But this unfamiliar-looking alchemist was able to advance to the saint level too. Was he using a cheat too? There were indeed such presences. The top talents in the universe were no different from cheating. These people were all favored by heaven and earth. They were given all kinds of opportunities since they were young, whether it was martial arts cultivation or secondary profession cultivation. They progressed tremendously. No one could catch up to them. Wasn't this cheating? Wang Teng felt that they were just cheating in another way. As the saying goes, there are thousands of cheats. His cheat was just more direct. There was nothing wrong with it. These thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He didn't have the time to think too much and immediately looked up at the ultimate purple lightning. He didn't dare to let his alchemy face the ultimate purple lightning head-on. I still have to do it, Wang Teng sighed. He remembered the pain of withstanding the ultimate purple lightning and gritted his teeth. But this wasn't the time to think too much. The ultimate purple lightning was about to hit the pill. Boom! The next instant, an explosion occurred and Wang Teng's figure disappeared from the stone platform. The entire stone platform was forcefully stepped down a few meters. Cracks like spiderwebs appeared all around it. In an instant, Wang Teng appeared below the ultimate purple lightning and punched it. Boom! A five-colored glow erupted from his fists and collided violently with the ultimate purple lightning. A loud explosion was heard. His fist glow only lasted for a split second before it collapsed. It was shattered by the ultimate purple lightning. Boom! An indescribable pain engulfed Wang Teng's body. He was struck by the ultimate purple lightning. Endless lightning force enveloped him. The spectators outside could only see a dazzling ball of lightning engulfing Wang Teng entirely. At the same time, when the unfamiliar alchemist saw Wang Teng's situation, his gaze flickered slightly. He shot into the sky and collided with the ultimate purple lightning. The audience were dumbfounded. Their perception of the world was collapsing. What was wrong with this world? All the alchemists went to withstand the lightning with their bodies. Did the times change so quickly? Two figures and a furnace kept colliding with the three bolts of ultimate purple lightning in the sky, creating loud explosions. This scene wasn't a little shocking. It was quite astonishing. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and gasped in pain. He had already activated all his physiques, but he still felt excruciating pain. But when he glanced from the corner of his eyes, he saw a surprising scene. The fellow opposite him was also resisting the lightning with his body. Damn it, there was actually someone like him. He had to be surprised. He knew clearly what his physical body looked like, yet there was someone who was an alchemist with a body just like him. This was outrageous. He activated his real eye and looked at the alchemist. However, he couldn't see anything. This person had a treasure that could hide his aura, so he couldn't see through him. Fuck. Looks like I have to cultivate the mystic light sight as soon as possible. Wang Teng felt a little frustrated. He cursed in his heart, however. He didn't know what changes would happen if his real eye broke through to the real stage. Would he be able to see through the other party? He ignored the other party and treated him as an alchemist who had a special encounter. However, This person was his archenemy. He had also advanced to the saint level. It was hard to predict the result of this alchemy competition. Wang Teng shook his head and focused on dealing with the ultimate purple lightning. He needed to overcome this obstacle first. Boom, boom, boom. Time passed slowly under the bombardment of the ultimate purple lightning. Everyone held their breaths and watched this scene nervously. Wang Teng had withstood the ultimate purple lightning once, so it shouldn't be a problem for him. However, they didn't know about his furnace. Also, they wondered if this unfamiliar alchemist could withstand the ultimate purple lightning. If the other party managed to withstand the ultimate purple lightning, who would be stronger between him and Wang Teng? No one knew what would happen. The champion of this match would be between these two people. The other talents who made the Grandmaster Supreme rank pill could only step back. Lian, Gu Luo, and the others looked up at the sky with complicated expressions. With their pride, they felt helpless in front of these two talents who were about to become saints. These two perverts. Lian bit her lips. There was unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. Gu Luo shook his head and sighed. He might seem nonchalant on the surface, but he was actually more proud than anyone. Chapter 2763, Special and Powerful Spirituality, the second calamity of the saint level. 2. If Wang Teng didn't gain his recognition, he wouldn't be friends with him. This pride was stronger than the pride on the surface. Hence, he never took normal talents seriously, but now there were two talents. Even he had to admit that he was inferior to them. Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Mo Cheng, and the other talents were speechless. They were filled with unwillingness. Before this, they never thought that someone could become a saint during the alchemy exchange event. Two of them even appeared at once. This completely overturned their understanding. Clang. 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 In the smithery competition area, the huge furnace kept giving off a crisp sound under the bombardment of the ultimate purple lightning. It started shaking violently. Is it going to crack? The audience were shocked when they saw this scene. Worry appeared on their faces. That was a saint-level weapon. It would be a pity if it couldn't withstand the calamity lightning. Many people were still anticipating the birth of this saint-level weapon. However, Wang Teng wasn't worried. He looked up at the furnace calmly. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar came from the furnace. Where did that roar come from? Everyone was stunned. Roar, roar, roar. The next instant, angry roars were heard. If someone counted carefully, they would realize that there were 9 of them. Everyone finally realized where the roar came from. It came from the furnace. What's going on? Why is there a roar from the furnace? Oh my God, that's the spirituality of a saint-level weapon. Spirituality? Oh right, there's a hint of intelligence in the saint-level weapon. It's completely different from normal weapons. Under the threat of the ultimate purple lightning, the spirituality of this furnace erupted. Boom, the ultimate purple lightning seemed to have entered the last stage of eruption. A magnificent lightning power surged down from the sky. The furnace vibrated violently and got submerged in the lightning. Is it too late? Everyone stared at the furnace nervously. Roar. However, at this moment, angry roars erupted. They were even more frightening than before. It was ear-shattering and shook the earth. Boom! Huge shadows shot out from the lightning and congregated into the outlines of giant immortal dragons. They were red and purple in color. Everyone was in a daze when they saw this scene. Time passed slowly. Under everyone's gaze, the ultimate purple lightning finally weakened and dissipated. A furnace appeared. There were 9 giant dragons circling the furnace. It was a stunning sight. Boom! The next instant, a buzzing sound was heard. The furnace trembled slightly, and the 9 giant dragons wrapped around it roared into the sky. Everyone seemed to be able to feel the happiness expressed by the spirituality of the furnace. A saint-level weapon had its own spirit. This spirituality couldn't be compared to the soul of a divine weapon, but it was different from a normal weapon. This spirituality would only appear after one reached the saint level. It was extremely difficult to let a weapon give birth to a spirit. It needed to merge with eternal matter and undergo a series of changes before it could obtain a spirit. Many blacksmiths couldn't do this. They would never be able to cross the gates of becoming a sage. Success. Everyone looked at the furnace in the sky and regained their senses. The 9 giant dragons disappeared, and everyone could finally see the real appearance of the furnace. It was entirely purple, and there were mysterious patterns that looked like lightning and flames carved on its surface. The 2 patterns intertwined with one another and turned into 9 giant immortal dragons. They twirled around the furnace, looking lifelike. They looked as if they would rush out at any moment. After experiencing the scene just now, everyone knew that the giant dragons on the furnace had their own spirituality. They weren't just an ornament. At this moment, the furnace was floating above Wang Teng's head. There was purple lightning flashing on its surface. It looked divine for a moment. Everyone's gaze landed on the furnace. They couldn't shift their gaze away. They even forgot to look at the situation in the alchemy competition area. Is this a saint-level weapon? This is astonishing. The 9 immortal dragon phantoms just now should be the spirituality of this furnace. 9 immortal dragon phantoms. I rarely see such powerful spirituality. This furnace is amazing. I wonder if Saint Wang Teng will sell it. I'm willing to pay a high price for this furnace. I'm afraid he won't sell it. He made this furnace for himself. Fuck. Can we just watch this furnace? Lian frowned deeply. She found it extremely familiar at the start. Now that she saw the real appearance of this furnace, the sense of familiarity grew stronger. Lightning sound furnace. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed past her mind. She almost exclaimed in shock. However, she suppressed it forcefully in her heart. This furnace was different from her family's lightning furnace. The 9 immortal dragons formed from lightning and fire patterns made her hesitate. This was a saint-level weapon. Also, how could Wang Teng know the smithery skill of the lightning furnace? This must be a coincidence. Chapter 2764, Special and Powerful Spirituality. The second calamity of the saint level. 3. Yes, a coincidence. This was how Lian convinced herself. However, she wasn't the only one who felt that way. So did the other members of the Le family. It looks a little like the lightning furnace. Pan touched her chin with a sharp glint in her eyes. Then she shook her head. But I don't think so. How can Wang Teng know how to forge my Li family's lightning furnace? In the smithery core family seat, the family heads of the core blacksmith families exchanged glances with one another. They were astounded. Damn it, Wang Teng is so strange. Niu Jiangang touched his head and cursed uncontrollably. Even I might not be able to forge such a spiritual weapon. His grade might not be as high as ours, but this spirituality is astonishing. The family head of the Tai family, Tai, said in a low voice. The materials used to make this furnace seem extraordinary. I saw at least 9 special ingredients, including the lava dragon crystal mine. However, I didn't see him taking it away. Wildhammer Lei said in confusion. The other family heads were stunned then. Astonishment appeared in their eyes indeed. They didn't know when Wang Teng obtained the lava dragon crystal mine. That meant that his mining mastery was, for a moment, the family heads were silent. An unbelievable thought appeared in their minds on the high platform. Great Elder Tambeli was astounded. Wang Teng's talent is amazing. This is the first time I've seen such a strong spirituality. Also, this is the first time he forged a saint-level weapon. I can't see through his future. With such talent, he has a chance of advancing to the immortal level and becoming one of us. Great Elder Byers lamented. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli nodded. They agreed with Great Elder Byers. One could tell how talented Wang Teng was to be able to gain the recognition of the 3 Great Elders. If the other saint-level secondary professionals heard the 3 Great Elders' words, their jaws would drop. There was a huge barrier between the Grandmaster level and the Saint level. There was another huge barrier between the Saint level and the Immortal level. It was many times more difficult than the previous one. What's more, the time and accumulation required was much more than the previous one. Without a certain amount of luck and opportunity, most saint-level secondary professionals would never be able to advance to the immortal level. Boom! At this moment, before everyone could recover from their astonishment, the ultimate purple lightning above the alchemy competition area had reached its final moments. It gave off a loud explosion that echoed in the sky. Everyone was shocked. They turned their gazes back and looked at the sky above the alchemy competition area. Between the two bolts of ultimate purple lightning, the one above Wang Teng's head was giving off dazzling lightning. It was obvious that Wang Teng's ultimate purple lightning had reached its limit. The dazzling ball of lightning kept expanding like a purple sun. It engulfed Wang Teng. This was the last explosion of the ultimate purple lightning. It bore down on Wang Teng with the power of lightning. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He was already prepared. He activated all the forces in his body and hurled them out. "Fuck, are you planning to push me underground this time? Back off." An angry roar came from his mouth. A terrifying fist mark soared into the sky and collided with the last attack of the ultimate purple lightning. Boom, a loud explosion occurred. The bolt of lightning was forcefully destroyed by Wang Teng. Then the fist mark continued its momentum and slammed into the calamity cloud in the sky. In an instant, a huge hole appeared and sunlight shone down. The audience stared at this scene absent-mindedly with their mouths agape, so violent. No one expected Wang Teng to retaliate at the last moment and forcefully destroy the ultimate purple lightning. This was a powerful move. Also, they saw Wang Teng withstanding the poison calamity lightning and suffering serious injuries. Even if he could withstand the ultimate purple lightning, it would be extremely difficult. They didn't expect him to have so much energy left. Wang Teng's ability once again refreshed everyone's understanding. He wasn't just a normal person. At first, the calamity cloud needed some time to dissipate, but after Wang Teng blasted a huge hole in it, the calamity cloud dissipated much faster. It was gone in a blink of an eye. A strong fragrance wafted out. The golden purple pillar of light in Wang Teng's furnace dissipated gradually. A beam of golden purple light shot out from the pillar of light and attempted to escape. "You're heartless. I worked so hard to withstand the lightning, but you're trying to run away." Wang Teng moved his body and space fluctuated. He disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the purple-golden light. "Seal." Wang Teng shouted. He stretched out his hand and a ball of green flame erupted. It turned into rays of flaming light and shot towards the purple-golden light. In an instant, a small green flame cage appeared in front of everyone. The purple-golden light was in the middle of it. At this moment, the purple-golden light revealed its true appearance. Everyone was surprised to find that it was a purple-golden flower and not a pill. What is this? A flower? What flower? That's a manifestation of spirituality. This is strange. The spirituality of this pill is a flower. Chapter 2765, Special and Powerful Spirituality. The second calamity of the saint level 4. Does anyone know this flower? Pardon me for being ignorant, but I can't tell what flower it is. Goodbye, goodbye. He really advanced to the saint level. Great Elder Dan Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the astonishment in his heart. He was already a little numb. Even as a divine-level martial warrior, he felt numb when he saw Wang Teng advancing to the saint level again and again. He was dumbfounded. Great Elder Dan Chen, do you know what kind of flower it is? Great Elder Tambeli was confident. He had already accepted this fact and asked about the origin of the flower out of curiosity. After all, this was the spiritual manifestation of a saint-level pill. He was naturally very curious about it. Even Great Elder Byers couldn't help but look over. Great Elder Dan Chen pondered for a moment and said, "This looks like the 9-essence calamity flower." Wait, the 9-essence calamity flower. 9-essence calamity flower. Great Elder Tambeli and Wang Teng were stunned when they saw his expression. They couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything special about this flower?" This flower is extremely rare, and the pill medicine made using it has one effect. Great Elder Dan Chen paused for a moment. What's its use? Great Elder Byers probed. If made properly, the pill will allow a universe stage martial warrior to resist the power of the calamity lightning when he breaks through to the eternal level. He can even absorb the calamity lightning to strengthen his body. Great Elder Dan Chen said in a low voice, resist the power of the calamity lightning and even absorb it to strengthen his body. Great Elder Byers and Great Elder Tambeli were astounded. They were honestly shocked. The difficulty of a universe-level martial warrior breaking through to the eternal level was no less than a Grand Master breaking through to the saint level. It might even be harder, after all. To martial warriors, every breakthrough was extremely dangerous. The breakthrough of their secondary profession couldn't be compared to this. Also, the higher the realm, the more dangerous the breakthrough. In the past, when Wang Teng advanced from the celestial realm to the cosmos realm, he attracted the calamity lightning. However, because of his powerful physique, the calamity lightning didn't affect him. However, if a universe-level martial warrior broke through to the eternal level, things would be different. One could imagine how terrifying the calamity lightning was when a universe-level martial warrior broke through to the eternal level. Yet Great Elder Dan Chen said that this pill could help martial warriors resist the power of the calamity lightning. They could even use the power of the calamity lightning to refine their bodies. The effects were extraordinary. The two great elders were astounded. Wang Teng just became a saint-level martial warrior, and he's already able to make this pill. This is amazing. Great Elder Byers was stunned the moment he finished speaking. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? He couldn't help but look at Great Elder Tambeli. They exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Great Elder Tambeli seemed to have said the same thing, whether it was smithery or alchemy. Wang Teng's results astounded the three great elders. They were certain that normal blacksmiths and alchemists who just advanced to the saint level wouldn't be able to do this. It's his turn now. Great Elder Dan Chen took a deep breath and looked at the alchemist who was still resisting the calamity lightning. Wang Teng looked opposite him too. He wanted to see what pill this person could make and if it was comparable to his pill. Boom! His opponent's ultimate purple lightning had reached the last stage too. Explosions resounded in the air, even more violent than before. The next instant, the terrifying lightning struck the alchemist's body and submerged him. Everyone got nervous when they saw this scene. Their emotions were exactly the same as when they saw Wang Teng overcoming the calamity. Both of them had the divine realm calamity. Everyone wanted to see who would be the champion of this alchemy competition. After some time, the lightning dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Gasp! When everyone saw the alchemist's face, there was a sudden commotion, unscathed. The other party was unscathed by the terrifying lightning attack. Even his clothes weren't damaged. Mind you, even Wang Teng looked a little disheveled in front of this ultimate purple lightning. He even suffered some serious injuries. Was this alchemist stronger than Wang Teng in terms of martial arts? For a moment, everyone found it unbelievable. They stared at the alchemist who was floating in the air with their mouths agape, as if they wanted to see something from him. The other party's scrawny body was exceptionally eye-catching under the sky of lightning. Oh my God! On the high platform, Dan Chen and the other two great elders widened their eyes in surprise. They couldn't hide the astonishment on their faces. They even had an absurd thought. Was this man the dark horse of this match? The family head of the Dan family, Dan Guang, looked at the alchemist. His pupils constricted violently and all kinds of expressions flashed past his face. He seemed exceptionally complicated. How could he be so powerful? The alchemist glanced around him. His gaze paused on the Dan family's seat. Then he glanced at Great Elder Dan Chen and sneered. He looked up at the sky. From the start to the end, he didn't look at Wang Teng again. His attitude was completely different from before. Boom, explosions were heard once again. The calamity clouds in the sky didn't disperse. They continued churning violently. How is that possible? All the spectators stared at the sky in astonishment. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This is the second calamity of the saint level. Great Elder Dan Chen squinted. He was dumbstruck. Chapter 2766, Special and Powerful Spirituality. The second calamity of the saint level, 5. They were already astounded by Wang Teng, but this alchemist astounded them even more. The second calamity of the saint level. The pill he made attracted the second calamity of the saint level. What was the second calamity of the saint level? Just like what its name suggested, it was the second calamity lightning that would occur after one reached the saint level, whether it was a divine level weapon, a divine level pill, or a Grand Master level pill. They were all similar. However, the difference between each stage of the divine level wasn't comparable to that of the Grand Master level. Hence, they were no longer segregated into different levels. Instead, they were segregated by the number of lightning calamities. One calamity for a stage. The second calamity was the divine level pill that attracted the second calamity lightning. The pills, poisons, and weapons Wang Teng made were all the first calamity of the divine level. The difference was huge. No wonder this alchemist didn't look at Wang Teng again. He felt that he had already won and Wang Teng wasn't a threat to him anymore. Am I seeing things? Great Elder Tambeli widened his eyes and asked after some hesitation, "If you're wrong, all of us must be wrong." Great Elder Byers gave a bitter smile. "Are youngsters all so monstrous nowadays? The appearance of the second calamity of the saint level during the exchange event is a little overkill." It's indeed a little overkill." Great Elder Tambeli nodded in agreement. In the past exchange competitions, there would occasionally be one or two saint-level talents, but this second calamity had never happened. That's right, not even once. No wonder the three great elders were astounded. It wasn't that their mentality wasn't strong enough. It was just that this matter was too unexpected and had never happened before. How could they not be astounded? Dan Guang's face had turned a little pale. The alchemist's performance had left him speechless. Also, the other party wasn't looking at him in a friendly manner. That extremely cold gaze, coupled with the fact that the other party had attracted the second saint-level calamity, gave Dan Guang a bad feeling. This guy didn't come with good intentions. The other family heads of the core alchemist families were flabbergasted too. They couldn't regain their senses for a long time. They weren't the only ones. The other family heads of the secondary profession core families were astounded too. In the great Qian Empire's seat. How did this happen? Grandmaster Huo Yuan and the others turned pale. They couldn't accept it. At first, when they saw Wang Teng advancing to the saint level, they thought that he was going to become the champion of alchemy and the most outstanding talent in this exchange event. Unexpectedly, before he could feel happy, the alchemist, who also became a saint, attracted the second calamity of the saint level. This was the second calamity of the saint level. The difference between each calamity of the saint level was huge. You could say that he had one more calamity of alchemy than Wang Teng. This was enough to erase the glory Wang Teng created in the past. That's right, one more calamity was enough for him to be on par with Wang Teng's 4 saint-level second professions. He might even be in the limelight to Grandmaster Huo Yuan and the others. This was like falling from the sky to the ground. The Parkers family were flabbergasted too, but when they saw Grandmaster Huo Yuan and the other Grandmasters' expressions, they couldn't help but feel delighted. It wasn't that they didn't care about the glory of the great Qian Empire. It was just that the grudge between them and Wang Teng had reached an irreconcilable stage. Naturally, they were more willing to see Wang Teng being suppressed. It would be great if it could affect his state of mind. This wasn't unprecedented. These top-tier talents were used to successive victories. One defeat was enough to destroy their mentality and cause them to collapse. Whether it was a martial arts talent or a secondary profession talent, this situation was common in the universe. To them, this stimulation was enough to have a huge impact on Wang Teng. Lian, Guluo, and the others looked up at the sky. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. There was actually a talent who attracted the second calamity of the saint level during the exchange event. Who was this person? They couldn't help but look at Wang Teng worriedly. This was a huge blow to Wang Teng. Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Mo Cheng, and the other talents looked at Wang Teng after they regained their composure. They started to sympathize him. To them, whether it was the first divine-level calamity or the second divine-level calamity, it didn't affect them much. After all, they would be crushed. However, it was different for Wang Teng. He had a chance of becoming the champion after advancing to the saint level. Who could bear with the appearance of the second calamity? Anyone with a bad mentality would have a breakdown. Gabriel took a deep breath. The astonishment in his eyes didn't disappear for a long time. He glanced at the sky with jealousy. Why wasn't he the one who advanced to the saint level? But he knew that there was a huge gap between him and the saint level. He wouldn't be able to advance to the saint level anytime soon, so he stopped thinking about it. Then he looked at Wang Teng and gloated. Saint level. Even if you advanced to the saint level, you wouldn't be able to become the champion. Amidst everyone's gaze, Wang Teng looked up at the sky. After a moment of astonishment, he gradually calmed down. His gaze flickered slightly. No one could tell what he was thinking. Wang Teng, round ball, shouted worriedly. "I'm good, I'm fine." Wang Teng replied with a smile, even though his heart was heavy. Round ball was stunned. Did it hear wrong? Why did it hear a hint of excitement in this fellow's voice? Did he become stupid because of the stimulation? Chapter 2767, Dan Liu, Reappearance of the Dark Apparitions, Wang Teng's Backup 1, Boom. The second calamity of the saint level was undoubtedly more terrifying than the first one. The dull thuds were like the roars of the universe behemoth. The calamity clouds tossed and turned like waves on the eve of a tornado. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Everyone forgot to breathe when they saw this scene. Many talents with secondary professions turned pale. They felt their hearts palpitating when they heard this terrifying voice and wanted to retreat. It was hard to imagine how the alchemist in the center of the calamity cloud would feel. Wang Teng looked at the sky and wondered if he could withstand the second saint-level calamity. It looked terrifying. He touched his chin and didn't move away. He stood on the spot and prepared to experience the second calamity. Boom. At this moment, purple lightning appeared in the calamity clouds. A purple calamity dragon that was many times thicker than before plummeted from the sky. Roar. A roar that sounded like a dragon's roar resounded in the sky. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. In an instant, the alchemist was submerged by the calamity lightning and disappeared in the thick purple lightning. Great Elder Dan Chen frowned as he looked at the lightning in the sky. He didn't speak for a long time. Boom! The next moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the lightning. He looked a little disheveled. It was obvious that the alchemist couldn't withstand the second calamity of the saint level. He looked up at the sky with a gloomy expression. His expression gradually turned ugly as he stared at the ultimate purple lightning chasing after him. The power of the second calamity of the saint level exceeded his expectation. If this continues, I might not be able to withstand it. He lowered his head and looked at the pitch-black necklace in front of his chest. He frowned. Wang Teng noticed this scene and was intrigued. There seemed to be something on the alchemist's chest. However, it was blocked by his clothes, so he couldn't see it clearly. When he was paying attention to the other party, he didn't notice the necklace. Also, he couldn't see through this person, so he didn't pay much attention to him. But at this moment, in this dangerous situation, this person was still paying attention to a necklace. No one would believe it if he said that there was nothing wrong with it. Wang Teng activated his real eye again and wore his long gown. Cough. There was underwear inside, so he wouldn't see anything he shouldn't. After all, he was a man. He didn't want to see another man's privacy. He controlled the power of his real eye and finally saw the appearance of the necklace. This necklace. Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. This necklace was entirely black. He didn't know what metal it was made of. There was a crystal-clear black gemstone embedded at the bottom. It gave off a mysterious aura around the gemstone. There were many claw clasps. They looked like pitch-black sharp claws grabbing the gemstone. For some reason, they gave off a strange and evil feeling. This was what Wang Teng found strange. Also, when he wanted to increase the power of his real eye to see through the gemstone, a special fluctuation spread out from the gemstone and blocked his vision. Could it be that this gemstone is blocking my vision? Wang Teng was stunned. He wondered to himself, what a coincidence. He couldn't see through the gemstone, and he couldn't see through the alchemist either. He wouldn't believe that there was no relationship between the two. He just didn't know what that gemstone was. It could block his prying eyes. It sounded long, but it happened in a blink of an eye. The ultimate purple lightning in the sky caught up and slammed into the alchemist, submerging him once again. Lightning filled up the sky and formed a dense lightning net. It covered the entire area. The alchemists who finished their matches flew away. They didn't dare to stay in the center of the calamity lightning in case they got struck accidentally. Their small bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. Even Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the other top talents flew into the distance. Wang Teng. Lei Yan turned and glanced at Wang Teng. She shouted uncontrollably, "You can leave first. I'll take a look." Wang Teng said calmly. Lei Yan wanted to say something, but didn't. With Wang Teng's ability, even if he couldn't withstand the calamity lightning, he had no problem staying alive. They were different. If they got hit by the lightning, they would be half dead. As the talents left, the surroundings became completely empty. There was no one who hadn't completed their work in the alchemy competition area. Only the alchemist who was withstanding the calamity lightning was left. What a terrifying second calamity. No wonder there's a huge difference between every two calamities at the saint level. You can tell how terrifying the calamity lightning is. True that. This is too scary. Normal martial warriors below the third stage of the universe level won't be able to resist it. What's Wang Teng doing? Why isn't he leaving? I think so. After all, he took so much effort to advance to the saint level, but he lost to that alchemist now. If it was me, I wouldn't be satisfied either. Sigh, what a pity. If not, based on Wang Teng's situation, he would definitely be the biggest dark horse this year. Now his brilliance will be overshadowed. 4 saint-level second professions. He's a monster too. Unfortunately, he met a talent who advanced to the second calamity of the saint level. This is unprecedented. I'm afraid no one will be able to do it in the future. Discussions were heard from all directions. Those who had high hopes for Wang Teng started sighing. They felt pity for him. Chapter 2768, Dan Liu, Reappearance of the Dark Apparitions. Wang Teng's backup, Wang Teng, was supposed to be a legend. Now he could only serve as a contrast. Boom. Explosions resounded in the air. The alchemist was thrown back again and plummeted to the ground. A long bolt of lightning shot out and connected to the alchemist's body. Boom, the ground trembled and a huge hole was smashed out. Cracks spread out like a spiderweb. Everyone was stunned. Their expressions turned strange. This scene seemed familiar. Many people reacted immediately. Wasn't this what Wang Teng experienced when he was facing the Poison Saint calamity? Now it was the alchemist's turn. Let's take turns. Some people almost couldn't control their urge to speak up. Fortunately, they knew that the situation wasn't right, so they didn't do it. Wang Teng looked at the situation below with a strange expression. This was good. He wasn't the only one who got pushed to the ground by the calamity lightning. It wasn't embarrassing. At this moment, the alchemist flew out from the ground shakily. His face was slightly pale, and his long gown was in a mess. There were burnt marks everywhere. It was no better than Wang Teng's, who asked you to pretend. You're suffering like me now, right? Wang Teng sniggered in his heart. Suddenly his gaze turned sharp. The necklace in front of his chest slipped out of his clothes due to the violent shaking just now. It was revealed to the public. Wang Teng clearly saw a few cracks appearing on the gemstone. This is. Then his pupils constricted violently as if he saw something unbelievable. The alchemist lowered his head and looked at the gemstone on his necklace. His expression changed. Roar. The ultimate purple lightning in the sky hadn't dissipated. The lightning dragon seemed to have found the alchemist. It roared at the sky and charged towards him. "Come on!" The alchemist's expression turned hideous. He roared in anger and charged forward. Boom! The lightning dragon slammed into his body and released a powerful lightning force. Dazzling bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Many people couldn't help but block their eyes. Even Universe stage martial warriors would find it hard to face this dazzling light. Crack! Wang Teng squinted slightly. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the bolt of lightning. He heard it clearly. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A violent explosion came from the lightning. Then a pitch-black pillar of light rose into the sky. Bang! The calamity clouds in the sky shattered under the bombardment of the black pillar of light. They shattered like a broken mirror. What? Great Elder Dan Chen was flabbergasted. He stared at the black pillar of light in disbelief. Dark Force. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers turned grim. They were flabbergasted too. They didn't expect Dark Force to appear on this alchemy talent who attracted the second calamity of the saint level. What's more, it was right under their eyes. The three Great Elders' expressions turned ugly. They felt as if they were slapped in the face. The Dark Force appeared in front of them so blatantly. Yet they didn't notice anything amiss. The audience in the plaza were flabbergasted. This is Dark Force. Why is there Dark Force again? He's a talent. How is he related to dark apparitions? Is this talent a dark apparition too? That's impossible. With his talent, how can he become a dark apparition? I have a bad feeling. Dark Force is appearing again and again. Why? Is something going to happen? This is the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. No matter how crazy the dark apparitions are, they won't create trouble here, right? That's right. There are so many universe stage martial warriors and eternal level martial warriors here. Do they dare to do it? Everyone was shocked. They started discussing fervently. How is this possible? How dare he? Dan Guang was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe that the alchemist had become a dark apparition. Was he crazy? His mood, which was already uncertain, was plunged into darkness. Would someone who became a dark apparition come with good intentions? The answer was obvious. The family head's face turned a little pale. What kind of hatred could make the other party willingly become a dark apparition and come back? Dan Guang didn't dare to think further. Father, Dan Yuan had already returned to the Dan family seat and was standing beside Dan Guang. He noticed that there was something wrong with his father's expression from the start, so he couldn't help but ask when he saw his expression. Don't you find his face very familiar? Dan Guang glanced at Dan Yuan with a complicated expression as he spoke using voice transmission. Dan Sao. A name suddenly appeared in Dan Yuan's mind. He couldn't help but exclaim using voice transmission. That's right. You were still young back then, so your memory might be a little blurry. However, I recognized him at a single glance. This young man looks like Dan Sao. I almost recognized him as Dan Sao at the start, Dan Guang said. Chapter 2769, Dan Liu, Reappearance of the Dark Apparitions, Wang Teng's Backup, 3. He's Dan Sao. Dan Yuan's heart pounded furiously. His thoughts churned as he looked at the black pillar of light. If I'm right, he should be Dan Sao's descendant, Dan Guang said. Is he here for the Dan family? Dan Yuan frowned and asked worriedly. I'm afraid so, unfortunately. He went the wrong way like Dan Sao. What's more, it's a path of no return. That's even more extreme than Dan Sao. Dan Guang sighed. Dan Yuan didn't know what to say. This person was too extreme. If not, with his talent as a second calamity alchemy saint, the Dan family would definitely think of ways to let him come back no matter what he did in the past. But now the Dan family would never accept him. A series of thoughts flashed through Dan Yuan's mind. He felt a little regretful and emotional. Dan Guang had more thoughts than him. This person's identity would definitely be related to the Dan family. Now he had exposed the power of darkness. If he didn't handle this matter properly, the Dan family might be implicated. Thinking about this, He was in a dilemma. He couldn't help but look at Great Elder Dan Chen. I wonder what ancestor Dan Chen is thinking, Dan Guang wondered to himself. He already had the thought of pushing the blame to his ancestor. He should let his ancestor handle this troublesome matter. Their ancestor was present too. Boom. The ultimate purple lightning gave off an ear-shattering sound. However, it gradually dissipated under the impact of the black pillar of light. However, the black pillar of light suffered some damage too. When the ultimate purple lightning dissipated, the black pillar of light couldn't withstand it anymore. The lightning in the sky lasted for a while before it dissipated gradually. Everyone could finally see the situation clearly. A figure was floating in the black pillar of light. His black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His clothes were torn and burnt. He looked a little disheveled, but no one was paying attention to this now. Everyone's gaze landed on his face. Strange black patterns covered his face. He was no longer as delicate and pretty as before. Wisps of black aura exuded from his body, giving people an indescribable evil feeling. He lowered his head slightly, and his eyes were pitch black. He didn't seem to care about the gazes around him. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a low laugh came out of his mouth. The voice wasn't loud at first, but soon it became louder and echoed in the sky. It was filled with mockery and contempt. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Did he not know his situation? How could he laugh? Did the lightning hit his head? Tisk, as expected of the power of darkness. Wang Teng smacked his lips and felt a little helpless. Why did it feel like he could meet dark creatures everywhere? Could they have a proper duel during this exchange event? Dan Liu. A voice suddenly came from the high platform. It was Great Elder Dan Chen. The alchemist in the black pillar of light raised his head abruptly and looked at Great Elder Dan Chen. His gaze was cold, but there was a mocking look on his face. He shouted, "That's right! I'm Dan Liu! Dan as in Dan family, Liu as in exile. Dan as in Dan family, Liu as in exile." Everyone was stunned again when they heard his words. They were astounded. This talented alchemist was from the Dan family. Since the other party said that his surname was Dan, it couldn't be a casual remark. From his strange attitude, one could tell that this person had an inseparable relationship with the Dan family. But what he said at the end, Liu as in exile, it looked like this person didn't have a good relationship with the Dan family. Some people with faster reactions had already started searching for information about the Dan family. They hoped that they could find some relevant information. It was normal for a large family to exile one or two family members. This Dan Liu might be the descendant of one of the exiled members of the Dan family. The heads of the core families, including the Li family, the Mo family, the Li family, and the Ruskin family, looked at the Dan family with different thoughts. Some were surprised, and some were gloating. The core families had many dirty thoughts in their minds. When these people saw the Dan family getting humiliated, they were naturally watching the show. What's more, this wasn't a small matter. A genius who advanced to the second calamity of the saint level was the most astonishing participant of this exchange event. But in a blink of an eye, this talent became a dark apparition. The difference was huge. The impact was huge, too. It was enough to affect the reputation of the entire Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Letting a dark apparition win the championship was a humiliation to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. All the factions were gathered in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. There were even many people watching the match in the virtual universe. This was a dark history of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Exile. Wang Teng was stunned. He looked at the talented alchemist called Dan Liu in surprise. He didn't expect him to be a member of the Dan family, and his relationship with them seemed a little strange. This is interesting. He wondered what other secrets there were. Chapter 2770, Dan Liu, Reappearance of the Dark Apparitions, Wang Teng's Backup, 4. Great Elder Dan Chen looked at Dan Liu's emotionless and cold gaze and frowned slightly. This fellow had a huge grudge against the Dan family. This matter was extremely troublesome now. If Dan Liu became the most outstanding presence in the secondary profession competition, it would be a huge blow to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Also, he wouldn't allow a dark apparition to become the champion, even if the other party was from the Dan family. But if he canceled his opponent's championship title so easily, it wouldn't be convincing at all. His opponent had already overcome the second calamity of the saint level. Everyone would only acknowledge him as the strongest person in their hearts. Ha ha ha! Dan Liu noticed Great Elder Dan Chen's dilemma and burst out laughing. Are you in a difficult position? The champion of this exchange event is mine. No one can change that. Who can surpass the second calamity of the saint level? As he spoke, his voice became extremely arrogant. There was madness on his face. Don't you think too highly of yourself? You kicked someone out of the family for a small mistake? I want to show you that the Dan family is nothing in front of me. The core alchemist family is just a joke. Your talent is just a Grandmaster Supreme rank pill. The pill medicine I made is at the second calamity of the saint level. The talents from the Dan family are just ants in front of me. They are all useless. They can't be any more useless. Not just the Dan family, all the core families, factions, and your talents are all trash to me, useless. Today, I will trample all the talents from the core families and factions under my feet. You looked down on my father, right? You chased him out of the Dan family and let him die in pain. Now I'm here to take revenge. Voices came out of his mouth one after another. They got louder and louder until they turned into roars. His voice was hoarse. There was dead silence. Everyone's expression gradually turned ugly. It was all right for this fellow to talk back to the Dan family, but why did he suddenly start mocking everyone? These talents were all extremely proud. How could they bear with such contempt? But when they remembered that the other party had made a second calamity saint-level pill, their rebuttals got stuck in their throats. They couldn't say a single word. They felt so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. What did you say? How dare you? You're too arrogant. Shouts were heard from the family heads of the core families. Most of the mockery was directed at the core families. Naturally, they were enraged. Fuck. Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. He must have been scolded, too. Ha ha ha. Dan Liu wasn't afraid when he heard the angry shouts around him. Instead, he burst out laughing. You only know how to rage. Dan Liu, you're too impudent. Dan Guang couldn't hide his anger either. His face turned green as he shouted. At first, he wanted to push the blame, but he had to say it now. He couldn't let Dan Liu continue mocking everyone. Me, impudent? Dan Liu looked at the Dan family's seat and sneered. Am I wrong? Which one of you can be compared to me? You're just following the dark apparitions. If I'm right, the dark apparitions must have contributed a lot to your alchemy mastery to reach this stage. Li Zhengqing squinted and snorted. Everyone regained their senses. Their gazes flickered slightly as they looked at Dan Liu. If this person managed to reach this stage with the help of the dark apparitions, there was nothing to be proud of. Everyone hated the power of dark apparitions. So what if he gained great power? People who entered the dark path were never worth envying. Dan Liu didn't hide anything. He snorted and admitted it directly. So what if I am? I used my dark force to suppress you. You are worse than dark apparitions. So what if you look down on the dark force? No one can defeat me. Everyone's expression turned ugly when they heard this. You're crazy. Why are you spouting nonsense here? Dan Guang looked at him with an ugly expression. He shouted uncontrollably. Am I crazy? Yes, I've been crazy for a long time. Dan Liu seemed to have touched a nerve. He roared furiously. And all of this is caused by the Dan family. You're high and mighty. What did my father do wrong? Why did you cripple his cultivation and expel him from the Dan family? My mother died because of you too. I went crazy the moment my mother died. I hate sanctimonious, high and mighty core families like you. I swore that I will trample all of you under my feet. I will let my parents watch from heaven how ugly your core families will be after they fail. You, Dan Guang's face turned green and white. He stared at the other party in disbelief. He didn't think that Dan Lu's hatred towards the Dan family had reached this stage. He was willing to fall into darkness to take revenge. This hatred had reached an irreversible stage. The Dan family wasn't the one at fault. It was Dan Lu's father. Chapter 2771, Dan Lu, Reappearance of the Dark Apparitions. Wang Teng's backup 5. But he couldn't say this secret aloud in front of everyone. Dan Lu. Great Elder Dan Chen's voice was heard abruptly. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice. I sympathize with your plight. However, what happened in the past was your father's fault. It wasn't my Dan family that was high and mighty. No matter who it is, a mistake is a mistake. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. Even if the family head of the Dan family made a mistake, he will be punished. Nothing can be done without rules. If everyone is like your father, the core families will be in a mess. Dan Guang was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Great Elder Dan Chen. He didn't expect Great Elder Dan Chen to reveal this matter directly. This was the last cover for the core family. Although it wasn't the Dan family's fault, the core family wouldn't tell anyone about it. Once the fig leaf was removed, it would be a huge blow to their reputation, as expected. After Great Elder Dan Chen said those words, the surrounding families looked over curiously, as if they were watching a show. Without a doubt, this matter would become a joke among the other core families. Bullshit. My father just wants to be with the person he loves. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? Dan Lu didn't believe Great Elder Dan Chen's words at all. Also, he got exceptionally excited when he talked about this. He started shouting like a maniac, impudent. Dan Guang shouted, "This bastard dared to disrespect his ancestor. This was too much. Old man, don't even think about lying to me. I've already seen through your core family." Dan Lu ignored Dan Guang and started addressing Dan Chen as Great Elder even more impudently. Great Elder Byers couldn't stand it anymore. He snorted and said, "Great Elder Dan Chen, you're too kind. Why are you talking to this dark apparition? He's already in the dark. There's no hope for him. Just suppress him. So what if you suppress me? The championship is mine. None of the useless people here can surpass me. It's useless even if you deny it. The Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters will become a joke in the end." Ha 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 ha. Dan Lu laughed. The three Great Elders' expressions turned grim. This young man was right. Since he made the second calamity saint-level pill, the championship title wouldn't be cancelled just like that. It depended on whether the audience would admit it. The champion was determined by one's ability. If he couldn't surpass the alchemist faction, the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters would become a joke, even if his title was removed. Ha ha ha! Dan Lu burst out laughing again when he saw this scene. He laughed until he was out of breath. He seemed extremely happy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Dan Lu's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked in the direction of the sound Wang Teng. Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng, too. They were surprised. What did he want to do? "It's you." Dan Lu glanced at Wang Teng and said calmly, "Your mastery is not bad. It's not bad that you can reach the saint level in all 4 secondary professions. Unfortunately, you're too ambitious. If you want to take care of all the secondary professions, you will only become ordinary. If not, you might be able to fight with me." "Me, ordinary?" Wang Teng pointed at himself and wondered if he heard wrong. 4 saint level? That's ordinary. This fellow was only at the second calamity of the saint level. How could he be so arrogant, and he was looking down on him, a 4-field saint-level martial warrior? That's right. From what I see, you will need at least 100 years to reach the second calamity of the saint level. Isn't this ordinary? Dan Lu sneered. Who told you that I need 100 years to reach the second calamity of the saint level? Wang Teng sniggered. Did your paranoid brain tell you that? What did you say? Dan Lu's expression turned ugly. He glared at Wang Teng. Don't be so nervous. I sympathize with you. A child who lost his parents when he was young will have some psychological trauma. I can understand that. However, it's your fault for biting others. No one will spoil you outside. After all, we're not your parents, right? Wang Teng said calmly. Everyone's expression turned strange when they heard this. This fellow's tongue was a little too sharp, but thinking about it carefully, it felt refreshing. They were infuriated by Dan Lu previously, so when they heard Wang Teng talking back to them, they felt refreshed. You have a death wish. Dan Lu's expression turned hideous. He glared at Wang Teng furiously. I don't know if I'm looking for death, Wang Teng replied calmly, but with all due respect, you can't kill me. Dan Lu stared at Wang Teng coldly for a long time. Suddenly he sneered and said, Are you provoking me? Unfortunately, no matter how much bullshit you spout, it won't change the result. You, them, and all the other talents lost to me. None of you can surpass me in the second calamity of the saint level. Really? Wang Teng gave him an ambiguous smile. It's just the second calamity of the saint level. Do you think I can't reach it? What? The audience and talents around them were shocked when they heard this. Did Wang Teng have other tricks? Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others looked at Wang Teng in surprise and bewilderment. Wang Teng had finished making his pill. How could he reach the second calamity of the saint level? Even if he reforged it, it would be too late. Dan Lu squinted. He stared intently at Wang Teng's face, trying to see if he was speaking the truth. Are you bluffing? He scoffed after watching for some time. You're thinking too much. Wang Teng smiled. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the forging area. Swoosh! The 9 dragons' cauldron turned into a ray of light and flew over. It appeared above Wang Teng's head in an instant and floated there silently. Now let me show you how the second calamity of my saint level comes about. Chapter 2007-2, 9 Dragons Lightning the Furnace. Lightning Tempering, Wang Teng's second calamity of the saint level. There was an uproar after Wang Teng finished speaking. He was really going to attract the second calamity of the saint level, but his pill was already completed. How was he supposed to attract the second calamity of the saint level? In an instant, everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng on the high platform. Dan Chen and the other great elders were astounded. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng. Second calamity of the saint level. What is he doing? Great Elder Dan Chen was bewildered. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. If Wang Teng could attract the second calamity of the saint level, the result of this match could be reversed. The two would be both at the second calamity of the saint level. Even if they canceled Dan Lu's championship title, no one would say anything. But would a miracle happen? Can you really do it? Lei Yan had a complicated expression. There was a glint in her beautiful eyes. She knew that she had lost completely. Her Grandmaster Supreme Rank pill couldn't be compared to Wang Teng's saint-level pill. The difference was huge. When she put down the competitiveness in her heart, she hoped that Wang Teng could surpass the alchemist. After all, Dan Lu mocked all the talents and called them useless. How irritating. Dan Yuan, Li Jin, Mo Cheng, Valk, and the other talents had the same thought. Dan Lu had trampled on all the talents from the core families. They couldn't take this lying down, but they didn't have the ability to win against him, so they could only place their hopes on Wang Teng. Either way, Wang Teng was more pleasing to the eye than Dan Lu. Of course, there were some people who didn't want Wang Teng to surpass Dan Lu, such as Gabriel, Ti Jing, Ti Du, and many others. These people would rather see Dan Lu winning than see Wang Teng rising again. At first, they thought that Wang Teng was going to lose. He was destined to be crushed by the alchemy stream and his brilliance would be overshadowed. But from the looks of it now, that might not be the case. That bastard still had a trump card. Gabriel, Ti Jing, and the others felt speechless. Their expressions were gloomy as they looked at Wang Teng in the sky. Wang Teng's gaze was unprecedentedly firm. He disregarded the gazes and thoughts of others. He only had one motive, that was to win. No one could make him fail, much less a dark apparition. He was invincible among his peers. This was a belief that no one could shake. He slowly flew into the sky and sat down cross-legged in midair. His other hand was holding the pill that was trapped in the flaming cage, the 9-essence calamity pill. This pill was made from the 9-essence calamity flower. That was how it got its name. This pill was special. It could increase the success rate of the martial warriors. It could also absorb the power of the calamity lightning and strengthen their bodies. It had amazing effects. There was a record of this pill medicine in the semi-alchemy saint's letter Tong Ya gave him. Wang Teng found it very amazing, so he chose it as his pill medicine to become an alchemy saint. At the same time, this pill had a special trait. It could absorb the power of the calamity lightning and allow itself to advance. It was almost impossible for pill medicine to advance in level. Many alchemists didn't even know about this, but there were some pills that could do it. This was the uniqueness of the 9-essence calamity pill. The 9-essence calamity flower was able to absorb the power of the calamity lightning, allowing its efficacy to undergo a transformation. Every time a calamity lightning appeared, it could absorb the power of the calamity lightning. The more calamity lightning it absorbed, the thicker its efficacy and the better its effects. Thus, after making it into a pill, this pill had a similar characteristic. However, it wasn't an easy task to upgrade the pill. The advancement requirements were harsh, and the process was arduous. If he wasn't careful, the pill would be destroyed by the calamity lightning, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. No one would do such a thankless task. After all, a saint-level pill was extremely precious. No one would be willing to take the risk and advance it to the next level unless they were extremely confident. If they failed, the loss outweighed the gain. But Wang Teng had no choice. He didn't want to lose to a dark apparition. Fortunately, he managed to forge a lightning furnace so he could use it to execute the Le family's unique skill, the lightning furnace. That way, he would have 3 guarantees and his success rate would be higher. Go. The next instant, Wang Teng waved his hand and the pill in his hand flew towards the 9 dragons' lightning furnace. The 9 dragons' lightning furnace was the name Wang Teng gave it. He modified it so it was different from the Le family's lightning furnace. Clang. The lid of the lightning furnace opened instantly. The pill was still enveloped by the 9-essence calamity flower. After it flew into the furnace, the emerald glazed flame expanded and submerged the pill. It was like a wondrous flower undergoing nirvana. However, Wang Teng felt that this wasn't enough. The other 2 divine flames in his body surged out again. The white holy flame and the crimson soul of Thousand Beasts flame had returned to his body. Under his control, they merged with the emerald glazed flame in the furnace. Boom, the 3 flames formed a 3-colored flower that enveloped the 9-essence calamity flower. At the same time, the heaven-earth calamity lightning and lightning constellation force in Wang Teng's body were activated and merged into the 9 dragons' lightning furnace. Chapter 2773, 9 Dragons Lightning Furnace, Lightning Tempering, Wang Teng's second calamity of the saint level. 2. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 immortal dragons on the surface of the 9 Dragons Lightning Furnace seemed to have come alive. They squirmed and roared in anger. It was deafening. Boom. The next moment, the outlines of 9 immortal dragons appeared. They intertwined around the 9 dragons' lightning furnace and released the power of lightning. What's more, this wasn't an ordinary lightning force. It was the ultimate purple lightning after Wang Teng advanced to the 3rd rank. In an instant, the 9 dragons' lightning furnace was submerged in a ball of dazzling purple lightning. Oh my God, everyone was astounded when they saw this astonishing scene. Is Wang Teng going to make another saint-level pill? He used 3 divine flames at once. Does he really have a way to raise the grade of the pill? It's not just the divine flame. The lightning on the furnace seems to be ultimate purple lightning. Oh my God, ultimate purple lightning? Really? Am I seeing things? Is that really the ultimate purple lightning? I think it's the ultimate purple lightning. I saw the calamity lightning just now. How can I be wrong? Wang Teng can control the ultimate purple lightning. This is heaven-defying. He has 3 divine flames under his control. Is it really surprising that he has the ultimate purple lightning? I'm sorry, I'm too inexperienced. He can actually control the ultimate purple lightning. Dan Chen and the other great elders were even more astounded. Wang Teng was giving them more and more surprises. At the same time, they suddenly felt more confident in Wang Teng. The ultimate purple lightning was a divine-level calamity lightning, but Wang Teng was able to control it. He might be able to attract a second divine-level calamity lightning. Ultimate purple lightning. He's using the calamity lightning to refine his pill. Lian's eyes shimmered. She couldn't hide her astonishment. Suddenly, she felt a sense of familiarity. Lightning La Furnace. She thought of her family's lightning La Furnace again. But this time, it wasn't a weapon. It was a battle technique created by her ancestor. The Li family's lightning La Furnace could use the power of lightning to refine pills and stimulate the potential of the pills. It could even raise the grade of the pills. Of course, this was an increase during the refining process. It wasn't an increase after the refining was completed. There was a difference. The difficulty would increase exponentially after the pill medicine was made. It was much more difficult than the former. The lightning tempering skill was an auxiliary skill. It was the icing on the cake. What Wang Teng was doing was a qualitative leap. If he wanted to raise a first calamity saint-level pill to the second calamity, it was almost impossible. At least her family's lightning La Furnace was hard to complete the task. Hence, when she saw Wang Teng using this method to refine the pill, she fell into doubt again. Was it her La family's lightning La Furnace? How many more skills did Wang Teng have? Lei Yan suddenly felt like going crazy. She wished she could pull Wang Teng over and cut open his head to see what was inside. Why did he always have so many tricks up his sleeve? He refreshed everyone's understanding again and again. Le Pan squinted. He was flabbergasted too, but he couldn't tell if Wang Teng's move was the lightning La Furnace of his family. Although they were similar, there were some differences. This was how brilliant Wang Teng was. He was the one who stole from the other party, but after his transformation, the other party didn't dare to admit it. The audience started to get excited when they saw Wang Teng's actions. Someone who could use the ultimate purple lightning might be able to attract another saint-level calamity lightning. Dan Lu's expression wasn't as good. His face was as calm as water as he stared intently at Wang Teng, who was not far away. Could this fellow really raise the level of his pills? Impossible. This was impossible. Even he couldn't do it. How could a newly advanced saint-level alchemist do it? He had suffered many hardships in order to reach the second calamity of the saint level. The dark apparitions had also accumulated many resources for him. They paid a huge price for this day. He didn't believe that anyone could surpass his alchemy mastery. There was a huge army of dark apparitions standing behind him. The entire plaza turned silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at Wang Teng. Wait, everyone was waiting for Wang Teng's result. Wang Teng closed his eyes. A special power surged out of his body. Under the control of his spiritual power, it gathered towards the pill in the furnace. Eternal power. This power was his eternal power. Ever since he grasped more eternal power, Wang Teng was able to mobilize a portion of it. Now that his eternal power had reached the second rank, he could use even more of it. This was why he was able to make saint-level pills and weapons. Without the eternal power, everything was useless. The eternal power was used as the foundation for saint-level pills and weapons. After a series of transformations, they would gain intelligence. What Wang Teng needed to do now was to strengthen the eternal power in the 9-essence calamity pill so that it could undergo another transformation and attract the second calamity of the saint level. Then he would use the power of the calamity lightning to complete the transformation of the pill. Currently, his ultimate purple lightning could only be considered a warm-up. By using this method, the eternal power would slowly merge into the pill. The real transformation was yet to come. Chapter 2774, 9 Dragons Lightning, La Furnace, Lightning Tempering, Wang Teng's second calamity of the saint level. 3. As expected, Under the refinement of the three divine flames and the ultimate purple lightning, the eternal power quickly merged into the pill. However, Wang Teng was very careful during this process. He didn't dare to relax at all. After all, if there was a mistake, the entire pill might explode from the eternal power and turn into scrap. This balance was hard to control without magnificent spiritual power. It was impossible to complete. The outline of the nine-essence calamity flower was still present in the furnace. It was wrapped around a round purple-gold pill. Under the influence of the eternal power, the outline of the nine-essence calamity flower started to condense. There were 9 petals on a real nine-essence calamity flower. There was a silver-white dot on each petal and silver-white patterns covering the dot. It looked magical. However, the nine-essence calamity flower only had a silver-white dot on its petals. The other 8 petals were empty. After the eternal power merged into it, a second silver-white dot gradually appeared on another petal. However, this silver-white dot had just appeared. It would take a long time for it to form. Time passed slowly under such circumstances. Everyone got a little anxious. The stars in the sky were almost touching the ground. It was almost nighttime. As long as the night wasn't over, the match wouldn't end. But looking at the situation now, it wouldn't be easy for Wang Teng to achieve results in a short time. Everyone present had seen many things, so they knew what the problem was. Hence, they felt even more agitated. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Dan Lu's lips. He felt a little relieved. He stood on the spot with his hands behind his back and looked at Wang Teng silently. At this moment, Wang Teng was completely immersed in the process of merging the eternal power. He wasn't worried that he would be disturbed, even if others wanted to disturb him. They would have to see if the 3 great elders agreed. Time passed again. Very soon, the sun had set and it was dark. A bright moon appeared in the night sky. There were only a few stars at night. Lights were turned on somewhere around them, lighting up the entire plaza. Is it not enough? Why is it so difficult to reach the second calamity of the saint level? Wang Teng was mentally prepared, but as he merged them, he still felt the difficulty. After merging for such a long time, he was only able to condense less than a third of the silver-white dots on the petals. If he continued at this speed, he might not be able to condense them successfully even after the competition ended. At that time, it would be embarrassing. Fuck, you're forcing me. Wang Teng cursed in his heart. Based on his speed, he might not be able to make it in time. He could only use a crazier method. There's no other way. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He suddenly stood up and soared into the sky. What does he want to do? Everyone was invigorated. They were astounded. Dan Lu's face turned black too. His gaze followed Wang Teng's figure, although he felt that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to complete his final advancement and was just watching the show. He was still worried that Wang Teng would create trouble. He had to admit it. This person was indeed unpredictable. Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others raised their heads and looked at Wang Teng in bewilderment. They didn't know what he wanted to do. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Teng floated in the air above the 9 dragons lightning, Le Furnace lightning spirit physique. Activate. A low shout echoed in Wang Teng's heart. Boom. The next instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body. His entire aura changed. His long black hair suddenly fluttered even though there was no wind. The long gown on his body fluttered and flapped loudly. At this moment, lightning constellation force surged out of his body and turned into endless lightning force. It enveloped his entire body and turned into a ball of dazzling lightning. Lightning! A loud shout came from within the lightning. It seemed to be able to pierce through space. The people around them felt their ears ringing from the vibration. Boom! The lightning around him soared into the sky and turned into a pillar of lightning. It shot up into the sky. Boom! An abrupt explosion came from the emptiness. It was as if lightning had struck the ground. A bolt of lightning suddenly spread out from the emptiness. At the same time, endless dark clouds rolled over. Within a few seconds, they filled up the entire sky and enveloped the entire area. Everyone raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Is he attracting lightning? There was an uproar. They didn't think that Wang Teng would be so crazy. He attracted the calamity lightning voluntarily. He was a maniac. His pill wasn't completed, right? It was extremely dangerous to attract the calamity lightning now. This is too risky. Lei Yan was shocked. She couldn't help but worry for Wang Teng. Is it because there's not enough time? Great Elder Dan Chen turned serious too. He saw the crux of the issue at one glance. Wang Teng probably came up with this plan because he didn't have enough time. However, in this case, the success rate would be greatly reduced. He's too reckless. With the intensity of the calamity lightning, all his efforts will go to waste. Great Elder Byers shook his head. Chapter 277-5, 9 Dragons Lightning the Furnace. Lightning Tempering. Wang Teng's second calamity of the Saint level. 4. I'm afraid there's no other way. He can only take his chances. Great Elder Tambelli's gaze flickered. He continued in a low voice. Also, if I'm right, his furnace has the ability to stabilize the calamity lightning. The situation isn't that bad. He might look rough, but he was a divine-level martial warrior. All of them were smart people. Also, smithery was his forte. Other people might not be able to see the use of the 9 Dragons Lightning La Furnace, but how could Wang Teng hide it from him? When the 9 immortal dragon phantoms appeared, he could already tell what was going on. It looked similar to the Lightning La Furnace of the Lei family, but there were some differences. He had a reason to suspect that Wang Teng knew the secret of the Lightning La Furnace and incorporated his own thoughts into it. That was how he created this unique divine weapon. He had to admit that Wang Teng's talent nothing like what he had seen in his life. No one could be compared to him. To him, Dan Liu wasn't as talented as Wang Teng. But the others were different. They only knew how to look at the result. Dan Liu was at the second calamity of the Saint level, so he was stronger than Wang Teng. This was an undeniable truth. Now it was time to see if Wang Teng could win against him. It's able to stabilize the calamity lightning. Isn't that what Li family's Lightning La Furnace does? Great Elder, Dan Chen asked in surprise. As a core alchemist, he was familiar with the Lei family's Lightning La Furnace. That's right, they're similar. Great Elder Tambelli nodded. He didn't say much. It looks like he's prepared. Great Elder Dan Chen thought of something and said in deep thought, the 9 Essence Calamity Flower can also make use of the Calamity Lightning to refine pills. Normal spiritual herbs don't have this effect. I wasn't the only one who thought this way. He seemed to have prepared this backup plan. If not, it wouldn't be so coincidental, Great Elder Byers said. It means that the chances are not small. Great Elder Tambelli touched his chin. Difficult, difficult. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head and repeated the word difficult. Dan Liu looked at the situation in the sky and snorted. You're looking for death. He felt that Wang Teng was seeking death. He was tempting fate by attracting the lightning. He felt at ease. At first, he was a little worried, but when he saw how crazy Wang Teng was, he felt that he didn't need to worry anymore. Now, he just needed to see how Wang Teng would court death. Within a few seconds, the sky was enveloped by the calamity clouds. It was pitch black. If the lightning didn't explode occasionally and lit up the entire area, no one would be able to see the calamity clouds clearly. The lightning this time was different from before. Although it was the ultimate purple lightning, it didn't appear at the peak of its power after a long time of accumulation like before. Instead, it appeared in front of everyone very quickly. Above the calamity clouds, bolts of purple lightning shuttled back and forth like terrifying purple lightning dragons. A terrifying pressure spread out from the sky and landed on the ground. Fuck. Wang Teng felt the fluctuations from the calamity lightning and cursed uncontrollably. This was a huge gamble. He only activated his 5th-rank lightning spirit physique. At the same time, he activated his saint-level lightning talent to the maximum. He also added some power of origin of lightning and a hint of ultimate purple lightning. In the end, this was what happened. Wasn't the ultimate purple lightning known as the saint-level calamity lightning? How did he manage to lure it down so easily? This didn't make sense. Wang Teng had underestimated his lightning-attracting ability, whether it was the 5th-rank lightning spirit physique, the saint-level lightning talent, the power of origin of lightning, or the ultimate purple lightning. None was ordinary. The combination of these powers was enough to cause an unimaginable qualitative change. However, the calamity lightning in the sky didn't give him any chance to react. A thick lightning dragon plummeted down from the sky. Boom! A loud explosion resounded in the sky. Lightning shot straight towards Wang Teng. "It's here." Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He didn't have the time to think and immediately evaded to the side of the 9 Dragons lightning la furnace. He released his spiritual kinesis and tried his best to control the furnace. This wasn't the time to think about why the calamity lightning was so powerful. He needed to control the lightning la furnace properly. If not, his pill would be smashed into pieces by the terrifying calamity lightning. Boom! In an instant, the lightning dragon slammed into the 9 Dragons lightning la furnace. Roar, roar, roar! The 9 lightning dragons roared furiously under Wang Teng's control. The lightning that fell from the sky was swallowed by the 9 lightning dragons. What? Everyone was in disbelief when they saw this scene. That furnace? Lian widened her eyes in disbelief. The furnace swallowed the ultimate purple lightning. How did he do it? This is interesting. That saint-level furnace is indeed extraordinary. Great, Elder Tambeli exclaimed. Looks like there's still hope. Great Elder Dan Chen's eyes lit up. He was pleasantly surprised, on the other hand. Wang Teng wasn't as optimistic as the others. Only those who were in the calamity lightning would understand how terrifying it was. Chapter 2776, 9 Dragons Lightning La Furnace. Lightning, tempering, Wang Teng's second calamity of the Saint Level 5. It wasn't easy to control the 9 Dragons Lightning La Furnace. If his spiritual power wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand the first bolt of lightning. However, the effects were not bad. Under the refinement of the ultimate purple lightning, the fusion speed of the eternal power increased tremendously. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately exerted more effort to control the 9 Dragons lightning dragon. The first bolt of ultimate purple lightning lasted for a long time. Under Wang Teng's control, the furnace managed to block it safely. The fusion of the eternal power increased too. The second silver-white dot on the petal of the 9 essence calamity flower got more and more condensed. It was almost half full. The first bolt of ultimate purple lightning gradually weakened and dissipated. How is this possible? Dan Lu's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Wang Teng to block a bolt of ultimate purple lightning. Even though the ultimate purple lightning couldn't be compared to the second calamity of the saint level, it still gave him a bad feeling. Boom. At this moment, the second bolt of ultimate purple lightning landed on the 9 Dragons lightning la furnace. Clang. A metallic clang echoed in the air. Block it. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He immediately activated the 9 Dragons lightning la furnace to its maximum. Boom. Explosions were heard. The 9 immortal dragon phantoms on the 9 Dragons lightning la furnace exploded and expanded more than 3 times. They opened their huge mouths and bit the ultimate purple lightning. The 9 immortal dragon phantoms exploded and split the ultimate purple lightning into 2. They swallowed it forcefully. Swoop, boom. The power of lightning enveloped the entire 9 dragons, lightning la furnace, and seeped into the furnace through the walls. With the 3 divine flames as the medium, the purifying power of the ultimate purple lightning was instilled into the pill. Fortunately, Wang Teng had 3 divine flames. If not, a normal flame wouldn't be able to resist the frightening power of the ultimate purple lightning. The balance of the 3 divine flames allowed the ultimate purple lightning to reach the pill successfully. Fortunately, I'm smart. Wang Teng was elated. His 9 Dragons lightning la furnace wasn't just of the lightning attribute, it was also of the fire attribute. There were many precious lightning and fire materials added to it. These were the most precious materials on the mining planet. Back then, Wang Teng plundered all the materials on the mining planet. Outsiders wouldn't know how many precious materials were added to his 9 dragons lightning the furnace. Honestly, if Wang Teng's stage wasn't high enough, this 9 dragons lightning the furnace would be of a higher grade. Time passed slowly under the bombardment of the ultimate purple lightning. Wang Teng's face gradually turned pale. The tempering of lightning wasn't something a human could do, especially when it came to advancing the first Calamity Saint-level pill to the second Calamity. It was extremely difficult and almost drained all his spiritual power. Everyone got more and more nervous when they saw Wang Teng's expression. They stared intently at the 9 dragons lightning, La Furnace, as if they were more worried than Wang Teng. Lian clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry and a hint of anticipation. For some reason, he felt that Wang Teng was different from the other talents. If anyone had a miracle, it would be Wang Teng. Gu Luo stood on the seat of the Gu Hong territorial domain and looked up at the 9 dragons lightning La Furnace with a glint in his eyes. "Can you succeed?" he muttered to himself. He was looking forward to it. From the start, he felt that Wang Teng was extraordinary. After interacting with him, he confirmed his thought. However, he never expected Wang Teng to be so extraordinary. Now he had put down the thought of comparing with Wang Teng. However, he wanted to see if he could create another miracle. If he could create a miracle, Wang Teng's status wouldn't lose to his. At this moment, even Dan Liu was staring intently at Wang Teng's 9 dragons lightning La Furnace. As time passed, the bad feeling in his heart got stronger. Boom! At this moment, everyone realized that the calamity clouds, which had stopped moving, were churning even more violently. Numerous bolts of purple lightning gathered towards the center and turned into a purple pool of lightning. It hung above Wang Teng's head. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. "This is..." Dan Liu's expression changed entirely. He looked up at the sky. This ultimate purple lightning had exceeded the second calamity of the saint level. No, wait. Dan Liu's pupils constricted violently. His expression turned ugly. This ultimate purple lightning was completely different from the previous 2. Could it be the bad feeling in his heart had reached its strongest point? Suddenly, a thick pill fragrance wafted out from Wang Teng's 9 dragons lightning La Furnace. It was many times thicker than before. Success. Everyone smelled the strong fragrance of the pill. They were astounded and their eyes widened. He must have succeeded to be able to release such a strong fragrance. He wouldn't fail. If he failed, it wouldn't be like this. Wang Teng, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, opened his eyes abruptly. There seemed to be a ball of purple lightning shooting out of his pitch-black eyes. Second, calamity of the saint level. Come on. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He laughed and waved his hand. The lid of the 9 dragons lightning La Furnace opened, and a beam of purple-golden light shot into the sky. A strange flower, giving off a purple-golden glow, rose gradually from the pillar of light. The pill fragrance was many times thicker. It filled up the entire plaza in an instant and shocked everyone. The next instant, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Numerous noises soared into the sky. He succeeded. The audience exclaimed in disbelief. They were flabbergasted, and their faces were filled with astonishment. This fellow is really a monster. Lian took a deep breath, but she couldn't suppress the astonishment in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the tall and straight figure. It was as if there was an incomparably dazzling glow around him, making people immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 27:7. Wang Teng's Radiance. 100% medical effect. The final winner, 1. When night fell, it should be pitch black. However, at this moment, the purple lightning in the sky lit up the entire sky. The thick and heavy clouds changed entirely. The pressure and the area covered by the clouds were vastly different from before. The first 2 bolts of ultimate purple lightning weren't as scary, and the range wasn't as wide. Everyone in the plaza below was in an uproar. They looked at the center of the calamity clouds and saw a pillar of purple-golden light shooting into the sky on the high platform. The three great elders exchanged glances with one another. They were elated. Even with their temperaments, they couldn't help but be astounded and in disbelief. Good Lord, he actually did it. Great Elder Tambeli laughed uncontrollably. He forcefully raised the level of the first Calamity Saint level pill to the second Calamity. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Great Elder Dan Chen's gaze flickered as he exclaimed in astonishment. As a divine level martial warrior, he was able to make such a comment. This showed how difficult and crazy Wang Teng's actions were. At the same time, one could tell how much of a shock this scene gave the Great Elder. With this talent, I'm 100% sure that this little fellow will become one of us in the future, Great Elder Byers said sternly. Great Elder Dan Chen and Great Elder Tambeli didn't say anything else. However, from their expressions, one could tell that they didn't have any objections to Great Elder Byers' words. A talent who was able to make a saint-level second calamity pill had a higher chance of advancing to the immortal level. Ha ha ha! Overjoyed peals of laughter were heard from the great Xi'an Empire's seat. Success. Ha ha ha! Wang Teng succeeded. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other grandmasters were elated. Their laughter came from their mouths. The grandmasters at the scene couldn't care about their manners anymore. They just wanted to laugh and vent their happiness. The second calamity of the saint level. Wang Teng did it. He really raised the pill to the second calamity of the saint level. The worry in their hearts disappeared as they looked at the calamity clouds in the sky. Many gazes landed on them, but no one laughed at them. There was only envy and jealousy. If such a talent appeared in their faction, they would roll on the ground to celebrate, much less laugh without regard for their image. Damn it, I'm so envious. However, the Parkers' family members who were not far away didn't look so good. Their faces turned black, and they were shocked and furious. The furious Flaming Universe Lord and the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's faces alternated between green and white. It was a spectacular scene. The two of them suddenly remembered how they mocked and looked down on Wang Teng in their hearts. Their faces turned red. Their faces felt swollen from all the slaps. The first calamity of the saint level? It was all fake. That bastard was at the second calamity of the saint level. He was at the second calamity of the saint level, but he pretended to be at the first level. His heart was so black that maggots were growing on it. That bastard just wanted to see them make a fool of themselves. That's right, that must be it. Wouldn't it be better if it became the second calamity of the saint level and crushed everyone else? Why did he have to do this? If he wasn't careful, he might fail. Thus, they felt that Wang Teng did it on purpose. He wanted to slap their faces. The universe stage martial warriors lost their composures because of Wang Teng. Their mentality kept collapsing until it almost shattered. If not, they wouldn't have this stupid thought. This wasn't the thinking of a universe stage martial warrior. From the start to the end, Wang Teng had no choice but to do it. If not, why did he have to go through so much trouble? Did he have nothing better to do? This young man will definitely be a huge threat to the Parkers family. The Parkers family's eternal level presence's expression kept changing. A cold glint flashed past his eyes, and a strong killing intent surged into his heart. This killing intent was extremely thick. At first, he didn't care much about Wang Teng, but when he saw him advancing to the saint level, he started to view him with more importance. Now, the man had reached the second calamity of the saint level. The importance he placed in this calamity was so high that even he couldn't believe it. Wang Teng was a monster. This monster was enough to annihilate a huge family. At first, Wang Teng was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. The guy's talent was powerful, but he hadn't matured. He was confident that he could kill Wang Teng in the cradle. However, Wang Teng had already reached the second calamity of the saint level and became famous in the secondary career alliance's headquarters. This exceeded his expectation and control. This was the second calamity of the saint level. The guy's status wasn't much lower than his. Even an eternal level martial warrior like him had to treat him politely. For a moment, the Parkers family's eternal level martial warrior felt a sense of helplessness. Boom. Thunder roared in the sky. It came from the pool of lightning in the center of the calamity cloud. Everyone regained their senses and looked at the sky. Wang Teng hadn't passed the second calamity. The second calamity of the saint level was obviously more terrifying than the first calamity. Many people could even feel that Wang Teng's second calamity was more terrifying than Dan Lu's second calamity. Chapter 2078, Wang Teng's Radiance, 100% medical effect. The final winner, too. They didn't forget how miserable Dan Lu was when he faced the second saint-level calamity. If the second calamity of the saint level weren't so terrifying, he wouldn't have exposed his identity as a dark apparition. Dan Lu expressed that he had the most say in this matter. At this moment, he was looking at the calamity lightning in the sky with a grim expression. The second calamity was stronger than his. Could it be that the quality of Wang Teng's pill was higher than his? No, impossible. This was impossible. Dan Lu shook this thought out of his mind. He didn't believe that anyone could surpass him. What's more, Wang Teng's pill rose from the first calamity to the second calamity forcefully. How could this increase be compared to his pill that had already reached the second calamity? Most importantly, Wang Teng couldn't withstand the second calamity. He looked at Wang Teng's pale face and sneered in his heart. This person's martial arts ability was not bad, but he was only at the peak of the cosmos stage. He had a hard time resisting the first calamity, much less the second calamity that even Dan Lu had a hard time resisting. Mind you, he had no choice but to reveal his dark force in the end. That was how he barely managed to block the attack of the second calamity. The other party's second calamity was stronger than his. How was he supposed to resist it? Wang Teng looked up at the sky. His pale face was extremely serious. He didn't have the time to think and immediately collected the attribute bubbles he picked up. The attribute bubbles turned into constellation force and spiritual power in his body. As for the enlightenment, he didn't have the time to care about it. These were all attribute bubbles dropped by Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others. He hadn't had the time to absorb them, so they came in handy now in an instant. Wang Teng felt the force in his body filling up again. His exhausted spiritual power was replenished, and his tiredness dissipated. This isn't enough. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings, and his gaze finally landed on the surroundings of Dan Lu. His eyes lit up. Oh, right, there was this person, too. Dan Lu was the last to complete his alchemist task. He released his dark force just now, so Wang Teng didn't have the time to pick up his attribute bubbles. There were many attribute bubbles floating beside Dan Lu. There were a lot of them. Pick them up. Wang Teng didn't think too much. He immediately released his spiritual kinesis and picked them up silently. Heaven Realm Spirit 1250R. Dark Constellation Force 21,000, Wind Constellation Force 23,500, Life Devouring Emerald Nether Pill 1, 1 by 1. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and mind. He shuddered uncontrollably and was astounded. This Dan Lu is a three-element martial warrior. Wang Teng glanced at him in surprise. No wonder he was able to withstand the calamity lightning. His martial arts ability was extraordinary, and his dark force was powerful. He mustn't be underestimated. Also, he dropped many Heaven Realm Spirit attributes. There were more than 10,000 points of it. This was much more than the other talents. His martial arts ability and spirit had reached an extremely powerful stage. Even Wang Teng was surprised by his talent. However, this was a good thing for him. He could get some good attribute bubbles from the fat sheep. Besides that, there was another enlightenment that appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It was a pill prescription that had reached the saint level. After receiving the enlightenment of this pill prescription, Wang Teng immediately understood the uses of this pill prescription. He was surprised again. It's a pill that combines wind and dark attributes. Wang Teng was stunned. He frowned and continued, "However, while this pill is powerful, but it requires Origin of Life to raise its ability forcefully, it's best not to use it unless absolutely necessary." He suddenly remembered the pill he found in the treasure vault of the 5 burial families, the soul-severing Saint Soul pill. These 2 pills had similar uses. They used origin to raise their ability forcefully. However, the soul-severing Saint Soul pill was more domineering and cut off the user's vitality. On the other hand, the life-devouring Emerald Nether pill only consumed origin of life. As long as the consumption wasn't too serious, he wouldn't lose his life. As for raising his ability, there was a gap, too. The dominance of the soul-severing Saint Soul pill gave the user a frightening increase. One could release 3 times of his original strength, while the life-devouring Emerald Nether pill could at most double it. Of course, if the life-devouring Emerald Nether pill consumed enough origin of life, its ability would increase by more than 2 times. In comparison, the effect of the life-devouring Emerald Nether pill was not bad, unfortunately. It contained the power of darkness, so normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to use it. I can use it. Wang Teng touched his chin. He was quite satisfied with the life-devouring Emerald Nether pill. It was a pill that could reach the 2nd calamity of the saint level. If Dan Liu knew that Wang Teng only gave him a passable evaluation for the pill he was extremely proud of, what would he think? Wang Teng recovered a lot after absorbing the attribute bubbles. However, he didn't show it. His face was still pale and he looked a little weak. Boom! At this moment, the calamity lightning in the sky seemed to have reached its peak. A thick lightning pillar shot down from the pool. Fuck. A sneak attack when I'm not paying attention? Wang Teng jumped in fright. He was distracted by the effect of the life-devouring Emerald Nether pill and almost forgot that he was dealing with the 2nd calamity of the saint level. Chapter 2779, Wang Teng's Radiance. 100% medical effect. The final winner, 3. He didn't have the time to think too much. He stretched out his hand and the 9 dragons' lightning furnace flew over, pushing against his head. Roar! Roar! Roar dragon roars came from the 9 dragons' lightning furnace. The 9 immortal dragon phantoms bit the lightning. Crack! Bolts of lightning were torn out, but they weren't enough to tear the entire lightning pillar into pieces. More than half of the lightning still struck the 9 dragons' lightning furnace, was thrown a few thousand meters back. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He stepped on the air and created a loud explosion. Dimensional rifts appeared around him. Boom! The next instant, he turned into lingering shadows and soared into the sky. Then he placed his palm on the 9 dragons' lightning furnace. Bang! A dull thud was heard. The 9 dragons' lightning furnace stopped plummeting. A majestic scene appeared in the sky. A small figure was standing below a huge furnace that received the lightning. He seemed exceptionally small in front of the power of lightning. However, this figure managed to block the calamity lightning forcefully. Clang! Clang! The 9 dragons' lightning furnace kept vibrating. It made people wonder if the furnace couldn't withstand the calamity lightning's bombardment. Wang Teng had already activated his lightning spirit physique and his saint-level lightning talent to the maximum. Even with the 9 dragons' lightning furnace standing in front of him, most of the calamity lightning still spread to his body. He gritted his teeth in pain. That furnace... Dan Liu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this furnace to be so extraordinary. It managed to block most of the calamity lightning for his opponent. This was incredible. It was just a furnace, but it was able to resist the power of the 2nd calamity of the saint level. I'm almost at my limit. Wang Teng turned grim. He could already feel the tremors on the 9 dragons' lightning furnace, getting more and more intense. No one knew the limit of this furnace better than him. After all, it was only at the 1st calamity of the saint level. It was normal that it couldn't withstand the power of the 2nd calamity. What's more, it had already withstood 2 bolts of ultimate purple lightning. It wasn't easy. He didn't dare to let the 9 dragons' lightning furnace continue resisting the ultimate purple lightning, so he kept it with a thought. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Wang Teng put away the furnace. What was he doing? Do you want to die? Lian frowned. She started to worry uncontrollably. This 2nd calamity of the saint level was much more powerful than the ultimate purple lightning. Could he withstand it? Boom. In an instant, the ultimate purple lightning landed on Wang Teng's body. Endless lightning power erupted and engulfed him. Ouch! 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 Wang Teng was in so much pain that the muscles on his face started twitching. Even though he had activated his lightning talent with all his might, he was still struck dizzy by lightning. Pain shot through his entire body. Ancient God's body, activate. Divine Constellation Physique, activate. True Dragon Battle Physique, activate. 5-Element Divine Physique, activate. Haitian Emperor Physique, activate. Within a few breaths, Wang Teng activated all his most powerful physiques, including the Haitian Emperor Physique. His physical body exceeded the limit of the cosmos realm and entered a strange state of overload. Boom, at the same time, his spiritual power, which had just advanced to the heaven realm, erupted and swept towards the sky. Wang Teng's body had exceeded the limit of the cosmos realm, so he could somehow support his heaven realm spiritual power. Phoenix golden feather blade, Wang Teng pointed at the sky. Golden rays of light shot out of his body and congregated into a divine golden sparrow. It collided with the lightning. He had a total of 4,999 Phoenix golden feather blades, but after his spiritual power reached the heaven realm, he could use them all. The combined power of all the Phoenix golden feather blades was terrifying. Boom! Violent explosions resounded in the entire city. Everyone stared at the sky in astonishment. No one expected Wang Teng to have such a powerful skill. The divine golden sparrow managed to block most of the calamity lightning forcefully chirp. The crisp cry echoed in the sky as if it could pierce through space and enter everyone's ears. The divine golden sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It was at a standstill with the ultimate purple lightning. Disperse. After some time, Wang Teng shouted and dispersed the Phoenix golden feather blades. Rays of golden light shot out in all directions and returned to Wang Teng's body. Boom, finally. The last bolt of lightning landed on Wang Teng and exploded. It turned into a dazzling ball of lightning and blossomed like a purple sun. Oh my God. Everyone was flabbergasted when they saw this frightening scene. Would Wang Teng be able to resist it? The same question appeared in everyone's mind. They stared intently at the ball of lightning. The final result was about to appear. Wang Teng's success depended on whether he could withstand this attack. Dan Liu's expression turned grim. He tensed up uncontrollably. Under everyone's gaze, the dazzling lightning lasted for a long time before dissipating, revealing the situation inside. Chapter 2780. Wang Teng's Radiance 100% Medical Effect. The final winner for, under everyone's gaze, a figure gradually appeared. He was surrounded by residual lightning, and his clothes were burnt. He looked disheveled, even his black hair was a little messy. But at this moment, everyone saw something different in that figure. Light. This was an extremely dazzling light. This light didn't come from the outside world, it came from his body. It was as if he was a shining star. The entire plaza turned silent. Everyone turned silent. All their astonishment, disbelief, and other emotions had disappeared without a trace. They stared at the figure with an indescribable emotion in their hearts. The three great elders heaved a sigh of relief. They felt relieved and sat down slowly. Success. In the end, Wang Teng managed to raise the first Calamity Saint-level pill to the second Calamity. He succeeded. The three great elders finally felt at ease. Everything was done. Success. Lian looked at the figure in the sky and patted her chest uncontrollably. She could finally put down her last worry. In the great Qian Empire's seat, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other Grandmasters felt at ease. They smiled brightly. The family heads of the core families in the plaza heaved a sigh of relief. This young man is so scary. Li Zhengqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, that's right. It's terrifying." The family head of the Mo family, Mo Chengzhou, nodded in agreement. He was astounded. Dan Guang glanced at them with a strange expression, although he was astounded too. He felt that these two family heads were probably dumbfounded. They couldn't even speak and were just terrified. but for some reason he felt that Wang Teng was really terrifying. Where did this fellow come from? Dan Yuan was convinced. He couldn't even think of comparing himself with Wang Teng. He gave a bitter smile. One can never ask where a hero came from. Dan Guang lamented. We have seen how Wang Teng rose all the way up. He's much stronger than Dan Liu, a fallen dark apparition who sought refuge with the dark apparitions. A genius like him can't be predicted with common sense. Yes, Dan Yuan nodded sternly. He was in a bad mood when he talked about the Dan family. This person should be a member of the Dan family. Although he wasn't as talented as Wang Teng, his talent was still extremely powerful. If he could get groomed by the Dan family, he would be stronger than him, yet he had fallen to this stage. It was a pity. You don't have to think too much. Dan Liu brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone. Dan Guang sighed in his heart, but he still persuaded Wang Teng. He knew that this matter would be a huge blow to the talents from the Dan family, including Dan Yuan. If he didn't deal with it properly, it might have a huge impact on the talents from the Dan family. I understand. It's just a pity. Dan Yuan nodded. That's right. With his talent, he might not be weaker than you, Dan Guang said. Of course, Dan Yuan gave a bitter smile. Don't belittle yourself. You're the most outstanding talent in my Dan family. Even ancestor Dan Chen praised you highly. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. A single failure is nothing. Dan Guang consoled him. Ancestor Dan Chen. Dan Yuan's eyes lit up. He nodded his head firmly. Dan Guang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Teng's expression. Wang Teng and Dan Liu had appeared in this exchange event. He was afraid that Dan Yuan wouldn't be able to withstand the stimulation and would be unable to recover from the setback. Fortunately, Dan Yuan's mentality wasn't weak. He managed to adjust himself quickly on the other side. The family head of the La Family Le Pan was flabbergasted too. Then he couldn't help but remember Wang Teng's 9 Dragons Lightning Le Furnace. His gaze turned intense. If the Dan family's Lightning Le Furnace could reach this stage, would it be able to advance the level of this pill too? When he thought about this, he couldn't help but look at Lian. Her gaze was fixed on Wang Teng. He was stunned. Then he gave a meaningful smile and said, Yanner, what do you think of Wang Teng now? Huh, what do you mean? Lian was stunned. Then she regained her senses and blushed. She stomped her feet and pouted. Father, what did you say? Cough. Le Pan coughed awkwardly. Don't think too much. I just want you to interact more with him. Wang Teng's talent is quite strong. He's worthy of you. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. That's not what a father should say. Lian felt that her face was burning. She shook her head furiously. If other people saw this, she wouldn't be able to face anyone. Le Pan had said the same thing in the past, but he wasn't so direct at that time. Also, she was just a little curious about Wang Teng, so she didn't take it to heart. If she didn't care, she could remain indifferent. But after witnessing Wang Teng's rise, his image in her heart grew. His talent and ability allowed him to shine brightly and leave a deep impression in her heart. Chapter 2781. Wang Teng's Radiance, 100% medical effect. The final winner. 5. Even a goddess like Lian had to admit that this was the first time she met someone as outstanding as Wang Teng. She would be lying if she said that she wasn't interested at all. Because of these complicated thoughts, when she heard Le Pan's words, she felt as if her tail was stepped on. She felt a little shy and denied it forcefully. Unfortunately, Le Pan was an old and straightforward man who had lived for who knew how many years. He couldn't see through his daughter's thoughts and continued nagging. Lian was extremely irritated. In the end, she stepped on him and walked to the side. Le Shan, Le Tun, and the other talents from the Le family exchanged glances with one another. They didn't dare to speak, but their gazes turned strange when they looked at Lian. Was the family head really going to make Wang Teng his son-in-law? They were extremely confident in Lian, but they felt a little jealous when they thought that the beloved star girl of their family was going to be taken away by a pig outside. Even the family heads of the other secondary professions looked at Wang Teng in astonishment and amazement. The family heads were already thinking of ways to pull Wang Teng to their side. No core family would let go of a talent like him. Mind you, Wang Teng's secondary career wasn't just alchemy. The other skills were at the saint level, too. If they could pull him over, it would be a huge gain. However, a few family heads from the core families had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt extremely uncomfortable, as if someone fed them shit. However, they could only watch this scene unfold helplessly. If I don't get rid of him, I won't be able to sleep in peace. Tilong took a deep breath. There was a cold glint in his eyes. His killing intent towards Wang Teng had reached an uncontrollable stage. Wang Teng had already achieved so much at such a young age. Wasn't he going to advance to the immortal level in the future? At that time, would he be able to let the Ti family off? Although there were divine-level martial warriors in the Ti family, they were just divine-level force chef masters. There was still a huge difference between them and divine-level alchemists. He couldn't bear to see Wang Teng reaching the immortal level. He wished he could kill him immediately. Second calamity of the saint level. Wang Teng is really scary. Fortunately, I gave up on the assassination. Ma Lu's gaze flickered and a hint of happiness appeared on his face. As long as I don't tell anyone, no one will know about this. My Ma family can still pull him over. Wait, I have to remind Ma Yan and the others to forget about the assassination. Let's pretend that this never happened. He immediately used voice transmission to remind the talented poison masters of the Ma family sternly. The talents from the Ma family understood that Wang Teng had already reached this stage. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Why would they mention assassination again? Especially Ma Yan. Now he understood the family head's good intentions. If the family head didn't terminate the assassination in time, they might really charge forward and fight with Wang Teng. Without a doubt, they would have been the ones who died. They couldn't do anything to Wang Teng just because he had reached the saint level. Hence, when he heard Ma Lu's voice transmission, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. He nodded his head firmly. Who would want to assassinate such a dangerous person? He, Ma Yan, would never go. The family head was indeed the family head smart. In the sky, Wang Teng didn't know that his advancement to the second calamity of the saint level had caused all kinds of complicated thoughts to appear in everyone's mind. He raised his head. Although he looked tired, his pitch-black eyes were extremely bright. He looked at the purple-golden pillar of light not far away from him and laughed. His laughter echoed in the sky above the plaza. Everyone could feel his happiness. Lei Yan, Gu Luo, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and the others looked at him and smiled. They were happy for him. Dan Liu's face turned black. He glared at Wang Teng. The louder Wang Teng laughed, the uglier his expression became. He was so frustrated, he wanted to vomit blood. This fellow managed to raise the pill to the second calamity of the saint level. This wasn't how the script should be written. All these years he cultivated with all his might and paid all the price. He even threw himself into the arms of the dark apparition and became one of them. His aim was to amaze the world with a single feat during this exchange event and become the champion. He wanted to crush all the other talents, especially the talents from the core families. He wanted to let them know that those talents were nothing in front of him. At first, everything went according to his plan. He had caused the second calamity of the saint level, so he would definitely be the most outstanding presence and become the champion of this year's exchange event. But now, everything was destroyed. This fellow in front of him destroyed everything. Dan Liu got angrier the more he thought about it. Hatred towards Wang Teng welled up in his heart. He glared at Wang Teng with his pitch-black eyes as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. Chapter 2782, Wang Teng's Radiance, 100% medical effect. The final winner 6. Why are you looking at me? Wang Teng stopped laughing. He felt a gaze that could kill him. He turned to Dan Liu and smiled. Are you unhappy? Dan Liu snorted. He mocked. We are both at the second calamity, but your pill medicine only rose forcefully after it was made. It's just a low-quality product. How can it be compared to the finished product of the second calamity of my saint level? Wang Teng snorted. He gave an ambiguous smile and said, "It looks like you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Everything is based on the truth." Dan Liu replied calmly, "In that case, I'll make sure you give up completely." Wang Teng said, "Swoosh!" After he finished speaking, he stretched out his palm. A 9-essence calamity flower flew over from the purple-gold pillar of light and landed on his palm. Please be the judges. Wang Teng looked at Great Elder Dan Chen and the others on the platform. Dan Chen and other great elders nodded and flew towards Wang Teng. "Show me your Dan," Wang Teng said calmly to Dan Liu. "You're just putting on an act." Dan Liu's face turned black as he snorted. However, he still stretched out his hand and grabbed the pill he made. He allowed it to float in his palm. This was a dark green pill. It was round and gave off a strange fragrance. It attracted many people's attention. Wang Teng glanced at the pill and asked with a smile, "Great Elder Dan Chen, may I know how high the efficacy of this pill is?" "5th level efficacy." Great Elder Dan Chen was able to see through the efficacy of the pill with a single glance. Dan Liu frowned. However, he didn't deny Great Elder Dan Chen's judgment. His pill had reached the 50%. 50% efficacy of a second calamity saint-level pill was enough for him to feel proud. But looking at Wang Teng's expression, he didn't seem to care about the 50% efficacy. Could his pill exceed the 50% efficacy? "Please take a look at my pill, Great Elder." Wang Teng glanced at Dan Liu and smiled. The 9-essence calamity flower gradually dissipated under Wang Teng's control, revealing a purple-gold pill inside. A thick fragrance spread out, attracting everyone's attention. "This is..." Great Elder Dan Chen was stunned. His gaze landed on the purple-golden pill and he couldn't shift his gaze away. How is this possible? Dan Liu's gaze landed on the pill too. His eyes widened as if he saw something unbelievable. "How is it now?" Wang Teng asked calmly with a mocking smile. 100% efficacy. Dan Liu was in disbelief. He roared in anger. "That's impossible. No one can reach 100% efficacy. This is fake?" "Fake?" Wang Teng smiled. "Are you saying that it's fake if you can't make it? I can't. A normal person won't be able to imagine the world of geniuses." Dan Liu stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. Was he a normal person? How could someone who worked so hard to have a chance to be compared to him call him a normal person? Silence. The muscles on Great Elder Dan Chen's face twitched uncontrollably. He stared at Wang Teng and Dan Liu strangely. Wang Teng was really daring. "Can I take a look?" Great Elder Dan Chen took a deep breath and asked, "Of course." Wang Teng smiled and passed the 9-essence calamity pill over. Great Elder Dan Chen received the pill carefully as if it was some precious treasure. He held it in his hand and observed it carefully. Dan Liu stared at the pill intently. He couldn't believe that Wang Teng was able to make a 100% efficacy pill. 100% efficacy was non-existent, however. On the other hand, Great Elder Dan Chen's gaze turned more and more serious, and his expression was filled with astonishment. He raised his head and looked into Wang Teng's eyes. He let out a long sigh and said, "This is unbelievable. This is the most perfect pill I've ever seen. How did you do it?" Dan Liu took a step back uncontrollably when he heard this. He stared at Wang Teng and the pill in disbelief. It was real. He didn't believe that Dan Chen would lie to him in front of so many people. As a divine-level alchemist, he wouldn't do such a thing. It was easy to get exposed, so he couldn't lie to others. Hence, there was only one possibility. The pill had reached 100% efficacy. He lost. He lost completely. A 100% efficacy pill couldn't be compared to his 50% efficacy pill. There was a difference of 50% efficacy. There was no point in comparing. So, you lost. Wang Teng looked at Dan Liu and said calmly, "I'm the final winner." Chapter 2783, Dan Liu's Madness. Devil God Soul Suppression Bell 1. "I'm the final winner," Wang Teng's voice was heard. Dan Liu's expression turned distorted as if he was struck by lightning. He lost. He lost completely. All his efforts were in vain. The price he paid would be a huge joke. Dan Liu seemed to have received a huge stimulation. Black light shot out of his eyes, and the black patterns on his face started squirming along with his distorted face. They looked like living creatures, and they looked exceptionally terrifying. Roar. A low roar came out of his mouth. "Fuck, you can't afford to lose." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and got a shock. This fellow looked like he was about to collapse. He moved his body and hurriedly retreated behind the three great elders. He just got struck by lightning, so he didn't feel good. He didn't want to fight again. The expressions of Dan Chen and the other two great elders changed slightly. Dark apparitions were unstable factors. They could explode at any moment, especially when their state of mind changed. This change was even more uncontrollable sometimes. It was even more terrifying than the purest form of dark apparition. This was Dan Liu's change. Control him. Great Elder Bayer's face turned black. He shouted at the sky. The space in the sky started distorting. Ripples spread out, and a figure appeared, an eternal stage martial warrior. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. The Secondary Career Alliance headquarters was indeed impressive. Eternal-level martial warriors could appear everywhere. What's more, there was no need for the secondary professionals to act. One order and eternal-level martial warriors would act. Wang Teng felt that Dan Liu was a little stupid. Why did he come to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to create trouble? Was he tired of living? Boom! Before Wang Teng could think further, a powerful aura erupted from the eternal-level martial warrior's body and surged towards Dan Liu. "It's too late to suppress me." Dan Liu raised his head abruptly and sneered. Boom! He grabbed the cracked black crystal in front of his chest and squeezed it. Bang! The black crystal shattered instantly and turned into countless broken crystals, stabbing into his hand. However, he didn't care. There was still a hideous smile on his face. No, Wang Teng frowned. He felt a faint fluctuation coming from the shattered black crystal. His expression changed. This is space fluctuation. That crystal is the coordinates of a space. No, wait. There's a fixed dimensional rift sealed inside. Hurry up and seal the space. His pupils constricted. He shouted without any hesitation. With his space talent, he could sense what others didn't. Dan Chen and other great elders' expressions changed entirely when they heard this. Boom. The next instant, a powerful spiritual fluctuation came out from Great Elder Dan Chen's body and swept towards the front. He didn't think too much and immediately chose to believe Wang Teng. With his spiritual realm, even if he didn't notice anything amiss, he could still feel the space fluctuations after Wang Teng's reminder. So powerful. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. This was the first time he experienced the spiritual fluctuations of an immortal-level martial warrior at such a close distance. He couldn't describe what he felt with words. If he had to describe it, it was like the vast and boundless universe. It was broad and deep, and it was hard to see the breadth of the entire universe. A divine-level secondary professional was also a divine-level presence. What's more, the spirit of a secondary professional was stronger than a martial warrior. As a divine-level alchemist, Great Elder Dan Chen's spirit must have reached an unimaginable level. Wang Teng thought that his spirit was strong, but he only knew how small he was now. In front of Great Elder Dan Chen, his spirit was like a pool of water. It couldn't be compared at all. As Great Elder Dan Chen's spirit spread out, Wang Teng immediately felt the space around him freezing. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. So this is an immortal-level presence. How scary! Wang Teng was flabbergasted. Even though he had reached the saint level, the difference between him and the immortal level was huge. There was still a long path ahead. But he didn't relax. He continued staring at the spot where the black crystal shattered. Dan Liu came prepared. Was he really so stupid? Did he not know how powerful the Secondary Career Alliance was? Boom! The instant this thought appeared in his mind, a loud explosion was heard in the space in front. Wang Teng's pupils constricted as if he saw something unbelievable. His eyes widened gradually. Crack! The sound of glass shattering was heard. It was as if a large hand was pressing on the space in front of him, causing it to give off a cracking sound as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. Wang Teng looked at Great Elder Dan Chen instinctively. His expression turned grim, and large droplets of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Help me!" A low shout came out of his mouth. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers noticed something amiss. Their expressions changed, and spiritual fluctuations spread out. Crack! Even though the three great elders used their spiritual power at the same time, they couldn't resist the pressure. A crisp, cracking sound was heard. At the same time, Wang Teng clearly saw cracks appearing in the space in front of him. They were spreading quickly. Chapter 2784. Dan Liu's Madness, Devil God. Soul Suppression Bell? 2. The dimensional rift, which was originally the size of a string, seemed to be slowly expanding under the pull of an invisible force. A strange black light shot out from the back of the crack. It was terrifying. What is this? Wang Teng found it a little familiar, but he couldn't remember. The evil, chaotic, and strange light caused him to be in a daze for a moment. He almost got affected. If his spiritual power wasn't strong enough, he might have fallen into chaos. It's too late. Great Elder Dan Chen's stern voice was heard. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Even 3 divine-level martial warriors couldn't stop it. Crack, crack, crack. As he was thinking about this, clear cracking sounds were heard continuously. The dimensional rifts in the sky quickly spread in all directions. Everyone retreat immediately. A shout came out of Great Elder Dan Chen's mouth. The people in the plaza finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed as they exclaimed uncontrollably. What happened? What's happening? From their words just now. It sounds like a dimensional rift. It's Dan Liu. He wants to open the dimensional rift. Damn it, are the Dark Apparition coming here? This is crazy. This is the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. How dare the Dark Apparition? Dan Liu is the crazy one. Indeed, none of the Dark Apparition are good. That's right. We must kill him. We can't let him live. The scene turned chaotic. There was an uproar. However, the people below were all martial warriors and secondary professionals. They didn't act like headless flies. Many low-level martial warriors and secondary professionals retreated quickly. The eternal-level martial warriors flew into the sky to see if they could provide any help. However, they didn't dare to get too close. Even the 3 divine-level martial warriors couldn't stop the dimensional rift from spreading. It was obvious what was behind the dimensional rift. These eternal-level martial warriors came from various factions. They had their own selfish motives and wouldn't joke around with their lives. Even eternal-level martial warriors would die if they got implicated. What's more, this was the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. In this situation, there would be powerful martial warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance acting. Also, they believed that the reinforcements would appear soon. It wouldn't take much time. At first, Wang Teng didn't want to leave, after all. He was still waiting to get more attributes from these 3 divine-level martial warriors. This was a rare opportunity. Getting attribute bubbles from 3 divine-level martial warriors at once was unprecedented. It felt a little exciting just thinking about it. However, Great Elder Dan Chen didn't give him any chance. He waved his hand and sent Wang Teng into the crowd behind. That's right. He waved his hand. Before Wang Teng could react, he was surrounded by a bunch of people. Wang Teng, are you all right? A concerned voice came from the side. Wang Teng turned his head and realized that it was Lei Yan. Beside her were the other members of the Li family. He had been directly sent to the core families. I'm fine. The moment Wang Teng finished speaking, he suddenly felt his legs turning weak. He hurriedly held on to the person beside him. Hold me, the moment Lei Yan walked forward. Her arm was grabbed. She looked at him speechlessly. Let me recover, Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Yanner, Help Wang Teng to sit down and rest. Le Pan's voice floated over from the side. Li Yan thought of something. Her body tensed up uncontrollably, and she felt a little nervous. There's no need to trouble you. Let's stay here. My recovery is very fast. I'll be fine in a while. Wang Teng waved his hand and looked at the sky in the distance. Boom at this moment. A violent explosion came from the void. In the sky, some distance away, the dimensional rift was slowly being torn apart. No matter how hard the three great elders tried, they couldn't change this result. This, Le Pan and the others were flabbergasted. They stared intently at the crack. They were already tens of thousands of meters away from the dimensional rift. However, the pitch-black light behind the dimensional rift made everyone's heart palpitate. As the dimensional rift expanded, the black light behind it got brighter and brighter. It engulfed the surroundings and swallowed all the light. The plaza used to be brightly lit, but as the black light blossomed, the surroundings turned strangely dark. The boundaries between light and dark became extremely clear. However, one could still see the black light clearly. It was exceptionally conspicuous in the dark. Many people had a bad feeling when they saw this scene. Wang Teng suddenly felt a tight grip on his arm. He lowered his head and saw Li Yan's hand grabbing him tightly. He said, "You're hurting me." Li Yan, the next moment she regained her senses and rolled her eyes at Wang Teng. This fellow still had the time to joke at a time like this. Wang Teng ignored her. His gaze landed on the dimensional rift, and his expression turned serious. Suddenly, something squeezed out forcefully from the back of the crack. Chapter 2785. Dan Lu's Madness. Devil God's Soul Suppression Bell. 3. Hiss, a clear, tearing sound was heard. The crack expanded 10 times in an instant. Then everyone finally saw what was squeezed out from behind the crack. Gasps resounded in the sky. Wang Teng could feel the astonishment of the people around him. Li Yan tightened her grip on his arm. However, he didn't have the time to care about this. Even he was dumbstruck hands. One hand, a pitch-black and hideous giant claw stretched out from the dimensional rift. It looked like a human hand, but it was a little different. Its fingers were long and slender, but the surface was pitch-black and wrinkled. There were even scales covering it. There were sharp and black nails on its fingers. They gave off a cold glow as if they could tear space. What? There was an uproar. Hand. It's a hand. Something is coming out from behind the dimensional rifts. Dark apparitions. They must be extremely powerful dark apparition. If not, why can't 3 divine-level martial warriors resist them? Where are the formidable warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters? Why aren't they here? Everyone was in a state of panic. This scene was too astonishing. Even Universe Stage martial warriors felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. The Eternal Level martial warriors had stern expressions on their faces, too. Someone at the Eternal Level wouldn't be able to tear space apart under the seal of 3 divine-level martial warriors. This was the Immortal Level. That meant that there was an Immortal-level presence behind the dimensional rifts. Devil God. A terrifying name appeared in everyone's mind. Everyone turned silent. However, they were flabbergasted. Devil God, a devil god, was coming from behind the dimensional rift. The severity of the matter exceeded everyone's expectation. They finally realized that Dan Lu was here for the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. How could only Devil Titan Dark Apparition come when they knew how powerful the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters was? This is bad. Le Pan took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "There should be many divine-level martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters, right?" Wang Teng frowned and asked after some hesitation, "Yes, but..." Le Pan nodded and paused for a moment. He seemed to be worried. "But what?" Wang Teng probed. "Some immortal-level martial warriors can't get away," Le Pan said in a low voice. "How did this happen?" Wang Teng's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. "I don't know the details either." Le Pan shook his head. "Either way, once a devil god-level dark apparition descends, It will be a catastrophe for the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. It's too late to say this now. The three great elders won't be able to handle it. Wang Teng looked at the sky and shook his head. He could feel the chaotic space fluctuations on the other side. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others couldn't withstand it anymore. The devil god behind the dimensional rift was extremely terrifying. He had already stretched out his hand. This was extremely disadvantageous for the entire Secondary Career Alliance. Crack, crack. As expected, with the help of the giant claw, the dimensional rifts got bigger and bigger. The sound of them cracking was heard continuously. It was astonishing. At this moment, a large-scale fluctuation appeared in the space not far away from them. Wang Teng and the others immediately turned and saw figures stepping out of the space. A powerful aura erupted from their powerful auras. These people were all eternal-level martial warriors. There were eternal stage rulers, too. What? Wang Teng's eyes widened. He was flabbergasted. There were more than 10 eternal stage martial warriors. There were as many as 3 eternal stage rulers. Wang Teng had seen eternal-level martial warriors on this scale before. He saw many formidable warriors in the 7 Stellar Academies and the Virtual Universe Corporation, but he was still astounded when he saw so many eternal-level martial warriors. The ability of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters shouldn't be underestimated. Ruler Heaven Flame, Ruler Green Wood, Ruler Golden Star, exclamations were suddenly heard from the crowd below. Someone had recognized the rulers. These 3 are? Wang Teng asked. They are the rulers who live in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters all year round. Lapan suppressed the astonishment in his heart and explained, I have only seen them a few times. I didn't expect them to come out this time. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as he looked at the sky. He didn't relax. Instead, he felt even more worried. Would these eternal-level martial warriors be able to change the situation? He felt that these eternal-level martial warriors weren't enough in front of a devil god. He wasn't looking down on the eternal level. There was a huge gap between the eternal level and the immortal level. Even an eternal stage ruler wouldn't be able to resist an immortal-level presence. The only fortunate thing was that the devil god behind the dimensional rift hadn't arrived. Even if he was powerful, he wouldn't be able to release much of his potential. Hence, they had hope. Chapter 2786, Dan Liu's Madness, Devil God, Soul Suppression Bell. 4. The moment the eternal-level martial warriors appeared, they flew towards the dimensional rifts in the distance. The space there was chaotic, so they could only appear in this place using space shift. They couldn't get any closer. Fortunately, to eternal-level martial warriors, this distance was nothing. They could cross it in a blink of an eye. In an instant, more than 10 eternal-level martial warriors appeared in the sky. They split up instantly and powerful fluctuations spread out from their bodies, forming a ceiling force. It's not expanding anymore. Everyone was elated. Under the combined efforts of more than 10 eternal-level martial warriors, the dimensional rifts finally stopped moving. But crack. The next instant, the cracking sound was heard again. The hope in everyone's heart plummeted to the bottom. Please help us. Great Elder Dan Chen's expression was extremely stern as he glanced around him and shouted. The eternal-level martial warriors from the various factions exchanged glances with one another and stopped hesitating. They released their powerful auras and swept towards the dimensional rifts. If the nest falls, the eggs will be broken. All the eternal-level martial warriors understood this logic. At first, they just wanted to save themselves. But now, even the formidable warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters couldn't stop the devil god. They knew that they had to act. If the dark apparition came to this world, none of them would be able to escape. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful aura erupted from the bodies of more and more eternal-level martial warriors. Endless eternal power filled up the air and sealed the dimensional rifts. There were at least a few hundred eternal-level martial warriors from various factions. Even if there were no God-stage martial warriors here, the power of a few hundred eternal-level martial warriors was still terrifying. Thus, under their seal, the dimensional rifts in the sky stopped expanding. Instead, it congregated towards the center and seemed to be closing up. The people below clenched their fists and watched this scene nervously. Wang Teng saw veins popping out on the giant claw that passed through the dimensional rifts. The devil god dark apparition was exerting strength furiously. Roar at this moment, an ear-shattering roar came from behind the dimensional rift. It swept out with an unparalleled impact. Many Eternal Stage Marquis vomited a mouth of blood as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies flew out and their faces turned pale. Even though they were some distance away, their expressions changed tremendously. Their faces turned pale. Some weaker martial warriors were bleeding from their 7 apertures. They looked terrifying. Wang Teng frowned. He felt a sharp pain in his head. A sense of madness, evil, and chaos invaded his mind. Boom, fortunately, a strange fluctuation came from the black hole in his small universe. A 9-level pagoda rose up and gave off a glaring golden light. It dispersed the madness, evil, and chaotic aura. What a scary sound. Wang Teng's face turned pale. He let out a long sigh with lingering fears. Then he looked to the side. Li Yan's face was even paler than his. There was a hint of pain on her beautiful face. He looked at Le Pan, who was not far away. She seemed a little disheveled because of the roar. However, he still had one hand on Li Yan. Wisps of spiritual power seeped out of his body, dispelling the evilness and chaos in the voice. Wang Teng shook his head. Golden light spread out from his body and scanned the people around him. It helped them to disperse the evil and chaotic aura in this situation. He didn't have the time to care about it. What's more, this was a piece of cake for him. He just helped them. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other grandmasters were here too. When they saw Wang Teng, they gathered together. There was even the Dan family. They highly valued Wang Teng's talent, so when they saw him standing with the Le family, they didn't back down. If it wasn't for the limited space around Wang Teng, the other core families would have gathered here too, because they were close. These people had many advantages. Le Pan and Dan Guang immediately felt something and were stunned. They looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Even they had a hard time dispelling this crazy and evil aura, yet Wang Teng dealt with it easily. This was unbelievable. At this moment, Li Yan slowly opened her eyes. There was still lingering fear in her beautiful eyes. If she was really affected by the chaotic and evil aura just now, it would cause great damage to her spirit. She would need more time to dispel it in the future. She looked at Wang Teng uncontrollably. She could clearly feel a force coming from Wang Teng's side. It helped her to disperse the evil and chaotic aura. At the same time, many people who got Wang Teng's help looked at him gratefully. Wang Teng, thank you, Le Pan said gratefully. Chapter 2787, Dan Lu's Madness, Devil, God, Soul Suppression Bell, 5. It's all right. Wang Teng waved his hand. He didn't care. He didn't even look at them. He just stared at the dimensional rift in the sky grimly. Le Pan and the others knew that this wasn't the time to talk about this, so they remembered this matter and kept quiet. The Eternal Level martial warriors were the first to bear the brunt of the roar. Many of them suffered serious injuries and had lost most of their fighting ability. Everyone's emotions tensed up again. They were worried. Bang. Suddenly, a clear and melodious bell chimed in the sky. It cut through space and landed in this place. An invisible sound wave swept over from all directions. Then it congregated into a single point and suddenly shot towards the dimensional rifts. Boom. A violent explosion was heard from the other side. The hand that was grabbing the edge of the dimensional rift loosened slightly. What is this? Wang Teng was astounded. Soul Suppression Bell. It's the Soul Suppression Bell. Le Pan, Dan Guang, and the others were elated. Soul Suppression Bell. Wang Teng immediately reacted. Before the competition started, someone had introduced the Soul Suppression Bell to him. At that time, he was worried that if someone controlled the Soul Suppression Bell, everyone present would die from the vibration. He didn't expect to witness the power of the Soul Suppression Bell in such a situation. Anyway, this soul suppression bell is a little strange. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he thought of something. The bell was extremely powerful, but it only posed a threat to the dark apparition in the dimensional rifts. It didn't cause any harm to them. What kind of working mechanism was this? It had the effect of accurately hitting the target. Wang Teng's thoughts started wandering. He was extremely curious. Roar. Angry roars were heard behind the dimensional rifts again. The bell had completely infuriated the presence behind it. Wang Teng was stunned. He was already prepared to resist the roar, but bang! The soul suppression bell rang again. An invisible sound wave spread in all directions. Boom. The two sounds collided and caused a loud explosion. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He heaved a sigh of relief. He heard the roar, but it didn't affect him at all. It looked like the soul suppression bell blocked it. Amazing. This was the only word in his mind. That thing was able to block the angry roar of a devil god-level dark apparition. This was impressive. If he could, Wang Teng wanted to forge his own soul suppression bell. This treasure was extremely useful. Roar, roar, roar. The devil god behind the dimensional rifts wasn't willing to give up so easily. It roared in anger again, each time more terrifying than the previous one. Unfortunately, it was useless. Thud, thud, thud. Bells echoed in the air, resisting the roars. This is great. It's blocked. So, what if he's a devil god? We managed to stop him. Everyone was invigorated. However, Wang Teng remained serious. He didn't feel any optimism. It will be all right. The formidable warriors from the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters will definitely be able to stop the dark apparition. Lian said uncontrollably when she saw his expression. I have dealt with dark apparition many times. They won't give up easily. Wang Teng shook his head. Lian, Pan, and the others were stunned. They looked at Wang Teng in surprise. He had dealt with dark apparition too many times. What did Wang Teng experience? How could he say such words? They were suspicious. As secondary professionals, they didn't have many chances to deal with dark apparition, but when they saw Wang Teng's serious expression, they chose to believe him unconsciously. Just when they were about to say something, there was a commotion again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They looked around them and saw many martial warriors attacking the people around them frantically, as if they had lost their minds. The scene turned chaotic. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard continuously. The martial warriors present weren't weaklings. They were at least at the Heaven Lord stage and above. Once these people went crazy, you could imagine the damage and commotion they would cause. What happened? Could it be that they got affected by the chaotic and evil aura in the roar just now? Pan, Dan Guang, and the others were flabbergasted. They glanced around them in horror. Fuck, I remember now. A thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He looked at the dimensional rifts and his heart skipped a beat. Without any time to think, he stepped on the ground and flew into the sky. His voice was heard. Everyone don't look at the dimensional rift. It's the eye of the devil god. His voice resounded in the air, setting off a storm. What? Devil god's eyes. That's the devil god's eye. No wonder these people got contaminated. Quick, close your eyes. Don't look at the dimensional rifts. Exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Everyone was flabbergasted. They immediately evaded the dimensional rifts and didn't dare to look again. Damn it. I forgot about this important matter. Wang Teng's expression turned ugly. He had only encountered this situation a few times, so he didn't remember it. Chapter 2788. Arrival of the Dark Apparitions. Calamity. Devil. Titan. Bloodslayer. 1. Distortion, chaos, evil, disorder. When everyone regained their senses, the black light behind the dimensional rifts seemed to have changed. At first, it was silent and undetectable. Now there was nothing to hide anymore. Terrifying and dense malice spread out and filled up the entire area. It wasn't that Wang Teng was too careless. The enemy was just too sly from the start. The terrifying devil god didn't reveal its evil intention. If not, he wouldn't be able to fool the three great elders. The other party wasn't targeting a small cosmos stage martial warrior like Wang Teng. They were targeting the three great elders. The Devil God knew that there was an immortal-level presence in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. If he displayed his evil intention right from the start, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Thus, it used this strange and silent method to let some people get contaminated by its chaotic spirit unknowingly. That way, many martial warriors in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters would fall into chaos. The dark apparition had an opportunity. Fuck, how can a devil god be so unscrupulous? Wang Teng looked at the dimensional rift in the sky as if he was looking at a sly eyeball. He cursed uncontrollably. A devil god, that was a taboo among the dark apparition. Who would have thought that someone of his status would do such a despicable thing? Boom. At this moment, a magnificent spiritual power suddenly surged towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's spirit trembled, and his face turned pale. Fuck! Before he could curse, he vomited a mouth of blood. Wang Teng's expression turned ugly. The Nine Treasures Pagoda gave off a dazzling golden light as it resisted the powerful, chaotic spiritual fluctuations. Damn it. A loud shout came out of Great Elder Dan Chen's mouth. A powerful spiritual fluctuation erupted from his body and blocked the chaotic spiritual attack. Wang Teng finally felt relieved. However, his head was still hurting as if he was stabbed by a few hundred needles. Pain worse than death. Wang Teng, are you all right? Lian flew over and held his swaying body as she asked worriedly. She didn't know what Wang Teng had just experienced, but looking at his expression, she knew that something must have happened to him. If not, he wouldn't be in this state. I'm fine. I won't die. Wang Teng gritted his teeth. What happened? Guluo flew over with a serious expression and asked, It's that devil god. Shameless. How dare he attack a small cosmos stage martial warrior like me? Wang Teng spurned him. Pfft, you're so thick-skinned. Guluo and Lei Yan exchanged glances with one another. They were filled with disbelief. This fellow was attacked by a devil god. Most importantly, he was still alive and kicking after getting attacked. Why was he cursing here? How did he do it? Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He felt that scolding them wasn't enough, so he gave a thumbs up to the dimensional rifts in the sky. Guluo and Lei Yan were astounded by his actions. Do you want to die? Lei Yan hurriedly pulled his finger back and whispered agitatedly. This was a devil god, a forbidden presence, yet Wang Teng disrespected this devil god. Wasn't he afraid that the other party would attack him again? What are you afraid of? There are three great elders here, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. The three great elders, don't worry, the three great elders don't have the time to care about you. Lian said helplessly, Brother Wang Teng, you're amazing. Gu Luo rolled his eyes uncontrollably. Wang Teng didn't say anything else. The difference between him and the devil god was too great. He wouldn't be able to take revenge this time, so he could only record it in his little notebook. Boom, 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 the plaza below was in a mess. The martial warriors started attacking the people around them like maniacs. These people came from different factions in the universe. Some were pure martial warriors while others were secondary professionals. However, they got contaminated by the chaotic spiritual power and went crazy. The martial warriors around them regained their senses and started suppressing these crazy people. Most of the people who got contaminated were weaker martial warriors. This was a piece of good news, but the problem came along with it. Most of these people were innocent. There were even some talents who couldn't be killed easily. The difficulty of dealing with them increased. Well, so many people are going crazy. What should we do now? Li Yan had never seen such a situation before. She started to panic. It won't be easy to suppress these people. Gu Luo said helplessly as he looked at the people around him sternly, Ah, ah, ah. Suddenly cries of agony were heard. Someone was being attacked by a maniac. These crazy people seemed to have lost their humanity. They started screaming at the people around them. Many people couldn't handle their reckless attack. Many people were secondary professionals. They had never seen such a scene before and were at a disadvantage. Lian's face turned pale when she saw this scene. She even retched uncontrollably. She had killed many people, but this was the first time she saw someone eating someone. Chapter 2789. Arrival of the Dark Apparitions. Calamity. Devil Titan Bloodslayer 2. She wasn't the only one. Normal people would have vomited if they saw this scene. Even Gu Luo frowned uncontrollably. His status in the Gu Hong territorial domain wasn't simple, and he had never seen such an evil and bloody scene. He immediately felt a little uncomfortable. Have you never seen anything like this before? Wang Teng looked at them curiously. Have you? Gu Luo and Lian asked in unplanned unison. Of course, I've seen it many times. Wang Teng rolled his eyes and said helplessly, You two are really spoiled. In comparison, he felt that he was a nobody. Gu Luo and Lian looked at Wang Teng curiously when they heard this. They wondered what he had experienced. Boom! At this moment, a patch of white light suddenly blossomed in a certain direction. A thick constellation light force spread out, silencing many crazy people around them. Light element, martial warriors are here. Lian was shocked. It looks like Bai Xianer. Gu Luo's eyes lit up. He immediately noticed a figure in the distance. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He saw the familiar figure and was surprised, but she can't handle it alone. Lian frowned again. She was worried. Wang Teng shook his head and scanned the sky in the distance. His eyes lit up. As expected, Dan Chen and other great elders dropped many attribute bubbles. Pick them up. He didn't think too much. He immediately released his spiritual power and swept it far away. The distance was a little long, so it was rather strenuous for him. Sigh, Wang Teng sighed uncontrollably. Why did Great Elder Dan Chen throw him so far away? It was so strenuous to pick up attributes now. What's more, the space in front was extremely unstable. He couldn't spread his spiritual power over easily. If he wasn't careful, he would be pulled into the dimensional rifts. Fortunately, he had the space talent so he could sense the dimensional rifts with his sharp senses. As long as he was careful, he would be fine. After some effort, Wang Teng's spiritual power finally touched the attribute bubbles some distance away. He picked them up immediately. His spiritual power turned into an agile little snake as it shuttled back and forth between the dimensional rifts that were like spider webs. It picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped around. Heaven Realm Spirit 32 Owner. Heaven Realm Spirit 380. Fire Constellation Force 1350 Eternal Power 10 Heaven. Realm Spirit 4500 EA Evre 4000. Metal Constellation Force 18,000. Eternal Power 110 Wen 51 Ray 4500. Eternal Power 1150. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. He was pleasantly surprised. Heaven, Realm, Spirit. A large number of Heaven Realm Spirit. These spirit attributes came from eternal level martial warriors. Naturally, their spirit wasn't at the Heaven Realm. Hence, with the help of the system, the spirit attributes in the bubbles were sizable. In an instant, Wang Teng's spirit attribute skyrocketed. He didn't care about this, but he could feel that his exhausted spirit was replenished. Even the stinging pain left by the devil god's spiritual attack subsided a little. This feels amazing. Wang Teng squinted in comfort. His spiritual power flowed through the small universe in his body and merged into the black hole. He immediately felt a cooling sensation, relieving his pain. At the same time, various Constellation Force attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, replenishing his Constellation Force. These Constellation 5-element forces were no longer able to increase Wang Teng's stage, so their effects were limited. However, Wang Teng had exhausted much of his force, so these force attributes came at the right time. Within a few breaths, Wang Teng recovered quickly. Finally, there was the eternal power. As the eternal power merged into his body, Wang Teng's mastery of the eternal power rose tremendously. Lei Yan and Gu Luo were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Wang Teng's face was still extremely pale a moment ago, but in a blink of an eye, color returned to his face at a visible speed.
What the hell is this?
I've already said that I'll recover quickly. Wang Teng smiled. The two of them were stunned. Was this very fast? This was simply too fast, which martial warriors or secondary professionals could recover as quickly as him. Even if he consumed a healing pill, it wouldn't be this fast. The two of them felt that their world had been overturned. Wang Teng ignored them and glanced around him sternly. The constellation light force in his body erupted instantly. He waved his hand and a rain of light appeared out of nowhere. It plummeted down. Holy light cleansing. The light element battle technique he received from Bai Xianer came in handy now. This light element battle technique wasn't just a simple healing skill. Its main purpose was to cleanse the dark force. Thus, with the help of Wang Teng's holy light cleansing, many people below regained their composure. Their blood-red eyes gradually regained a trace of rationality. They looked around them in astonishment as if they didn't understand what they had just done. Chapter 2790, Arrival of the Dark Apparitions, Calamity, Devil Titan Bloodslayer, 3. This is, everyone looked up at the sky in pleasant surprise. Wang Teng. It's Wang Teng. He's a light element, martial warrior. He can curb the dark force. This is great. At first, there was only Bai Xianer, and she could only cover a small area. Now there's Wang Teng. We will be able to disperse the dark force quickly. Everyone placed their hopes on Bai Xianer and Wang Teng. Nothing was more effective than the ability of light element martial warriors in front of the dark force. Some distance away, Bai Xianer looked at Wang Teng too. Her beautiful eyes met his eyes in mid-air. However, they didn't say anything. They were focused on dispelling the dark force. At the same time, a few light element martial warriors appeared. They used their skills to disperse the dark force around them. The only regret was that they weren't as efficient as Wang Teng and Bai Xianer. Thus, the main force was still Wang Teng and Bai Xianer. The other light element martial warriors were supporting them. Their cooperation was not bad. As everyone released their constellation light force, more and more people regained their senses. The chaotic scene finally got under control. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. However, roar. Roar at this moment, angry roars were heard in the sky. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly looked up at the sky and his expression changed. The roar wasn't as frightening as the devil gods, but it was still a thunderous roar. Everyone's heart sank. Black dots appeared behind the dimensional rifts. They were densely populated and were zooming in continuously. The dark apparition was coming early. Many people with stronger spirit looked up at the sky. They were flabbergasted. No one could do anything. They could only watch as the endless dark apparition shuttled back and forth between the dimensional rifts and arrived in this world quickly. Great Elder Dan Chen and the others tried their best to pull the dimensional rift back, but the devil god held it back. They couldn't do anything. Roar, 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 terrifying roars echoed in the air. All kinds of familiar and unfamiliar dark apparitions appeared in the sky. A thick dark force spread out in this area. Everyone could feel that the sky had changed entirely. It became unfamiliar, evil, and dark. The constellation was covered, and no starlight could be seen. The boundless darkness seemed to have shrouded everyone's heart. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a few exceptionally powerful auras erupted from the dark apparitions. A high-tiered devil titan, appalled voices exploded in the crowd. Everyone could tell that this was a high-tiered devil titan dark apparition based on his powerful aura. There were as many as 5 devil titan dark apparitions. The dark apparitions sent 5 devil titan level dark apparitions at once. They came prepared. They were too well prepared. No one would believe that this wasn't premeditated. Ha ha ha. A peal of laughter was heard. A few huge figures were standing in the air among the dark apparitions. They gave off a terrifying aura. and looked at the dark apparitions from the corner of their eyes. Their gazes were cold and indifferent. Even though they were looking at the eternal-level martial warriors and the three great elders, their gazes were still filled with contempt. It was as if in their eyes, no matter who it was, they were just ants. They were the lives they wanted to reap. The three great elders' expressions turned ugly. Even they felt a sense of helplessness. The dark apparitions arrived faster than expected. The Devil Titan's giant claw had expanded the dimensional rifts greatly. It was enough for the Devil Titan to pass through. "This is troublesome, ruler." Heaven Flame looked at the dark apparition in front of him grimly and said in a low voice. The other two rulers didn't say anything. However, from their serious expressions, one could tell that the situation had reached a critical stage. The eternal-level dark apparitions behind were all silent. Even they had never met so many Devil Titan dark apparitions. In an instant, the atmosphere tensed up. Wang Teng looked at the situation in the sky and felt his head turning numb. If he could, he wanted to turn and run away. This scene was completely out of his control. He was just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He couldn't do anything. So many dark apparitions. Lepan swallowed his saliva. His throat was dry and his voice had turned hoarse. This is a catastrophe. Dan Guang's expression was bitter as he said the word calamity with difficulty, but the word seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. He almost couldn't say it. The other family heads of the core families had grave expressions too. Their expressions were the same as Lepan's and Dan Guang's. Yes, catastrophe. This was a catastrophe. Even in the front line of the battle against the dark apparitions, a low-tier Devil Titan was extremely rare. It wouldn't appear easily. Chapter 2791. Arrival of the Dark Apparitions. Calamity. Devil Titan. Bloodslayer 4. Once the Devil Titan-level dark apparition appeared, it would attract eternal-level martial warriors from the light faction. But now the dark apparitions didn't care. 5 high-tier Devil Titan dark apparitions appeared at once. Much less low-tier and mid-tier Devil Titan dark apparitions. There was even the Devil God behind the dimensional rifts eyeing them covetously. Dan Guang and the others never thought that dark apparitions would force their way in. Mind you, the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters was one of the safest places in the universe. What was wrong? Were these dark apparitions crazy? No matter how you looked at it, the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters wasn't an easy place to take down. No one had ever dared to start a war with the Secondary Career Alliance, not even a powerful organization like the Virtual Universe Corporation. Yet, such an absurd thing still happened. Dan Liu was crazy. He managed to lure the dark apparitions in and even participated in this year's exchange event without getting discovered. This was unbelievable. Everyone found it absurd and frightening. How long had the dark apparitions been preparing for this crazy move? It was scary just thinking about it. "I'm Devil Titan Bloodslayer." At this moment, the high-tier Devil Titan suddenly opened his mouth and said in a cold voice, "Remember my name? The person who annihilated you today is me?" Everyone's expression turned ugly when they heard this. The high-tier Devil Titan dark apparition was too arrogant. He wanted to annihilate everyone present. He was treating them like fish on the chopping board. The blatant contempt infuriated everyone. They stared at the Devil Titan furiously. "How dare you, ruler?" Heaven Flame was a hot-tempered person. He flew into a rage and glared at the other party with a sharp gaze. The Devil Titan looked at him and sneered. "Devil God, are you planning to start a war?" Great Elder Dan Chen stared at the Devil God behind the dimensional rifts and asked in a low voice. "Ha ha ha!" A shrill laughter came from behind the dimensional rift. It didn't sound like a human. "You're still so naive. We are born for war and destruction. You are the ones who fear war, not us. To us, war is just an interesting game." You, Dan Chen, and the other 2 great elders squinted. They already knew the answer. But when they heard the enemy's undisguised contempt again, their hearts sank to the bottom. These dark apparitions claimed that they were the dark side of the world. They were born to destroy everything, as if they were standing at the height of life and judging everything. This was unacceptable to the light faction war and destruction. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He was familiar with the crazy ideas of the dark apparitions, but this was the first time he heard it from a devil titan. He suddenly had a different feeling and enlightenment. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. He couldn't help but look at the clear lines of black and white. Why was there such extremity? What was wrong with this world? After the enlightenment, many questions appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Bloodthirst! Let's start! The devil god disregarded Dan Chen and other great elders. His cold voice resounded in the air. Yes, sir, devil god! A crimson glow flashed in the devil titan's eyes. His expression turned hideous and he shouted coldly, Kill! Boom! After he finished speaking, the dark apparitions behind him couldn't suppress their killing intent anymore. They charged towards the human martial warriors excitedly and started a massacre. The people below were in a state of chaos and panic. The situation that had just stabilized was reversed again. It was even more tragic than before. Before many people could react, they were torn into pieces by the dark apparitions plummeting down from the sky. The thick stench of blood soared into the sky. Chapter 2792, Great Battle. Great devil flame, gale sword cut in two. One. Boom, boom. Explosions echoed in this supposedly peaceful Holy Land. Force surged and destroyed everything. Evil and strange constellation dark force filled up the entire space, contaminating this holy ground. The strong stench of blood pervaded the air. Cries of agony were heard continuously. Within a few seconds, this area turned into a tragic and bloody battlefield. Many martial warriors and secondary professionals fell into darkness before they could react. They lost their lives instantly. Don't panic, everybody. Don't panic. Secondary professionals, retreat. Martial warriors, come forward and kill the dark apparitions with me. Many figures soared into the sky, releasing powerful force fluctuations as they shouted. The martial warriors who regained their senses immediately organized their forces to retaliate. All the martial warriors who were able to reach the universe stage had extremely powerful talents and had experienced countless life-or-death battles. Many of them had been to the foreign battlegrounds and fought with dark apparitions. This sudden attack was unexpected, but they reacted quickly. The martial warriors below regained their senses and started their counterattack. The family heads of the core families didn't waste any time. They immediately organized their secondary professionals to retreat and evade the attacks of the dark apparitions. These secondary professionals weren't very powerful, but they had some life-saving items on them. Hence, they threw them out as if the items were free. Protecting their lives was more important. After the initial panic, everyone finally found a chance to resist. They released all their strength and hurled it at the dark apparitions around them. How dare you! Ruler Heavenflame and the others were infuriated when they saw the situation below. They wanted to rush down and reinforce Wang Teng. Your opponent is us. Devil Titan Bloodslayer moved and blocked the eternal-level martial warriors in the sky. The 5 Devil Titan-level dark apparitions split up. There were even low-tier and mid-tier Devil Titan-level dark apparitions. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the eternal-level dark apparitions. You, Ruler Heavenflame, and the others were furious. Let's fight. Ruler Golden Star's gaze turned sharp. That's right. We are martial warriors. Why will we be afraid of dark apparitions? Ruler Greenwood took a step forward. A terrifying aura erupted from his body and swept through the sky. Fight! 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 The eternal-level martial warriors behind him were ignited too. A powerful aura erupted from their bodies and soared into the sky. Nobody could humiliate an eternal-level martial warrior. The human martial warriors mustn't be humiliated. At this moment, all the human martial warriors, no matter which faction they came from, threw away their prejudices and joined forces against a common enemy. There was only one enemy, and that was dark apparitions. Good. This is how martial warriors should act. Leave some people behind to help the 3 great elders close the dimensional rifts. The rest of you, follow me and kill them. Ruler Heaven Flame burst out laughing. He felt a sense of heroism. Powerful energy surged out of his body, and he was the first to rush out. Kill, 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 boom. Fighting spirits soared into the sky. Many figures shot out and turned into rays of light as they charged towards the dark apparitions. The battle started in an instant. Devil Titan Bloodslayer snorted when he saw this scene. He waved his hand and said, "Kill!" The Devil Titan dark apparition behind him charged out and collided with the eternal level human martial warriors. There seemed to be a few hundred dazzling constellations in the sky. Crimson, green, gold, black, they were all colors and were extremely gorgeous. These constellations kept colliding, creating violent explosions. Frightening force impact swept out, destroying everything in its path. Wang Teng stared at the sky in a daze, terrifying. The horror of this war exceeded his expectation. In the past, most of the battles they had encountered were against low-rank dark apparitions. There were only a few advanced dark apparitions. However, this battle was the complete opposite. Most of them were advanced rank dark apparitions. There were no low-rank dark apparitions. It was rare to see high-tier Devil Emperors or even Devil Titan dark apparitions in the foreign battlegrounds. Yet there were a few hundred of them. It was terrifying. Wang Teng looked at the battlefield formed by Eternal Level and Devil Titan stage presences. He felt his head turning numb and a chill running down his spine. Roar, an angry roar was heard. A mid-tier Devil Emperor with a powerful aura charged towards him. "Be careful, Lian!" Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others shouted when they saw this scene. "Don't come over!" Wang Teng shouted in anger. He activated all his powerful physiques and punched the dark apparition. Boom! The mid-tier Devil Emperor's expression changed entirely. He wanted to retreat immediately, as if he saw a ghost. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! The next instant, the dark apparition's body exploded and turned into a blood mist. Lian, Gu Luo, Grandmaster Hua Yuan, and the other Grandmasters were stunned on the spot. Their expressions were the same as the mid-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition that got blasted into pieces. They knew that Wang Teng was powerful, but they didn't expect the mid-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition to explode in a single move. Chapter 293, Great Battle. Great Devil Flame Gale Sword cut into two. What's more, it was a sneak attack. The impact of this scene was a little huge. What's more, with this ability, why did he have to shout so loudly? Many people below were stunned, too. They stared at Wang Teng in astonishment, including Universe Stage martial warriors. Wang Teng was quite powerful. Normally, mid-tier Devil Emperors were stronger than Heaven Stage martial warriors. In the past, when Wang Teng was dealing with the Heaven Realm dark apparition on the Herb Garden planet, he didn't have such an easy time. How did he become so powerful now? They didn't know that Wang Teng was trying to get attribute bubbles from them back then, and he didn't have the time to do it now. Roar! 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 Many dark apparitions regained their senses when they saw their comrade getting killed. They roared and charged forward. There were 3 to 4 dark apparitions at once. They swept over with a thick constellation dark force. The commotion was astonishing again. Wang Teng jumped in fright. He dodged immediately. Boom! 3 to 4 attacks landed on his original position at the same time. Explosions were heard. Everyone tensed up. However, the next instant, they saw Wang Teng appearing behind a dark apparition. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it out. Swoosh! A pillar of blood shot into the sky. The dark apparition was killed on the spot. A purple lightning battle armor suddenly appeared on Wang Teng's body. This was the Universe Stage Lightning Element battle armor that the great Qian Empire rewarded him during the League of Talents. Fresh blood from the dark apparition spurted out and landed on the battle armor. However, they were instantly turned into ashes by the lightning arcs flashing on the surface. It didn't touch him at all. Boom! Wang Teng stepped on the air and turned into a purple shadow. The battle sword in his hand formed sharp sword glows. The sword glows formed beautiful arcs, but they were filled with danger. They shuttled back and forth among the dark apparitions. Sizzle, in an instant, blood spurted out of the dark apparitions' bodies. They were killed before they could even scream. This, Layan, Guluo, and the others were flabbergasted. Their jaws dropped slightly. This guy was too fierce. This fellow's secondary career was probably just a secondary career. Why are you looking at me? Kill them! Wang Teng's voice came out from the battle armor. It was like thunder exploding beside their ears. Kill! Layan, Guluo, and the others regained their senses. They took a deep breath, and their expressions turned sharp. Then they dashed into the darkness. They weren't as powerful as Wang Teng, but they couldn't just stand at the side and do nothing. Lepan's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. However, he didn't say anything in the end. Also, Layan was very close to Wang Teng, so they formed a battle circle. It wasn't too dangerous. He trusted Wang Teng's ability. Many secondary profession geniuses couldn't sit still anymore when they saw this scene. I'll help them. New Richian was muscular. He stepped out of the crowd and greeted Wang Teng. Then he dashed towards Wang Teng. Me too. Taiwan sniggered. She didn't back down and dashed out too. Du Kun, Eugene, Wildhammer, and the other talents rushed out too. They held their smithing hammers and smashed them at the dark apparitions around them. Yu, Niu Jiangang, and the other family heads' expressions changed when they saw this scene. However, it was too late to stop them. They could only watch them slaughter their way into the dark apparitions. These little creatures are nothing compared to that pervert Wang Teng. Tai Tai said helplessly, "Ha ha 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 ha! Let them do it. Let's see who dares to look down on us as secondary professionals after killing a few dark apparitions." Wildhammer Lei laughed nonchalantly. "You're quite generous. They're the talents of our core family. Nothing must happen to them." Tai Tai said angrily, "How can you grow without experiencing life and death? If you want to be the leader of the core families, you need to go through many trials and tribulations," Dukan Yale said in a low voice as he looked sternly at the people fighting around him. The family heads turned silent. "Ma Yan, bring the talents from our family and kill a few dark apparitions." Ma Lu suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yes." Ma Yan was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Protect them," Ma Lu said, using voice transmission. Ma Yan glanced at the family head and nodded his head firmly. Then he waved his hand and said, "Ma family, follow me to kill the dark apparitions. Boom, boom, boom." One by one, the poison masters from the Ma family soared into the sky. Poison constellation force erupted from their bodies and turned into all kinds of poisons. They swarmed towards the dark apparitions. In an instant, many dark apparitions screamed in pain. Some had their bodies corroded, some had green-black skin, and some had turned into blood. They had to admit that the poison master's methods were strange and abnormal. Even the dark apparitions couldn't handle them when they were unprepared. Good. Ma Lu was overjoyed. He shouted uncontrollably, "Miao Tuo, you should go too." The family head of the Miao family, Miao Peng, said after some hesitation. "Yes." Miao Tuo's gaze flickered. He glanced at Ma Yan and the others and nodded. The remaining members of the poison family couldn't sit still anymore. They sent out their talented secondary professionals. The family head of the Lan family, Lan Ji, was in a dilemma. However, when he saw the other core families sending their secondary profession talents, he could only turn and say to Lan Yu and Lan Shang, "You should go too." Chapter 2794, Great Battle, Great Devil Flame Gale Sword, cut in 2, 3, yes. Lan Shang nodded expressionlessly. Lan Yu's expression changed slightly. However, when he saw Lan Ji's expressionless face, he didn't dare to refute. He could only follow Lan Shang. However, in his heart, he was cursing Wang Teng. He felt that if Wang Teng didn't want to be in the limelight, he wouldn't have been asked to fight. As a secondary professional, was he so impatient that he wanted to fight with the dark apparitions? These family heads didn't understand what the dark apparitions were either. Didn't they know what kind of presence they were? Wasn't this sending their talents to their deaths? Lan Yu was filled with resentment. Naturally, he didn't put in much effort when he attacked. What's more, all his skills were snatched by Wang Teng. Now, in front of the dark apparitions, he was at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed. Compared to the other secondary profession talents, his performance was mediocre. Lan Ji shook his head when he saw this scene. His impression of Lan Yu got worse and worse. This guy's talent was not bad, but his mentality wasn't. Lan Yu didn't know that his image in the family head's heart kept dropping because of his negligence. The few powerful secondary career families started fighting. The remaining ones were the culinary families, the mining families, and the medical families. These families didn't have any battle power. They could only watch the battle in the sky anxiously from the back. Their faces were filled with worry. In the crowd some distance away, Gabriel from the Parkers family snorted. He didn't back down and turned into a crimson beam of light as he shot into the sky. He started fighting with a dark apparition as a talent from the Parkers family. His martial arts ability was not bad even though he was an alchemist. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred in the sky. The battle was tragic. Many martial warriors kept dying. They fell to the ground like dumplings. Blood rained down. Battles against dark apparitions were always bloody. The death rate was high, however, most of them were at the heaven realm. Mid-tier devil emperors and high-tier devil emperors rarely died, much less devil titans. They were hard to kill. Unless there was a powerful force that forcefully erased it, an eternal level or devil titan would be indestructible. The battle in the sky was at a standstill, however. After more than half of the eternal level martial warriors were held back, the number of people curbing the dimensional rift decreased. The three great elders started to find it a little strenuous. Boom. At this moment, Wang Teng was killing the dark apparitions one by one. A large number of attribute bubbles were dropped. Unfortunately, his constellation Dark Force had reached the perfected cosmos realm. He couldn't raise it anymore. He felt helpless. It was a waste to have so many constellation Dark Force attributes. Not far away, Lian was fighting with a dark apparition. Her martial arts ability wasn't strong, but she controlled a lightning furnace and hurled it at the dark apparitions continuously. The dark apparitions couldn't handle it. This slightly hooligan-like battle tactic was quite effective. In addition, she had the lightning heart flame, so she was able to release much of its power. However, at this moment, another vampire dark apparition noticed the situation here and rushed over from behind. He waved his sharp claws and formed a huge blood claw. He aimed at Lian's back. Be careful. A soft shout was heard. Lightning flashed, and another huge lightning furnace condensed from force fell from the sky. It slammed violently on the body of the dark apparition that wanted to sneak an attack on Lian. Bang. The dark apparition was submerged by the lightning. Its body exploded and its blood claw shattered. It turned into blood-red droplets of light. "Latun, thank you." Lian glanced at the sky and shouted sweetly. Latun waved his hand and looked sternly at the high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition in front of him. Wang Teng raised his head. He wasn't surprised. He had fought with Latun before and knew that this person was extremely powerful. He was able to fight someone a level higher than him. The high-tier Devil Emperor dark apparition was at most at the first or second level. He should be able to handle it. It looks like I should try changing to a high-tier Devil Emperor too. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He smiled in his heart. But before he could do anything, the dark apparitions had already noticed him. After all, he had killed more and more dark apparitions, so the advanced rank dark apparitions wouldn't allow him to continue killing. Devil Titan Bloodslayer lowered his head, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. He scanned Dan Liu and said coldly, "Dan Liu, I'll leave this person to you." "Yes." Dan Liu was watching a good show at the back, but his expression changed when he heard the Devil Titan's words. However, he could only reply immediately. His gaze landed on Wang Teng with a serious expression. He had been paying attention to Wang Teng's battle just now. After all, Wang Teng was the one who foiled his plan during the secondary profession competition and caused all his efforts to go to waste. His heart was filled with hatred towards Wang Teng. That was why he realized that Wang Teng was extremely powerful. He was at least more powerful than a normal Cosmos stage martial warrior. However, he was extremely confident in himself. He had already advanced to the Heaven Realm, and after getting contaminated by the Dark Force, his martial arts ability couldn't be compared to a normal Heaven Stage martial warrior. Chapter 2795, Great Battle. Great Devil Flame Gale Sword cut in two. 4. Wang Teng wasn't his match. Boom. Dan Lu's gaze turned cold. He stomped his feet and turned into a beam of black light. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Wang Teng. Black force erupted from his body. It twirled and formed a long tail behind him. It looked like a giant python. Die! A thunderous shout echoed from his mouth. Dan Lu appeared in front of Wang Teng when the voice was heard. The black battle sword in his hand gave off a black glow as he slashed it at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. The battle sword in his hand formed a lingering shadow in mid-air at an extremely fast speed. It blocked Dan Lu's attack from below. Clang. The two battle swords collided, releasing a loud explosion. Sparks flew out from the point of collision. "You're not qualified to kill me." Wang Teng's calm voice came from below the battle armor. There was a hint of contempt in his voice. Impudent Dan Lu's expression turned grim. He moved his body and appeared on Wang Teng's left. He slashed his battle sword out again. A black sword glow that was many times more terrifying than before exploded and slashed towards Wang Teng. A universe-level battle technique? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Then he smiled and said, "It's just a small trick." The next instant, his gaze turned cold. The constellation lightning force in his body exploded and congregated on his battle sword. A purple sword glow shot into the sky. "Boom! Slash!" Wang Teng shouted and slashed his battle sword out. Third rank Heaven Earth, Calamity Lightning, Ultimate Purple Lightning, Raging Lightning Sword Skill. The purple sword glow was imbued with the power of lightning. It mixed with the lightning and charged towards the black sword glow like a lightning punishment. Boom! The two sword glows collided instantly, creating a violent explosion. The terrifying impact swept through the surroundings. Many gazes were attracted by the battle. When they saw the two of them, they were flabbergasted. It was unbelievable that the battle between these two talents from secondary professions could reach this stage. What's more, they were comparable to universe stage martial warriors. Why is he so powerful? Gabriel's expression turned ugly. Whether it was his secondary profession or his martial arts, he couldn't be compared to Wang Teng. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be in this state. However, this was the Parkers family's enemy, and both parties were from the Great Qian Empire. It was inevitable that they would be compared. Even he started comparing himself to Wang Teng unconsciously. Yet he was the one who was being suppressed. Naturally, he felt frustrated. The powerful impact forced Wang Teng and Dan Lu back a few thousand meters before they managed to stabilize themselves. They stared at each other from afar. Dan Lu's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Wang Teng to be so powerful. He was able to fight with him. There was a difference of 1 major realm and 9 minor realms between them. How did Wang Teng become so monstrous? This person must die. Dan Lu's gaze was filled with killing intent as he glared at Wang Teng. "Look, I told you that you don't have the right to kill me." Wang Teng's voice was heard again. It sounded calm and irritating. "What other skills do you have? Execute them. If I get serious, you won't have a chance." Lei Yan, Gu Luo, and the others felt speechless. Was this fellow always so arrogant? If he got serious, his enemy wouldn't have a chance. Was he not serious at all? They didn't believe it at all. The other party was a peak Heaven Lord. Also, based on the ability he displayed just now, he was much stronger than the previous dark apparition. Wang Teng was too arrogant. Dan Lu felt the muscles on his face twitching. Anger boiled in his heart uncontrollably. Wang Teng's words were infuriating, especially his calm tone. It caused his anger to rise by 30%. His gaze turned sharp as he glared at Wang Teng. He was so angry he laughed. Good, very good. I want to see if you can withstand my attack when you're serious. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the pitch-black battle sword above his head. A strange fluctuation spread out from his body and quickly expanded in all directions. Boom. The next instant, the strange power turned into a special domain and pulled Wang Teng into it. 3-element mixed hybrid domain. Wang Teng glanced around him in surprise. This was a 3-element domain. The special power of wind, fire, and darkness filled up the entire domain. It was everywhere, surrounding Wang Teng entirely. It was pitch black, however. Within the darkness there was a hidden killing intent of wind and fire. Interesting, Wang Teng muttered. Wang Teng, how dare you enter my domain without any caution? You must pay the price for your arrogance. Dan Liu appeared in the dark and sneered, Come on, I'm waiting. Wang Teng hooked his fingers and urged him. Dan Liu, Min Min, he was so angry he didn't want to speak. His gaze seemed as if he wanted to tear Wang Teng into pieces. The black patterns on his face were extremely distorted. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Dan Liu pointed his battle sword diagonally at the sky. Strange sword glows appeared beside him. They were dark green and dark red. They intertwined with one another and gradually turned into a sword glow torrent. Chapter 2796, Great Battle. Great Devil Flame Gale Sword cut in two. 5. This is similar to the domain of the Dark Apparition. However, Dan Liu's domain is stronger and more complicated. Wang Teng sized up the scene in front of him. What's more, the Dark Apparition only possessed such power after Devil Transformation. Dan Liu didn't undergo Devil Transformation. He relied solely on his own strength to reach this stage. No wonder the Dark Apparitions valued him highly and groomed him. This person's talent shouldn't be underestimated. A powerful fluctuation came from the sword glow torrent opposite him. Wang Teng didn't dare to be careless. He kept his lightning element battle sword and changed it to a metal element battle sword. Dan Liu was stunned by Wang Teng's actions. Why did he suddenly change his sword? But soon he sneered. Useless struggle. Wang Teng sniggered. He pointed his metal battle sword at his opponent and said, The ignorant are fearless. You're looking for death. Dan Liu hated Wang Teng's nonchalant attitude. His expression turned distorted as if he got stimulated. He slashed his battle sword out without any hesitation. Great Devil Flame Gale Sword, an angry shout was heard. The black light in Dan Liu's eyes shone brightly. Boom! As he waved his battle sword, the terrifying sword glow spiraled in the air and swept out. Wang Teng held his battle sword and looked at the sword glow calmly. He didn't move. Idiot, why did you receive it forcefully? Dan Liu sneered. Wang Teng was so conceited that he wanted to laugh. Why didn't he dodge? This was stupid. His domain had reached the 8th rank, and it was at the actualization phase. What's more, he had his powerful battle technique, Great Devil Flame Gale Sword. Even a normal universe-level martial warrior might not be able to withstand it. No matter how powerful Wang Teng's talent was, his stage was still there. He wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. To Dan Liu, Wang Teng was already a corpse, however, boom. At this moment, a violent explosion resounded within the sword glow torrent endless. Golden rays of light shot out and penetrated the blockade of his sword glows forcefully. Then they turned into a golden sword glow a few hundred meters long and soared into the sky. A sharp and domineering sword intent erupted from the sword glow. Boom! The next instant, Dan Liu's domain was penetrated. The golden sword glow penetrated Dan Liu's 3-element hybrid domain forcefully. How is this possible? Dan Liu widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, but soon his expression changed entirely. He retreated without any hesitation. That was because he saw the golden sword glow pouring down slowly, cutting his sword torrent into two, then boom. There was a loud explosion, and Dan Liu's torrent of sword glows exploded instantly. Countless fine sword glows swept out in all directions. Then the golden sword glow slashed down on Dan Liu without any resistance. No. An angry roar came out of Dan Liu's mouth, his pupils constricted as he tried his best to mobilize all the forces in his body. They erupted as he tried to block this sword attack that made his heart palpitate. Boom! In an instant, the golden sword glow engulfed Dan Liu. At the same time, the terrifying sword intent forcefully cut Dan Liu's three-element hybrid domain into two. Wow, the fourth sword of the 12 Swords of Tyrant is indeed terrifying. Wang Teng placed his hand in front of his eyes and pretended to look into the distance as he exclaimed Dan Liu's sword attack was indeed powerful. It was a hybrid domain with 3 elements and an eternal stage battle technique. Its power was terrifying. However, Wang Teng wasn't boasting. This was an immortal-level battle technique. Also, his metal domain had reached the integration phase after picking up the attribute bubbles from the eternal-level elder in the white gown. It was many times more powerful than the actualization phase. In addition, he had the second-rank origin of metal. It was obvious who was stronger. Outside, many people were worried for Wang Teng when they saw him getting sucked into Dan Liu's domain. But Dan Liu's domain was forcefully broken after a while. First, it was pierced through. Then it was chopped into two, one attack, and Dan Liu's domain was destroyed by Wang Teng. How domineering and terrifying was this? Everyone was flabbergasted by his strength. Dan Liu's domain dissipated gradually while the golden sword glow remained. Everyone could see it clearly, but they couldn't see the situation inside. Is Dan Liu dead? Many alchemy talents swallowed their saliva and stared intently at the golden sword glow. Was this talented alchemist going to die here? Dan Yuan, Li Jin, and Mo Cheng were all talented alchemists. You could imagine how complicated they felt. After some time, the golden sword glow dissipated gradually, revealing the situation inside. A bloody figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was flabbergasted. Dan Liu's body was almost chopped into two. A long and narrow, terrifying sword mark spread down from his left shoulder, cutting his entire body until it reached his right abdomen. Only a small part of his flesh was connected. Blood gushed out like a fountain. It was a tragic sight. Chapter 2797, Bloody Devil Transformation, Fight for Life, Another High-Tier Devil Titan. 1. His bloody body hung in midair. Large amounts of blood flowed down. Dan Liu, who was full of confidence a moment ago, was like a dead dog now. On the other side, Wang Teng's figure appeared after the domain disappeared. Compared to Dan Liu's miserable state, Wang Teng was unscathed. He seemed relaxed and indifferent. He held his battle sword loosely in his hand. No one could tell that he was the one who released the terrifying golden sword glow. Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng. Overall, it was quite astounding. Gulp. New, Ritian, Tai Wan, and the others swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. So strong, Yi Wildhammer stuttered. Gabriel was in a daze. He was flabbergasted. Suddenly, a chill spread throughout his body, causing his hairs to stand up. Looking at Dan Liu's miserable state, he could almost see his own shadow. Wang Teng was brutal. Was he really qualified to be this guy's enemy? A deep sense of helplessness appeared in Gabriel's heart. He was stimulated. This fellow is really scary. Lian took a deep breath. Her gaze turned firm as she looked at the dark apparition in front of her. She controlled her lightning furnace and hurled it at him. Dark apparition. Oh, what was wrong with this human lady? Why did she suddenly become so scary? At first they were at a standstill, but now the tides were tilting in Lian's direction. At a certain moment, the dark apparition didn't have the time to dodge and got hit directly in the face by the lightning furnace. It was dizzy from the impact. Lian didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. She hurled her lightning furnace out frantically, and the lightning heart flame exploded, engulfing her. Ah, the dark apparition screamed in pain. Within a few seconds, the dark apparition was burnt into ashes. I finally killed a dark apparition." Lei Yan clenched her fist tightly. She was elated. Many people looked at her from the corner of their eyes. This beautiful alchemist had such a ruthless side. This was unexpected. In the sky, Letun was fighting with a high-tiered Devil Emperor dark apparition. He took some time to look down and squinted. He was flabbergasted. Wang Teng seemed to have gotten stronger. Then the attacks in his hand became even more violent. He hurled them at the dark apparitions furiously as a heaven realm martial warrior. He didn't want to lose to Wang Teng. Losing once wasn't scary, but he couldn't lose all the time. In an instant, many talents got motivated by Wang Teng due to their competitiveness and started attacking the dark apparitions furiously. The dark apparitions were confused, useless. The Devil Titan lowered his head and looked at him coldly. His voice was cold as he said, "You can't even defeat a Cosmos Realm human martial warrior. It's a waste of all our resources to groom you." Dan Liu suddenly panted heavily. His expression turned distorted as if he heard the word useless. His motionless body started moving again. His eyes were bloodshot and darkness shimmered in them. He's still alive. Exclamations erupted from the surroundings. No one expected Dan Liu to still be alive after suffering such serious injuries. Mind you, he was only a heaven stage martial warrior. He didn't have the powerful healing ability of a universe-level martial warrior. What's more, the sword glow had cut through his heart. This was a lethal wound. A normal heaven stage martial warrior would have died after suffering such serious injuries. However, Dan Liu started moving again. This was unbelievable. Everyone immediately remembered his identity as a dark apparition. They turned serious. He's not dead. Wang Teng looked at the other party in surprise and frowned slightly. Dan Liu's vitality became extremely strong after he got contaminated by the dark force. At first, Wang Teng thought that the sword attack was enough to kill him. Now it looked like he would need to spend some effort. Dan Liu turned his neck stiffly as he struggled to stay alive. However, his bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Wang Teng. "Don't look at me like this. You're too weak." Wang Teng pointed at the Devil Titan. "Even he said that you're useless. I'm right." Roar. A low and furious roar came out of Dan Liu's mouth. It sounded like an injured wild beast struggling and roaring splat. The next instant, a strange sound was heard. Everyone squinted as if they saw something unbelievable. Infinite flesh and blood on Dan Liu's body started squirming frantically as if they were alive. The blood that kept flowing started congregating, and a blood-red stench spread out. Splurt. Under everyone's astounded gaze, Dan Liu's body underwent a drastic change. Numerous tumors bulged out from his body, causing his body to expand continuously. At the same time, a large amount of blood gushed out of Dan Liu's body. It swept through the sky like a wave of blood and slowly formed a huge blood cocoon enveloping him. This blood loss is a little huge. Wang Teng sized up this scene in astonishment. He could guess that Dan Liu was contaminated by some dark apparition. With such a huge amount of blood, it must be a vampire dark apparition. There was no other explanation. Chapter 2798, Bloody Devil Transformation. Fight for Life. Another high-tier Devil Titan. 2. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of a heart palpitating echoed in the air. The blood cocoon gave off a dazzling blood-red glow. It filled up the sky and lit up the entire area. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to act. He knew that this was the devil transformation of a dark apparition, so it was useless, even if he interfered. He had tried it before, but he still couldn't change the result of the devil transformation. He would rather save his energy and wait for the devil transformation to be completed before dealing with it again. Anyway, to Wang Teng, Dan Liu wouldn't be a threat even if he underwent devil transformation. Whoever should die would still die in the end. However, Dan Liu's devil transformation exceeded Wang Teng's expectation. In the past, only pure dark apparitions were able to reach this stage of devil transformation. It was rare for dark apparitions to reach this stage from the looks of it. Dan Liu's contaminated dark force was extraordinary. He touched his chin and started pondering. Time passed slowly. Many gazes were fixed on the giant blood cocoon. They had a bad feeling. This was too strange. The blood cocoon was extremely strange. It was like a blood-red sun hanging in midair. The thick stench of blood spread out continuously, giving people an uneasy feeling. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heart palpitating was heard continuously. The blood cocoon gradually expanded and grew bigger. Wang Teng turned serious. He could already feel a powerful and evil aura brewing within the blood cocoon. Dan Lu's devil transformation wasn't right. Swoosh! Suddenly, a tentacle shot out from the blood cocoon and charged towards the martial warriors below. In an instant, the corpses of the martial warriors got caught by the blood-red tentacles and rushed towards the blood cocoon. Wang Teng's expression changed. He slashed his battle sword out swoosh. The blood-red tentacle broke instantly. Fresh blood spurted out, and the corpses of the martial warriors fell to the ground. Roar, a furious roar came from the blood cocoon. Then blood-red tentacles shot out. There were more than 10 of them. They swept towards the martial warriors below. "Are you trying to snatch those corpses?" Wang Teng snorted. The battle sword in his hand formed numerous sword glows that blocked the sky. The blood-red tentacles shuttled back and forth frantically in the sky. Unfortunately, they couldn't evade Wang Teng's sword glow. All of them were chopped into 2. Roar, angry roars were heard continuously within the blood cocoon. "I can't stop you from devil transformation, but I can stop you from stealing the corpses." Wang Teng replied calmly. "Are you running out of blood?" Roar. An even angrier roar was heard. It shook the air. Many people had strange expressions on their faces. They could sense anger and helplessness from the blood cocoon. Dan Lu must be angered to death. "Continue. If you can get a corpse, I admit defeat," Wang Teng said. Roar. Dan Lu was infuriated. He stopped stretching out his tentacles and increased the speed of his devil transformation. Bang, bang, bang. The palpitations became faster and more violent. The speed was at least 10 times faster than before. Bangs resounded in the sky continuously. Many martial warriors with lower realms clutched their hearts and revealed painful expressions. Many people couldn't withstand the beating sound. This proved how terrifying devil transformation was. "You're hasty." Wang Teng sniggered. Everyone was speechless. This guy was forced into a corner by him. How could he not be impatient? After some time, the throbbing stopped abruptly. The blood cocoon had expanded to more than 10 meters in size and gave off a thick stench of blood. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly a cracking sound was heard. Everyone was invigorated. They stared at the blood cocoon with wide eyes. Clear lines of blood appeared on the surface of the blood cocoon. A blood-red glow shot out from it. It was extremely glaring. Wang Teng squinted. He looked at the blood cocoon and activated his real eye. A strange figure entered his vision. Boom! At this moment, the blood cocoon exploded. The broken pieces turned into droplets of blood-red light and scattered in all directions. An even more glaring blood-red glow erupted. Then, a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Roar, terrifying roars soared into the sky. It was deafening. Many people's expressions changed. They used their force to cover their ears, but some were still a step too late. Blood was flowing out of their ears. Wang Teng was the first to bear the brunt because the roar was directed at him. He frowned uncontrollably and shouted, "Go away!" The sound waves spread out and formed invisible ripples as they crashed towards the other party. Bang! Dan Lu's roar was shattered. "Soul, devour sound!" This was the sound wave spiritual attack Wang Teng received from the soul-devouring jellyfish. It was a universe-level battle technique that targeted the origin of soul directly and could even devour the origin of soul. Dan Lu's roar paled in comparison to his skills. Boom. The huge body was thrown back a few thousand meters by the soul-devour sound before it managed to stabilize itself. Sound wave spirit battle technique. Some distance away, Gu Luo was flabbergasted. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes. He found this battle technique a little familiar. Where had he seen it before? Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.